All right. Alrighty, right. I think we're live, yeah? Look at this. Look at you wonderful people. You like the ensemble? I grew the goatee just for the occasion. I'm not inherently proud of it. So thank you. Thank you for showing up. I'm Shotgun Sean Cannon. You like that one? And we're going to have the rest of the team here pop up in here a second. We're going to do this for 24 hours. We got all kinds of entertainment here going for you. We got some games, we'll have trivia, we have costume parties. We'll just chit chat. If anybody has a webcam and they want to join in and hang out with us, you're able to do so, because I can do all kinds of fun stuff with this this little stream party I got going on. You should be able to comment, and I should be able to see your comments. I may not be able to see your name, though, depending on where you're at. If you're on our YouTube live stream, I'll be able to see that. If you're on one of our pages, it doesn't really matter. If you need for me to know your name, just let me know your name. This will be my refreshment for the day, and we'll go from there. So we are technically live right now. Let me get this Kickstarter launched, and then we can have some fun with this thing. I am going to share my screen so I can walk through this. Okay, prepare to launch. I have clicked it. I have read the details. And 1 second, guys. You think I would have did this 5 minutes ago? Give me 1 fucking second. All right. There we go. And drum roll. And we are live. Look at that. We are live. All right. So feel free to get going. Get on there, back whatever you decide to back. We have an initial goal of 84,400. But we've got all kinds of funds and goodies going on there. 3 different levels of pledges. Just so you know, so everybody's got a really good understanding. We have zero intentions of playing this gimmicky game that we usually find on Kickstarter, right? Usually tier 1 is like some real slimmed down version, and then you got tier 2 that's got, you know, a little bit more things for the game, and tier 3 that even has a little bit more for the game. So a lot of times people feel that they're always inclined that they have to be able to get everything. This is not true with High Noon. One of the things that we set out to do is make sure that at any level there's a full, complete game. How High Noon works is that there's a lot of modules, diversity, and options for people, right? There are people that just like a straight up Wild West. There's some people that like the Weird West, right? Implement some type of like technologies and things that might not have inherently existed at that time, or in theory could have existed. There's some people that even like the aliens and the zombies and, you know, and whatnot. So as we continue expanding that out, all we're allowing for people to do is, what type of game do you want to play? Right? What type of game do you want to play? So for the Buckaroo Pledge, that's a fully complete game. You're going to have 4 posses there. You're going to have the entire city of Sweetwater Gulch there, going for you. And that's honestly, that's all that we've really played. So it's a really good introduction for people that want to get their hands, dirty with this game. Moving up to the Saddle Up Pledge, it's gonna double what you have from tier 1. So it's not double in the capacity in terms of like game rules or anything like that. It's just giving you more options. If you don't want to play the same 4 posses, you can go ahead and now get some expansions going on with that. And as well as you can expand the town out. So you're able to structure that town however you want. That's good for a real good seasoned player, somebody that believes that they play board games a little bit more and whatnot, so they can all get set up and have a good old fun time with it. And then hey man, we'll take it. We'll take it. And then finally, the all-in pledge, that's for everything. That's literally, you have 12 posses, you have the entire full map, you have an entire, like, the map is huge, right? And then you get another tournament map on top of that. You get all the gold, all the tombstones, all that other stuff. But even all of those things, all those little ancillary benefits that you have on the all-in pledge, we didn't want to reserve all the goodies just for that. So no matter what pledge level that you're going to get the appropriate amount of gold and, and all that other good stuff that's based around that. I mean, I'm trying to catch up with these. Just made the pledge. All right. This is high noon, London time, 12:04, baby. Top of the morning to you. I'm not quite certain on all the British etiquette just yet. I'm gonna, once we get up to like 30, 40 some people in the group, I'm gonna put together a contest, okay? And that contest, we're gonna be giving away a pledge level. Which one? I don't know yet. We're gonna find that out, but I want to be able to give people a fair opportunity. Once an hour, every let me say that again. On the hour, every hour, we're close enough to it. We're going to be doing drawings and giveaways and contests of a variety of different sorts. Those are all going to be on the basis of the people that are currently watching us. So if you miss it, I'm sorry, you're going to miss it. Feel free to hop on in once an hour or just hang with us all day. What's going on, Gary Drake? That is an awesome name. That is an awesome name. So feel free to hang out with us. We're already at $289. Now we're at, it's coming. Oh, that number keeps jumping up. 2831. Let me share this screen so we can share in this fun together here. Okay. Chrome tab, high noon, share. I think I can do this. Look at me. Look at me doing stuff, working with technology, making it work, right? You guys can see that? You can see the screen? I think we should do this a different way. So then that way I'm not very distracting with it. Yeah, wouldn't that be a good idea? So I am going to do a ticker tape at the bottom with the amounts that we're at. And then that way we know what's going on. All right, so I promise you this gets far more. Give us the opportunity in the first hour to figure all our stuff out. 24-hour launch party. There it is. So hide and click banner. Post. There we go. There we go. So we're at 2831 right now. Appreciate all the support that you guys getting us. Any questions? Does anybody have any questions for us? Feel free to ask all the questions that you want. I'm going to talk a little bit about the whole history here of High Noon, and as soon as we get our other cohorts on, it's not just going to be me. We have a whole entire team. So let me first talk on that, so you guys get a good understanding. My name is Sean Cannon. Shotgun Sean Cannon. I have a very strong background in manufacturing and whatnot. I have been for the last 6 years. I have been an Amazon seller, not just rinky-dink 2-bit or anything like that. We've done really good, to the point where it was able to afford me a living. My girlfriend, who's also a partner in my business, that was something that actually it's her business. I'm a partner in her business, and we've done very well. We've manufactured over 100 products over the last 6 years, all for mostly sales on Amazon.com. So I'm super duper familiar with the whole concept of manufacturing out of China, distribution out to the United States. What's cool about that is that we work with them with global shippers. So our shipping rates are like really reduced. I mean, it's pretty much we just have like a single price point for the rest of the world, while in the United States, it's like $10, $15 or something to that degree. So we have the which was nice, because one of the things that we had when we went into this was we didn't have to worry about distribution at all. I know that's like a huge concern. For us, it was the quality of the manufacturing, making sure that every single piece that we had was going to last, because this isn't something that we're building that's just flash in the pan or something that's nice. I mean, we have a lot of huge goals for High Noon, and without question, we wanted to make sure that we had a game that had the quality to be able to withstand for like decades, and a replayability factor that can just last for complete ages. In terms, we got a question in terms of 1 second. Yeah, there we go. All in. Max player limit. There is a player limit, and that player limit is based on the amount of posses that you have available. So if you are on tier 1, that is up to 4 players. If you're tier 2, now you can go up to 8 players. If you're tier 3, you can go up to 12 players. And that's where you're going to want just a much larger map for that to be able to go down, so you can do that. We will be doing live play tests throughout this day, so you're going to be able to see that, interact with the players, ask questions as they're playing, hit us up with all that stuff. I mean, I'm going to be doing this for an entire day, so we have to certainly make sure that we have enough content for you guys. Feel free to share this page, get the word out, support what we're doing. That only can help you. The more pledges that we get in, if we can start knocking out some of these stretch goals, the more that's going to be able to offer you guys, the more value that it's going to show within that, and we can go from there. Just pledge for the buckaroo. Much appreciated. For thank you for that. I'll take any support, all support, any which way we can get that. Let me update our little ticker tape. All right. So we're at 41.45 right now, and I'm thinking we give something away. So, who has been dressing up? Is there anybody dressed up for the occasion? Is there anybody that got themselves into any particular type of costume or anything like that? And does anybody have a webcam that they would be so interested in joining us? If you are, feel free to shoot me over a message with your email. I can get you an invite into this, and then that way you can go from there. The scales of the miniatures. The scales of the miniatures are 28 millimeter. So that's the size. So that's pretty much the standardized size that we've used with all of them. So it's comparable to what you're going to find with like the 40K and all that other good stuff from that. We got people still in their long johns. I can appreciate that. I'm gonna make a confession to you. This is just business from the bottom up. I mean, when you're looking down, I'm wearing shorts right now. I hopped out of bed myself about 20 minutes ago, threw this ensemble together, and then we can go from there. Okay, so nobody's online enough yet to do the contest, but we're over 30 users. So let's start having a contest here. So I would like for you guys, if you're in here, just type in your first name, right? So just type in your first name, and then I can jot that down, and then we'll do a drawing here. Don't stand up. I see Leonardo. And then there's just so you guys know, there's going to be about a 30-second delay. So if you see me responding a little late to something, it's not because I didn't like it or anything like that. It's more or less just because of the delay again here. So we got Robin, we got Rob. All right, let's keep going. We got Matt. We got Steve. Let me get some of these questions out of the way here too. And the scale and number of players break down to the FAQ. Oh, that's very good, Matt. Yeah, we'll add player count to FAQ. Appreciate you, Matt. All right. All right, let me get some of these names down first. Rob, Matt, Nick, Frank, Stuart, Michael, Matt, Adam, Rob Wood. I already got you, Rob. Just in case I don't. Graham, Leo. All right. Will they include rules cards for all gangs in the base so that the people with their own mini proxies to own minis to proxy other games? There will be. That's actually interesting. That is. I'm loving the ideas and the concepts that people. No, there was Steve. There was also a Stuart. So there's Steve, Nick, Frank, Stuart. So don't worry. Bill, Bill, aka Lord Voltron. I can accept that. All right. So will you include rules cards for all the gangs in the base tier so that people can? So yeah, there will be. You're going to have all of the character sheets, right? So if you had, in theory, if you had your own posse that you wanted to be able to create, you have the functionality to be able to do that. However, you want to keep this in mind that all of the posses. I'm gonna step back and talk about like the mechanics more or less of the game itself. Oh, we got these nerds.
What's up, guys?
We got these nerds. This is let me keep going real quick, and then we'll introduce these other guys. So, in the concept of the game, while you could, in theory, change out all the characters if you wanted to be able to create what it is that you want to keep in mind that that guy on the right there, Jason, and the guy on the left, Dwight, they were essentially the math team behind making this thing go. They crunched all the numbers, play tested it for thousands of hours to making sure that if you had a posse of 2 battling a posse of 5, it's going to be equatable. So if you are interchanging them by any means, you want to make sure that you're interchanging them in a direct proportion because you're going to throw off the balance of the game. You're not going to be able to mix and match the cards as of now, at least, because we want to make sure that's all fully functional. I'll let you guys talk more on it, and feel free to introduce yourselves as well.
Hey guys, I'm Dwight, and this is Jason. And Jason can't hear anybody right now because we did not anticipate that my computer would not allow for dual channel audio. So I've got his headset. My computer's just like, no, you don't get to listen to both. So I'll just tell him what you say for now, and then we're working on a solution as we go. We have 24 hours to solve this problem. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But he's addressing a question about how can you mix and match characters. And so, as Sean was saying, you can right now. You got to be careful. Look, there is a plan in place. There's a timeline in place for building your own posses, completely customizing, your loadout. That is not at the core game level. It's not here. It's going to be introduced. The mechanics for that are going to be hinted in an expansion, which is a saloon that has like a rogues gallery of mercenaries that you can hire. And so you can either go to the saloon and hire them and add them to your posse, or a player can start pick and choose from those 12 characters their loadout for that game. And it's going to be based on the value of the characters. So in the character sheets in the core game, and this is the thing, it's like all of the mechanics in the future are built into the very first iteration of this game. Everything in the future is already in the print of all this stuff in the very first game. It's laying the foundation. So in the core game, you're going to have character sheets that have gold value on them. And right out the gate, that gold value is what they're worth when you kill them. But by the time we introduce the build-out posses, that's going to be the gold value that they're worth to to buy them or to flesh out your posse. And so it's basically like you could consider it like a point system, like you would have in like Warhammer or something like that, where you build your own team, or like Mage Knight back in the day. So the posse, the max cap, and don't quote me on this yet because we're still working out the mechanics, but like let's say that the max cap of a posse is 6 gold. So what you could do is you could choose a character that's worth 3 gold, and then 3 characters that are worth 1 gold each, and then that's your posse. And then the posse decks at that point for those particular characters, those specific characters, are going to have a backing, a card backing that is universal, you know, for the build out type of characters. And so that way, and then they have their own little deck that's assigned, like their own set of cards that's assigned to them, and then you just shuffle those into the posse deck that you build. And that's kind of a hint into what you'll get. Can you hear us okay, by the way?
Yeah, your audio is fine. I can hear you.
Perfect.
I can hear you perfect. So that's not a problem.
Does that answer the question?
I believe that sufficiently answers the question. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so there we go. That's a really good question. So Dwight, what inspired you to create High Noon?
The question is what inspired me to create High Noon. So this goes back to like 20 years ago. I was a camp counselor at this youth camp, and actually, goodness gracious, I'm gonna try to tell the story like without telling all the stories of it. But basically, I had there was this board game that I had a long time ago that like when I first saw it being played, I was like, I saw kids playing it, and I was like, what is this? This looks silly. And so I just like I had no interest in it. And oh look, see, we're so professional. We have this we have these files on a TV. It's just that the TV won't loop them, but they'll play it anyway. So they had they had this game. I saw it. I was like, this looks weird. But like instead of watching the game, I watched the kids play the game, and I couldn't deny that they were having such a great time playing this game. And then they just kept playing it. Like they would finish a round and then play another round and then another round and another round. These were like 30, 45-minute rounds. And they were hooked. And I was like, okay, there's something to this. So I sat down, I played a game, and then I was hooked. I immediately went to the store and bought a copy. Then I went out to this youth camp, and I was a camp counselor, flash forward a couple of years. And the kids the weather was bad, so the kids were inside and they were all like playing video games and basically just like not socializing. And I had brought the game. And so I just brought it out and I just set it in the middle of the room, and I didn't touch it. I just let it sit there. And at first, like kids passed by it, and then a couple of them like took notice and opened it up, and then basically before you knew it, like everybody was around the game, and they were all talking and chatting and having a great time. And I'll never forget what that experience was like, seeing like that game light up their faces. And so I then flash forward like 15 years later, I wanted to play the game and I couldn't find my copy. I found out it's out of print, and then I found out then that's kind of got me start like looking into all these like games that get out of print, and then they like jack up in prices. And this was like a $40 game when I bought it. I could afford it. Anybody could afford it. These kids could have afforded it. And now it's like a $200 game. I was like, oh my gosh. And so it's just priced out of reach of literally anybody. And so at that point I was like, I want to make a game that's affordable, that captures the spirit of this, like of what that was, and has like massive replayability, and and can appeal to people of all ages, from kids to adults. And I want it to be something that introduces people to board gamings in general, because there's kind of a stigma about board games. Like people are like, oh, you're a geek, you play board games. But no, board games are awesome, and if you just played a fun game, and then you get it. So I guess like that's the long around that's kind of the inspiration for it. I don't know if I just rambled.
And you're allowed to ramble. What was the game? What was that game that at the camp?
Oh man, duels, something duels. I don't remember the name of it.
Matt's asking. So to be clear, Matt Swizik. I'm going to butcher half of these names. To be clear, this is a reality-based. Is this a reality-based Western game?
To get into the Weird West.
He's reading it. He's reading it out loud really quick.
Yeah.
Jason wants to tackle it.
Got it. Go ahead, Jason.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, we have a whole series of Weird West expansion packs planned for the future. So we'll be getting into gunslingers and zombies, and I don't know if we have any specific plans for vampires, but definitely
there is steampunk. There is. Yeah. So to answer your question, this is not a. I mean, it starts out. The progression is it starts very straight laced, a spaghetti western, and then gradually works its way into Weird West. By the end of it, there is a werewolf posse that is absolutely planned. But there's an aliens posse, and there is a zombie posse, and there's a demons and angels posse, but that's not where we start. And as we go in that direction, we're not just gonna be like, bam, and here's cowboys with dragon tails that shoot lasers out of their face. Like we don't go we don't go 0 to 120. We slowly introduce these characters. So like Bonnie Beecher is essentially the first superhuman in the game, the first mutant, if you would, in the game, because she has kind of a gift. They call it a gift, but it's just one gift. Miroslav is the first kind of iteration of steampunk, or sci-fi, but it's still within the realm of historical plausibility. Like, his whole stuff is based on wireless electricity, which, I mean, there are pictures and records of, people in our past, pulling off crazier things. So eventually there is a plan. There is a character who literally like rides in a mechanical spider robot thing. There's a dude that is trying to bring his son back to life by building a robot and calling it and putting what he believes is his son's soul into this machine. So it gets all wacky, but not at the start and not for a while.
All right, awesome.
Oh, we got the carnival coming up too.
We do.
That'll be one of the first ones coming out. So we've got a magician and an animal herder, or an animal tamer, I guess, with his whole posse of animals. We'll have, of course, tigers. I mean, you have to have
lions, tigers, and bears. That's what he has. And a war elephant.
Yes, a war elephant. So, and then we've got a whole expansion pack there. It's a whole series of expansion packs.
Don't forget Madme, the psychic
Cleo, the psychic.
Madme Cleo, the psychic mind melder. There's all sorts of crazy Weird West stuff.
Yeah, and to clarify that a little bit too, we don't just plan on going into a Weird West and steampunk. We have quite a few actually different ways that we want to expand the High Noon universe.
Yes, yeah.
So we'll have, of course, the Weird West, but we'll also have more traditional. We're also going to have some tongue-in-cheek stuff.
Yes, yeah, tongue-in-cheek. So when he's talking about two things there. So the traditional, like our artist is Mikkel is actually pumping out the next Makwa posse right now. And so that's going to further flesh out the Native American, one of the Native American tribes in the game. There's also a rival warring tribe in the game that's going to be introduced. So, and then there's when they go across the border and south of the border, and we introduce the government military groups down there. We have natives like an Incan Mayan type civilization down there as well. So these are things that are real, slightly maybe a little bit weird, but real, and fleshing out the real side of the universe. The carnival, even while it touched with magic, like there is a magician and he does all sorts of crazy magic stuff, but it's kind of like you can kind of look at it and be like, is it magic or is it an illusion? Like that's if there's some plausible deniability there. Then we go to you said going in these directions.
Yeah, so we got the Weird West.
Yeah.
We talked about kind of some of the supernatural.
Yes.
And then we talked about some of the more realistic stuff. So like the Zoric, which is kind of Weird West, but more realistic.
Tongue in cheek.
Tongue in cheek.
So there's a plan. Like, one of the things I want to do is I liked about these Kickstarters that go out there that don't take themselves too seriously is they had these like tongue in cheek one-offs. That pay homage to whatever it was that influenced those creators' lives, and so I love the classic Weird West stuff, and I love like the possibilities of like crossing genres and things. So even in the tongue in cheeks, it's a tier of like crazy tongue in cheek and kind of reasonable tongue in cheek. So we're introducing. I'm sorry, was that Sean? Were you jumping in?
No, don't worry. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. So for instance, an expansion that goes into tongue in cheek and drives the direction is the East meets West. And so, I made a post in the group about how like I believe that you can't be a Western fan if you're not. I mean, you can't be like a real true Western genre movie fan if you're not also a samurai genre movie fan, because many of the greatest Western classics were ripped right out of samurai movies. And so, so I want to pay tribute to that, just like Hollywood paid tribute to that with Red Son, where they brought in Charles Bronson, who was, the cowboy icon at the time, and Toshiro Mifune, who was the Japanese actor who paved the way with these amazing samurai movies that all became amazing Western movies. And they merged them in a movie called Red Son, where it was a cowboy and a samurai team up together. And it plays very straight. Like it's not a gimmick. It's a beautiful story. It's a great film. And so in the universe of High Noon, there's an imperial dynasty in Asia that when America, discovers gold and discovers oil, the imperial dynasty is like, ooh, those are good resources. We could use them for our empire. So they go to establish a trade route. They send this ambassador across to develop those relationships. But a rival clan against that empire sends assassins to stop that from happening. So what you have are these shinobi, these ninja who are trying to kill this ambassador, who happens to be a master swordsman, like a samurai. And so you have samurai and ninjas in this universe of High Noon, and that plays out throughout the entire future of the High Noon universe. So there's and it also eases into a tongue-in-cheek homage, because we're going to have like a posse that is a cowboy and a samurai that may look slightly familiar to those of you who are fans of cowboy movies and samurai movies. And then there's I don't know. I don't know if I want to dump it right now, if we'll dump it later, if we'll even talk about it. But I mean, like the samurai, ninja, cowboy thing even crosses an additional genre later down the road in the timeline. That's really, really, really exciting. But those are the ways that we do tongue in cheek. We're gonna do somebody asked if we were gonna do a Marty McFly and a Doc and Marty posse. Well, it's not going to be Doc and Marty. Like we can't do that, right? But once we introduce, there is going to be an evolution of High Noon that introduces what we call rideables, for lack of a better term right now. But those are your horses, your wagons, your motorcycles, and like Model Ts and stuff. Once we introduce that and those mechanics, then we're going to introduce these posses that come with some rideables. So like, for instance, the animal tamer in the circus is going to come with this giant war elephant that he rides, and it's going to give him all sorts of buffs, and it's going to be a character in its own that's going to be able to do some fun stuff. But then that's going to give us the freedom to like maybe have some familiar looking vehicular time traveling machine with a couple of people that look kind of familiar, I was talking to somebody in the group. I was like, yeah, we're going to have a posse that is a time traveling motorcyclist who travels back in time. And he was like, you talking about that super obscure movie from the 80s? Like, yes, I am. So we're going to have all sorts of genres, all sorts of homages, all sorts of crazy wackadoo expansions, but those things are probably going to be more exclusive to like a Kickstarter campaign launch. They're not going to find their way into the retail space because I don't want those things to be like what High Noon is, but they'll kind of give you a flavor of what High Noon can be.
And I think the driving point is like High Noon gets to be the game that you want it to be, you know, because there's a wide variety of different styles and plays that are out there. So it's like if you want the weird, get the weird. If you want the steampunk, you'll have that. It's really that modular type of malleable game that I think we really nailed it. I think we're going to be able to get the type of response that we're looking for. Now, in terms of a favorite character that we're most excited about, I think we should tackle this all one by one. I have a little bit of a preference to the Los Hermanos, right? With Montana Azul. They start off, most posses start off have like a starting tile, and the starting tile for those guys is the bar. And there's two modes of play with High Noon. There's your standard 12-round play, and then there's last posse standing. We'll talk a little bit more into the details of that. I prefer last posse standing because it's just, for me, it's a little bit more dramatic of a game in terms of the alliances and character dynamics and the players incorporating the dynamics into the board game as well. I like having those guys drink in the bar for a little bit before the shootout.
That's what you did.
And
that was your first game.
That's my strategy, and it fails every single time. Have a good old time. I'm gonna wait, see what happens. As I think that I think that I'm gonna wait for the shootout to occur, and then I can step out and then just clean up. But what really happens then is while my guys are just hanging out waiting for the fight to go down, people run into the bar and shoot us all up, and then I never win. And that's what's really interesting about this is that this is not, by no means is this a game that's based on luck, right? There's a little bit of a random factor that's involved with playing the game, you know, in terms of like drawing the cards, but it's very much a skill set, almost to me reminiscent of poker, right? Because all of the decks are defined, you know. So as you're playing a particular character, you're going to get used to all the different posses. All the different moves and all the different types of cards that they have. And as you start playing other posses, you're going to be able to see the same thing. So the more you play, the better that you're going to potentially be acclimated towards one style of play versus another style of play. And you can also make better predictions, you know, again, like in a game of poker, if you're battling it up against somebody, you can estimate to a degree what's the potential use of the hand that they currently have. The same is true of High Noon. If you see guys building up their deck to start playing hands out this way, or if you want to start peppering a guy, so he is forced, he's not forced to, but if you want to, you know, whittle him away with his attack and defense cards, I mean, it's pretty interesting. So that's my you know, the Los Hermanos led by Montana Azul. That's my particular favorite. What do you guys have? What's yours, Dwight?
Yeah, and so for the part B of that question, Montana Azul is actually inspired by one of my favorite villains in spaghetti westerns, who is El Indio from Fistful of Dollars. I love the character for, like, he's not just a cookie cutter, like, straight laced character. He's, you know, like the one-dimensional character. There's a lot of pain in him. There's a lot of, you know, he's suffering from remorse, and so I wanted to pay tribute to some of the spaghetti western icons. When we talk about the homages, Pascagoula Ridge, that expansion is really like technically the first kind of approach at that, because Los Hermanos are much pulled from the villains of the Man with No Name trilogy, whereas another posse in that expansion, which is Monco and Macat, are, heavily inspired by other characters from those trilogies, and you'll see it. I mean, you play you're like, oh, these are those guys, and in the universe of High Noon, they are, and they're minor characters, and they don't last forever. They pretty much just go for like one story arc, and then they get wrapped up, because the real characters of the stories, Garrett and Gates and Rogers and Elsu. But these guys kind of add flavor to be like, yeah, this is what High Noon is. I have to work. So speaking of that, though, I am taking a hatchet to Montana's cards. I tried to play him the other day, and he's totally broken. So I got to fix him. He's like next on my list. And to your point about hiding in the saloon, you're right. It was fun. That was the first thing you did. The first time you played High Noon, I will never forget. You're just like, what's everybody doing? Everybody's shooting? All right, we're drinking. And bring some tequila to the game, and that can get pretty interesting.
Yeah. Last time when I played with the Abernathy gang, how did hiding out in the saloon work for you there?
Oh yeah, no, not at all. Oh yeah. So that was so High Noon does not. So there's two things. So High Noon, and I promise we'll answer the question.
Yes.
But this is great opportunity to discuss some core principles of High Noon, because the same problem that people face like that, where they're like, oh, I'll just hang out in the saloon and drink, is the same problem that people who play Miroslav often face. Miroslav's lab, he has crates that he can loot, but they're all the way in the back of his lab, and and it takes like 5 turns to get to them. And people get afraid because Miroslav is one guy, and they're like, and he starts at the front of his door. So he could, in the first turn, he could walk out into the fray, or he could walk into his lab and like take 5 turns to do something. And that's like a decision that will have massive effects for that player and for the game. And at the end of the day, it almost always never rewards them to go back into the lab and get loot, because you don't get rewarded in High Noon for surviving. You get rewarded in High Noon for fighting. You got to deal damage. You got to kill bad guys. You have to get hurt. It's a fight. So people who tend to hang out in buildings and not do anything tend to lose. Other people will lose too, but if you really definitely want to ensure a defeat, just hang out in the saloon and have drinks. You have a great time. You will have a wonderful time with your drinks, but not a great time collecting gold. But to really push people in the direction of getting out and fighting, we introduced the Abernathy gang. And as Jason was saying, like, how did that work for you, hanging out in the saloon? Because I was like, oh no, Abernathy and people shooting. I'm just gonna hang here and stock up on my stuff and loot crates. And here comes the Abernathy gang, just walks right up in one turn, right up to my building, the saloon, and they have an ability of lighting buildings on fire. And everybody inside just takes damage until they get the heck out.
So Dwight's playing Los Hermanos. He's got a posse of 5 guys hanging out in the saloon, and Abernathy gang member 1 walks up and just plays the burn 'em up card, sets the building on fire, and then Abernathy drops a smoke bomb behind him. So not only am I pushing all 5 of his guys out of the building, he can't even attack me.
He can't even attack his guys.
He can't even attack me.
Like, I'm just like, I just feel kind of feel.
But it pushed me to a nice decision, because he had all of his guys lined up behind cover. So it's kind of like, do I take 2 damage for the next couple of turns, or do I jump out the window and take 1
and take a damage there? Yeah, it was my guys were killing themselves just to survive. So in the first game, you can kind of get away with it. In the second game, but then moving forward after that, don't hang out in buildings. Don't be Sean. But Jason,
well, the time before we move on to
hang on a second. What was that, Sean?
I was asking it, which I was just moving to Jason to see which his favorite character was.
Yeah, what's your favorite character?
Well, the Abernathy posse, because I helped. That was actually the first expansion pack that I worked on, so I designed most of the card deck for that. So I met. I think the second time I met Dwight. We got together one time. I knew Rad for a couple of months. You'll meet him later on. So I got together with Rad, Dwight, and his dad, and test played the game. And then a couple weeks later, met with Dwight one-on-one at a Starbucks. And so we started talking about the game. I said, I had a blast playing it. Would love to get more involved with it. And he started talking about a suit of armor. And as soon as he did, I was like, oh, Ned Kelly. And he was like, you know who Ned Kelly is? And I'm like, of course. So we talked about it a little bit more. You know, it was pretty clear that we were kind of on the same page on what was going on with the game, what was going on with the High Noon universe. So he was like, why don't you take a stab at designing this posse? And it worked pretty well. So
it surprised the heck out of me. I didn't know this guy from Adam. We played one round. We played a game, and he did really well, having never played. Rad had sung his accolades, so I was like, if you're a friend of Rad's, you're a friend of mine. And I was looking at, I had a timeline of churning out a bunch of posses that we had to get ready. And when Jason said, I want to get involved, I was like, okay, let's test the waters. Let's see what you can do. And so I gave him the Abernathy gang. The Abernathy gang is our tribute to our distant cousins in Australia, in the land down under. One of my favorite westerns, timeless westerns, is Quigley Down Under, which is like not a western. It is, but it isn't. Because it's in Australia, but it's an amazing movie. But there's a lot of cowboys and a lot of outlaw stories in Australia, and Ned Kelly is a legend out there. And so we wanted to give some love out to the rest of the world. America doesn't own the monopoly on cowboys.
You guys ready to give something away? So what I did is before earlier I had asked, I'm going to see who stuck around for this. So I asked people to give me some of their names. So we got 15 names. So Dwight, I want you to pick a number from 1 to 15.
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Frank, if Frank is online, Frank just won himself something. Now, have Jason pick a number from 1 to 3.
Jason, pick a number 1 to 3.
1 to 3?
Yeah.
Okay. 2.
Oh, look at that! He got. I randomized it. So Frank just won himself all in pledge tier. So if you're on, please message me at support@highnoongame.com with your info. And when these things then get all set up and created, we'll get that whole all-in pledge tier sent out to you. So I'm gonna jot that down. So Frank won the all-in pledge. All right, cool. All right, so let's hit the next question here. So will we get different environments in future expansions? Yeah, that's happening. You got to remember. I'll talk for a little bit give you guys a break. You got to remember that High Noon is a universe, right? So when we set out to create this game, Dwight is his brain able to create universes of universes of universes. So I recall this was maybe like over a year ago when I was just asking him questions about the game. Who's this character? Who's that character? And he was literally it wasn't like written down or anything like that. It was just a free flow of information. And I asked him, I was like, this is just in your head, isn't it? And he's like, yeah. Pretty much. So you got to remember, this whole world, it's a whole universe that's been laid out. And there's going to be different iterations of introduction of that universe. So yeah, it's going to start out as a board game. And in that board game, there are going to be other cities, other towns, other environments. Not only that, we're creating an entire we're creating a whole series, out of this. So as soon as this Kickstarter completes, the immediate next project that we're going to be working on is the development of a comic book that's going to be going along the story of High Noon itself. So people can follow along with the story. They can play on their own. But as we introduce new posses, we're going to be introducing them in conjunction with their introductions into the comic world and whatnot. So keep that stuff in mind. So yeah, most definitely, there's going to be some future things, that are going to be talked about. There might be things that are talked about in the storyline that haven't been exposed yet. and really everything in between. So yeah, expect to have a good amount of diversity as we continue to roll this thing out. What Graham is asking, what is your favorite miniature so far? I like, me personally, I like Kiia. He's in the Native American tribe, and he's the one that has that. He is the battle axe is all ready, and he's getting ready to charge in for the fight. For me, that's just the most visually appealing one that I appreciate most, But Dwight, what do you think your favorite miniature might be? Nick,
Man, I think for me, it's just because it's my favorite mini doesn't mean it's my favorite posse. We could establish that, but Father Franklin, when he's carrying the the coffin with the chains around him and the Bible with the gun, that is hands down my favorite mini. And I haven't had a chance to paint it yet, but that's my favorite mini.
Oh, I was actually going to go with Father Franklin deployed.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Either way, yeah. Those are our. There we go. That's our.
But
minis.
there is just something savage about him carrying the pine box.
Yeah. Well, what about Nelson? I mean, or yeah.
Nelson is oh gosh, yeah, he's Nelson painted is amazing.
Yeah, that is the thing.
The bullet holes in the cape.
Yeah, they really shine. But you're right. The Pine Box Preacher. He's even unpainted. He's a beautiful.
Yeah, he's just
piece.
savage.
Yeah.
Just the machine gun, the pine box.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I would say Nelson was my favorite until I saw Pine Box Pete. Then it was like even I've got to move to Pine Box Pete on that one.
Now this is subject to change as we pump out new minis.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to say there's a character that's going to be released, and I possibly during the Kickstarter campaign, maybe not. I don't know, but there's a character, and I'm just going to give you the name. It's the 6-Gun Samurai, and that I'm fairly certain is going to be my new favorite as soon as we have it. But right now, Pine Box Priest, both iterations. That's us.
Yeah, it might have changed a couple of times because I would say it started out with Colonel Rogers originally.
Oh yeah.
Then it moved to let's see. When I saw Zorik, moved to Zorik. I'm like Zorik replaced him, and then Nelson replaced him. Nelson replaced Zorik, and then now deployed Pine Box Pete has narrowed.
We got some really good looking minis, man. Yeah. Like it just comes down to we got some really fun minis.
Yeah. This is a logistic question. How do I log in to see my name? If you're in our Facebook group watching this, it's not going to be able, because of some privacy or whatever, we're a closed group or something to that effect, you're not going to be able to see your name in the StreamYard. If you go on, I'm streaming this everywhere. So if you hop on our Facebook page, you can do that also on YouTube, also on my personal page. You should be able to see all that good stuff there too. As well. Going on to the next question, Steve Oliver.
And by the way, we're not ignoring you or anything. We're checking the social media feeds of the whole thing.
Yeah,
with teamwork.
So Steve Oliver is asking, I see the stretch goals go up to 2 million, but doesn't seem to be too many incremental goals in between. Do you think you might increase the frequency of stretch goals? Steve, that is a great question. Now, when it comes to this, I have been forever fighting to have the absolute lowest price possible, right? But the problem is when you go too low against a very high quality game, you run into the costs of manufacturing themselves. So everything that we have is truly high quality. Like there is a very miniature based dependent thing, and that stuff is not affordable even in the least, in terms of the art, in terms of creating the mold, in terms of the initial manufacturing costs, all that other stuff. When we went into the stretch goals, we wanted to make sure that was actually adding good value. And we didn't want to just nickel. I'm done with the gimmicks of Kickstarter. I didn't want to, we didn't want to like nickel and dime people like, oh, here's a bush, here's a table, do this, do that. No. If we're gonna do any particular type of stretch goal, like for instance, that we have like 2 outdoor packs, right? And that's based on just the mold fees and all that other stuff that are associated with them. that costs a good deal of money to actually have created. So we spaced them out to make sure that as we're launching these, we're covering the cost of manufacturing itself. And actually, truth be told, that on the stretch goals, it's not even break even until we get to the $500,000 mark. So when we do have things stretched out to $2 million, it's because we fully intend, one, of hitting that mark, but two, it's going to ensure that we are able to be financially solvent when it comes time for manufacturing and distribution. We're not going to be that Kickstarter that's going to say, oops, sorry guys, we need to pay, you need to pay a little bit more, or oops, sorry guys, we had this intended, but we ran out of money, so we're going to give you this instead. So the best thing that you can do is share, pledge, share, get the word out, get this thing, driving. We're doing the work on our end as well to be able to get all that. We have press releases going out all month long, all kinds of fun stuff. So for me, I think we'll be able to hit all those particular marks, and then on top of that, you're going to be able to have all of the benefits, with that. So I'm just not really interested in the nickel and the dime. But if that's what people want, sure. I'm sure we can accommodate for that. It just, to me, it just doesn't really make much sense from that perspective. We have a question. If I'm never going to get to 12 players on the table, is it worth for me going in for the tournament map? Great question. One, even if you removed the tournament map, was entirely an additional add-on benefit, right? So let's say, for instance, that you didn't even use the tournament map. Having all the different 12 players allows you the diversity to pick and choose who it is that you want to pick. You got to keep in mind, this isn't like Monopoly or Clue, where it's like, let me be Colonel Mustard versus Scarlet or whatever, whatever it is, where you're essentially doing the same thing. Each posse has its own characteristics and style of play. So the dynamics when you're pitting them against each other can certainly vary. So just in that alone, there's more of a replay factor beyond the existing replay factor, that there already is, to make sure that you have a game that truly lasts. And I'm pretty sure that those that are going to have that tournament map, that there's going to be at some point in your life where you're going to have a bunch of people over and you can have this amazing game. It's actually a really good excuse to start. We're in a new era. I mean, as you can see, we originally planned to be down in Florida and all that other stuff. I'm up in Wisconsin. You can see we don't believe in warm weather up here, as told by the trees with no leaves and all the other stuff. So we're adhering to social distancing. But as we go into this new norm, we're gonna find that people are staying home. They're inviting their friends over a lot more. So yeah, I could totally see at some point that the average person that's going into the all-ear tier pledge are going to find themselves in a situation where they would want to make it, take full advantage of that tournament map. All right, so this is a big comment. So Leonardo, thanks for explaining the game about the setting and future plans to help promote the game. It would be great to add a bit about these Weird West werewolf posses in the Kickstarter page. In this way, those who are not watching this live right now might also get interested. That's actually a really good point. We do have, as you can see, we have some blanked out spaces where we have some posses, and that's because we're also deciding which posses to put in there. So if we're getting the feedback for that, that's certainly something that we can explore and implement as we get through these stretch goals and continue on from there. And so, hey guys, this is Hanak. Hey guys, at what moment from High Noon do you consider to be one of your everlasting favorites? That's interesting. So what moment from High Noon do you consider to be one of your everlasting favorites?
Oh, I think he's referring to the.
I think it might be the movie or something.
Referring to the movie,
yeah.
I do want to preface that High Noon is a very ambiguous term, right? So there's a lot when you search for High Noon, you're going to see a lot of different things that are associated with High Noon. High Noon Saloon. There was an app game by the name of that. There was an old movie from I think the 60s that was also by the name of High Noon. All unrelated. So there's no, the year or anything like that to that perspective. It just happens to share the same name for all the obvious reasons. The game is about a showdown. You know what I mean? It's a shootout, and High Noon is so associated with that, and that's where we
It doesn't even take place at noon.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I love your outfit. I love your outfit.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
I take no credit for this whatsoever. Becky, she went online. She did the whole. She's like, "What do you want to look like?" And I was like, "That face that you put me on." I was like, "Let's do that." You know, so this is all like I'm wearing. I mean, it's underwear from the waist down. You know, because I don't want to make sure I don't want to be sweating and all that other stuff. So barefoot.
We're in a Zoom meeting. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter at all.
Space Cowboys. Well, we will. Okay, we're gonna have. I'll tell you what we will definitely have. Like it's in. I've already like the breakdowns. The character breakdowns are done. Their whole story arc is finished. Cyborg Cowboys from the future is totally going to be a thing. So maybe not Space Cowboys, but definitely Cyborg Future Cowboys.
Close enough. That's close enough for me.
Rob Wood. There will be aliens.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
All right. So you have the tournament map and the Tier 3 pledge. Does that have a different set of rules with it, or modified rules, or is it just so more posses can get together on the board? You know, that's a really good question, Rob.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily that there are different rules, but. So some of the expansions, every expansion introduces something different to the gameplay. Some of those expansions introduce just a different way to play, like, you know, a different way to use a different kind of approach to playing the game. Where, like, so for instance, the Pascagoula and Sweetwater are straight up like, you know, pow pow pew pew pew. But within those, there's some specialty or specialized posses. You know, there's some posses that are like just brute force, heavy guns blazing, but not a lot of characters not a lot of room for flanking and stuff. Some of the posses are teamwork based. You know, some of the posses have snipers and melee characters and you know, commandos. As we reach into other expansions like the Abernathy Gang is for a posse is for players who like to just disrupt the battlefield and, you know, screw up everybody's plans. Grizzly Greenwood is a posse who's for somebody who likes to single out their targets, isolate everyone, and then single out who they want to go at. Governor McGrady is a posse for people who don't really find themselves as fighters. They're politicians. They like to influence others to do what they want them to do. So there's all these different ways of strategy, but some posses also introduce game mechanics. So the Bandera Blondes introduce elevation. It's just a mechanic. It doesn't change. There's no new rules, but at that point, then we can start introducing tiles that have elevation on them, and people go, oh yeah, that works because I understand this because I had the Bandera Blondes. Grizzly Greenwood introduces hazardous tiles such as like fire, and so in the tournament map, these things all come together. So you've got high places of elevation for strategic points, and you've got hazardous locations around the map. You've got areas where you can actually hide inside the cover, like out of the box. Cover obstacles are obstacles. They block you. But by the time you get to the tournament map with all these different things within it, it's not like, so there's not like new rules per se, but there's definitely a lot of new mechanics that you get to play around with.
All right, so we are celebrating. It just hit the start of the new hour. It is now high noon in Iceland.
Welcome, Iceland.
Iceland people.
Iceland. Yeah.
Is there a time?
Right.
I didn't even think of this. Is there a time zone that's in the ocean and only the ocean? Does time zones encompass all landmass? to some degree. I don't know. I would think that if I was the guy creating the time zones around the world, I would make sure that there's like
Make sure somebody got one.
at least one guy, like an island or something like that.
Maybe those guys, those poor people on Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there
They
you
get a
go.
time.
So what I want to do for this one is I want Jason to write down a number. Okay.
Anthony is yours.
Jason needs to write down a number.
Between 1 and 50.
Does he
No,
say?
let's do it bigger. Let's do it bigger. Let's do 1 to 500. So have him write down a number.
Write down a number.
On his
1
phone,
to 500.
he's gonna jot down a number from 1 to 500, and then we're gonna have these guys type in comments, and then whoever gets the number first, they get to win a prize, and then I'll have you pick a number randomized on who's going to get that. So you ready? All right. So Jason's got the number, so feel free to start punching out what you think the number is going to be, and then, if you get it, you're going to win yourself a prize, and then we'll figure out here.
Okay.
They're going to get
you want to text it. You want Jason to text that number to, or you want me to text the number to you that he wrote down so you see?
Yeah,
it?
that's fine.
I don't see any of the stuff going.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, text it to me.
Let me see it again. I just want to make sure I got it. Yeah. Okay.
So
here we go. All right, sending now. All right, you got the number.
Yeah, I got it. And then what I can do is I'll jot down who's the closest if someone doesn't nail this here in the next couple minutes. All right, let me scroll down here. No. No. 150. I wonder, should I compliment these guesses? If you're just randomly guessing, is there any? Do I get to say good guess? Is that even a?
Your cunning skill of guessing?
Yeah,
has no match.
You're random. You're random behind this.
Poor Jason is sitting here in like total silence. I have to just tell him when there's something of relevance that he can contribute to because he can't hear.
You can guess as many times as you want.
Oh, I just got a text from Rad.
Oh, what do you say? Oh.
Yeah, you get 5 guesses essentially.
So buildings can be used for cover sometimes.
Yeah. So Rad would like Jason to share an anecdote about buildings and cover, and staying in them, and getting out of them, and whatever.
So as we said earlier, you don't want to turtle inside of a building because the game is designed for you to get out and fight. You have to get out and fight to earn points, to earn gold, to win the game. But there are times, you have at most 12 cards in your hand. So if you're in a really nasty battle sometimes and you burn up a bunch of your cards, let's just hypothetically say you're playing the Rough Riders and you're right next to the jail. It may make sense to hop into a building for a round or two to replenish that card deck. So, in doing so, you might end up accidentally, say, locking the sheriff and the deputy out of their own jail for those 2 rounds.
Which is what he did.
Exactly what I did.
Which is what he did to Rad.
I stuck Rad out in the middle of the gunfight while I replenished my deck.
Speaking of Rad has arrived.
Rad's here?
Yeah, he's brought a care package for us.
Nice.
He'll be over here in just a second.
That's fine. We still don't have a. I have a close one. So we'll keep. Oh, that was close. Oh.
I was out there, stuck out there in the mean streets of Sweetwater Gulch there, Rad.
It was no problem. I walked in when you guys were telling the story about the one time that I thought I'd be clever and jumped
Here. Come over here and tell it over here. We're in front of the camera where people can see you and hear you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rad
Cowie
in the house.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, this is totally COVID neutral.
Yeah, no problem. So the story that I was on the way here and I heard somebody ask about what's your favorite moment in High Noon, And so I was playing the lawman posse, the sheriff and
We
deputy.
got wait. Let me stop you, Rad. We got us a winner.
Okay.
Whoever guessed the 387 Facebook user, shoot me an email at support@highnoongame.com, and we'll get you set up. Rad, pick a number 1 through 3.
I'm going to go with 3.
All right, so 3. So that's the Buckaroo Posse Pledge Posse. So you got yourself for free, no cost, a Buckaroo. So email me support@highnoongame. We will when the game's all produced, we'll get that sent out specifically toward to you. So thanks for playing. I don't know if you're in Iceland or not, but we're enjoying High Noon in Iceland right now. Go ahead, Rad. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So, congratulations, Facebook user, with your guess of 387. I would have never. That's super random. Good for you. So we're playing the lawman. I'm playing as the lawman, and the lawmen are a 2-person posse. They are very, very powerful. But the issue is you have to be careful because the card distribution, if you lose one of the characters, gets really hairy. Because you're going to have a certain distribution of each character's card in your hand. So I was playing it safe in my jail while everybody else killed each other. And so it gets to like round 4?
Yeah, it was about 4 or 5.
Yeah, 4 or 5. So round 4 or 5 comes around and I'm like, this is my time. I'm going to bust out the windows. No one will see this coming. I'm going to bust out the windows and I'm going to attack everyone. I'm going to attack Jason in particular.
Yeah, I was playing the Rough Riders, Colonel Benjamin Righteous Rogers and the Rough Riders, and I was in the middle of a pretty hairy attack, taking it from 2 different sides.
Yeah, so Jason's out fighting in the street, getting murdered, and I'm like, you know what? This is a great
I
opportunity.
think I lost 2 of my Rough Riders at this point.
Right. So I'm thinking to myself, this is a great opportunity for me to finish this guy, at least 1 character off, and I'll be able to get gold for doing damage and gold for taking a character. He's weakened. I'm going to pounce. So I jump out both windows of the jail. I get into the fray. Jason's turn comes around. He goes into my jail with his Rough Riders, the remaining 3 Rough Riders.
I had to use the tactical advantage.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Because I was too far away from the jail to get there off normal movement. But Colonel Rogers has a tactical advantage, which gives him an extra movement.
Yeah, that's the thing. So I hadn't anticipated. I had forgotten that he had tactical advance in his card. And what tactical advance does is it allows the Rogers Rangers to be able to, after their movement phase, get a free action for movement. And I hadn't calculated that in my planning. So I see him finish moving, and I'm like, well, no problem. But he plays the card. It's a free action. He goes into my jail, blocks me out. Now, instead of him taking the brunt from 2 sides that I had hoped to capitalize on, I end up being the one getting murdered in the street, and I can't get back into my jail because he's blocked all the entrances. So I'm coming in late to that question, but that's one of the times that we talk about in our game play testing that was really a memorable moment. So anyway, I'm excited. And that's really one of the things that I love about High Noon is that High Noon has. It has a lot of, it's seemingly simple. It's kind of like chess, right? It's seemingly simple. Each character does X. But the thing that's really amazing about High Noon is that the nuance, the situational opportunities that you have to apply these nuances across different scenarios is really where the game becomes endlessly replayable. One of the things that I really love about High Noon, and the reason why the value of the Buckaroo and all-in pledges is yes, there are more assets that you get, but another thing, and this is something that you guys will understand once you start playing the game, is the opportunities for that nuance become super varied. There's all this additional layers of posses, card distributions, loot decks that change things. You can be on Skid Row. There are multiple times where I've been losing the whole game till the 8th or 9th round. I'll make it to loot, and that loot change, or I'll pick up somebody's dropped loot, and it'll change the gameplay dynamics. And in the last 3 rounds, I'll win the game. It really is one of those things that, thanks to Jason, who has excellently gone through and checked the balance of every posse, every asset, the distribution and statistical likelihood that you're going to pick that asset up, and how that affects gameplay. You guys, when Dwight says I sung his accolades, Jason and I spent quite a bit of time talking about the mathematics behind game theory. And one of the things that we really try to do a great job of with High Noon for you guys is to make sure that when you play the game, you're never left thinking that we didn't do due diligence on making sure that every posse against every other posse was perfectly balanced and had a chance to win against, or some competitive edge against every posse. That's one of the things that I think is really, and I recognize it's difficult to communicate that in a short amount of time we have in a Kickstarter, but we really did a lot of work to make sure that every time you play High Noon, it's a different game. Every time you play High Noon, you uncover a new layer of nuance that you hadn't seen before.
Yeah, every posse has a strength and weakness too, and that's where the loot decks get really kind of interesting.
Yeah,
because you've got a player who's high on attack, high in defense. You hit one of those loot crates, and all of a sudden you've got defense cards in there.
Right.
And it's like you've got a nice way to show up your weakness.
Yeah, and even your action plans. Sean can tell you, Jason can tell you, when you have an action plan in your head, you have a strategy that you're thinking about, and you get stuck with some delaying tactic. Somebody plays a loot card that changes your ability to operate, or they pick up something that would devastate you if you attack them in this phase. Keep in mind, your card deck is changing every 3 rounds. You're completely moving through an entire card deck. So your strategy has to be, what cards do I hold on to? What cards do I discard? It's a dynamic experience. And I'm really, really, really proud of what High Noon is at this stage.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
One of the exciting things about the card decks and the change is you've got cards that can be played in combination. So when I played the Abernathy Gang, I loved playing the Firebomb and the Mistmaker at the same time. So it's like you set the building on fire, what one of the Bush Rangers does, and then Nelson drops his Mistmaker, so you're now undercover.
Yeah.
So you're causing all kinds of damage, and you can't be attacked for 2 rounds, basically. Pine Box Pete is another just absolutely fabulous hand to play with.
Yeah. Sean had a point.
Yeah, what's interesting with High Noon, as opposed to other games that I've played, is that like when people are like the memories that you have of the game, like when I look back at my childhood, my family played Monopoly a lot, right? So my memories are always just associated around the people in the event, but I don't recall who landed on Park Place or who went bankrupt first. But when you go back and recall High Noon, it's not just the peripheral of the people that you are playing with, but we always talk about the actual scenarios. Like, this happened and that happened. Same thing. You're so built up into that action that even if you lose, you don't feel like you really lost, because you do, but you still want to wait to see what happens, because if that one guy kills you, you want him dead. You don't want to. It's not like you bust out of Monopoly and then you go have a beer and watch the rest of the game or something like that.
Or you flip the Monopoly table over and say, "Forget it, Grandma."
I forget that after 3 hours of play. It's tremendously interesting. I'm going to introduce another member of our team.
Becky.
one of our head designers.
Costume.
I feel like we've been pranked. They're like, hey, we're gonna get these costumes. It's gonna be this amazing thing. We show up like this, and then these guys are like, whatever. Going to the gas station. Whatever.
Well, coronavirus put a huge damper on our ability to source costumes. I'm super impressed with I love your guys' costumes. You guys look amazing.
Where'd you get this stuff from?
All over.
She pieced it together.
Yeah.
She's like amazing with this one. When we had a Halloween party last year, and I know this ain't about High Noon, but whatever. We're gonna be talking for like 24 hours. Hey, Angel's on. Angel's a member of our team.
Hey, Angel.
She's out in the Philippines doing some amazing things for us and other businesses that we have and whatnot.
We're talking about the Halloween party.
We did a Halloween party. She decided it was gonna be Tim Burton themed. Yo, the whole house was looking like Tim Burton, even down to the bathroom. Like we have a bathroom on the second floor. So when you open the door, it was like Beetlejuice with the brick wall. When you knock on the brick wall and the door opens up, and then there's all that blue light, dude, green light or whatever. She recreated that. She remember the statues in Beetlejuice that were like walking around, that went. She made it. She took like cardboard and like recreated these things to the fact where I was like, oh my God, like people were asking to have it. It was amazing. She's amazingly good at this stuff.
Thank you.
It's amazing how many people don't play Monopoly the right way. Everyone talks about 3 hours. Yes,
Yeah.
Matt, I am a huge. I think most gamers are sticklers for rules and understanding it. And Monopoly is such a fun game, in my opinion. If you actually play by the rules, there's a little bit more strategy involved with it. There's and it's more intense because there's not this influx of money that's creating this artificial inflation in the game that you got to be able to compete against. So yeah, a lot of people goof up Monopoly, and they shouldn't, but they do anyways. Was the video feed interrupted? Maybe. I mean, we're working on different internet connections, right? So we have a connection up here. They're down in Florida. Everybody's got their own individual connection, so it's very possible that it might have been interrupted. Oh, look at that. Margaret has some nice things to say.
Oh,
So
thanks.
it's all talented. So let me get this updated here. So Rad, want to talk about your role on the High Noon team? So what do you do? What do you got going on?
Well, besides having the most epic mustache of the team, so my role in the company is operations. So part of the thing that we benchmarked for High Noon was making sure that the quality that we benchmark and the delivery times that we benchmark and all the things that are on the back end of what the user experience is were handled properly. So I have a background in production in China. We've gone and stayed. When we go to China, we'll spend a month at a time there, just spending time at the factory, working through the prototyping process, making sure that the product meets our required envelope. And it's in manufacturing, if it's not specified, it's left up to the manufacturer. And with High Noon, we wanted to make sure that the actual manufacturing of it conformed very tightly to our quality standards. Because what we want, we want this game to last, like to Dwight's point, 10, 20 years from now, when you go into your game room and your game stash, we want to be able to, when you pull that game out and you slide the top off and you look at what's inside it, we wanted to make sure that that the quality of the game holds up for extended use, and for especially some of our backers, our adopters who are going to be using this game for tournament purposes, the game's got to hold up. So what I've been doing for the last 2 years is making sure that the relationships that we have with our manufacturing side, the relationships that we have with the vendors that we're using, and our structure are all very solid, and making sure that when it comes time to deliver on your pledges, that we're able to do that at a high level. So, my role is basically making sure the financial planning is done correctly, the manufacturing and timetables, quality control protocols are in place, that we communicated this clearly to the manufacturers. I'm very excited. I know that stuff it's not sexy, for lack of a better term, but it's really the bedrock that makes the game, something that lasts. And we really want this game.
I would like to argue that while operations may seemingly be not sexy, I think the man that's doing the operations is quite sexy. It's that stat.
Listen, I went to go get a haircut, and the guy goes, please let me trim your mustache. I said, well, don't trim it too much, because I wanted a bushy, caterpillar up there, and he trimmed it a little too much, but it's no big deal. Thank you for saying something.
This is literally the first. I've never had a goatee. I'm 40. I turned 41 next month. I've never had a goatee ever in my life. and I understand why. I mean, this just looks like I just been eating a bowl of dirt. I just got caught doing something really nasty. That's what this looks like. Yeah, I think I do this and then just do just have the. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Should I shave?
We should.
Should I shave? Let me go shave. You want to talk to these people? No, I shouldn't.
So we want to make sure that we are very, very grateful. We're humbled by your support, and we want to make sure that we over deliver on our commitment to you guys. And you guys should know that we've been there, we've done that when it comes to manufacturing overseas. Not just, and we have several different options for manufacturing. We have quite a few multi-tiered solutions for that kind of thing, because we want to make sure that you guys, when we say we're going to deliver at a certain time, that we're able to do that. And like I said, we have an excellent team on that in that regard. As far as making sure that our CFO, making sure that our financial planning is rock solid, absolutely top notch in every regard. So that's my role in the team. I'm not as photogenic, and I have a little bit of social anxiety when it comes to being on camera. But just know that we really wanted to make sure that if you guys trusted us with your pledge, that we were going to deliver at a very high level, not just for this Kickstarter, but for everything that we make with regard to High Noon from now on in the future, that you can trust that it's going to be executed at a high level.
Yeah, I mean that's huge. I mean, talking like when we went into this thing, it was super important that we had a backer-oriented community. So this wasn't one of these things where we just told you what you're going to get and you're going to get it. We have been responsive the entire time. We were about 90% done going into the thing, and it's you guys with the different feedback and all that other stuff that helped us to really bring it out to where it is now. My role. I'm mostly in charge of the marketing. So when you see all the social media, when you see all the memes, that's me. You're literally talking to me. My day is spent talking with you guys pretty much the entire time. Just doing all that other stuff. This one over here, she's in charge of all the design. So she's created the box. So, that awesome wood box that we have for the game. She designed that. The rule book's been designed. The entire pledge page, when you're looking at that, that's all her. She's been doing this stuff for I don't know. She's which is what, 6 years ago. Then we'll say, look at that. Nice. That's called brownie points right there. That's High Noon brownie points. Got a question. Will I be able to play with a one-team player with them having a good experience?
Can I speak on that?
Hold on. Let me. There was another question before that got lost in all the comments when I did when I had everybody start guessing numbers. So let me hit on that one first. The question was, if I have people over, is it relatively easy for can we just get a game going on the fly? Oh, yeah. To that I say absolutely. This is a game. What's interesting with High Noon is that the greatest, not the greatest, but an analogy that I commonly use is that it's relatively, it's similar to chess, where it's like if you're learning to play chess, the rules of chess are fairly simple. This player moves like this player moves like that. You can learn chess in real time, in a real time environment, just by remembering which moves are need to be made, and certainly you can remember it thereafter. But however, it's the strategy that's involved that really makes the determining factor of whether you're a novice player or a world-class particular type of player. And that's one, not even joking a little bit. That's 100% the type of environment that we've created. So yeah, have your friends over. They can all dive in. They don't even have to read the rules. As long as one person knows the rules and you start playing, the actions are pretty similar of nature. It's all the little nuances. Can I shoot through a wall, or what does cover do that you might need to know about? But from there, not a big deal. But go ahead, Rad. Can you speak on the existing question?
Yeah, so that was actually one of the things that we wanted to make sure we built into the game. So in order to do that, I've got my young children. I've got a 9 and a 10-year-old and a 14-year-old. that I wanted to, after we got the game up and running, could I throw them into the game and have them have a good time? That was one of the things that early on, we wanted to make sure that even somebody who was just there for game night could play the game and wouldn't be, overwhelmed with information. So to your question, Stephen, we built it so a 9 or 10-year-old could pick it up and play it and actually participate. And in fact, my 14-year-old has multiple times slain everyone on the board with Zorik. So that's his favorite character. And yeah, he picked it up within 3 games, was winning against all of us. So, and we've played it hundreds and hundreds of times. So yes, you can introduce somebody to it in about 10 minutes, explain some of the movement, the movement rules, some of the card rules, and they're up and running.
Yeah, especially in the core game.
Yeah, I suck at the game. I love it. I have a great time at it. What happens is I have too much fun with it, because I'll get into the role play of the characters and whatnot. And what me and her do is we actually play a 4-player variant of the game.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll be 2 posses, she'll be 2 posses, and we rotate around the table drinking wine and all that other stuff, making these moves independent. However, I try to be fair with it. She doesn't be fair with it. So like, for instance, if I'm playing like the Native American posse versus our outlaws, right? The Maquaw versus who's the other? Colonel Rogers. I will favorably allow them to attack each other. You think she would do that? No, she lets my guys fight each other out, and then she comes in and then cleans house.
Oh man,
so
good.
It's whatever.
I always play the Leroy gang and then the Lawman, and I'm really good at it.
I also want to say, I know this is a little premature because we're not quite high noon yet in Mexico, but happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody that
Cinco de Mayo
margarita on this fine day. I should probably swing out and we should probably grab a little margarita mix for later. Yeah,
we can do that.
Yeah, do that. All right, it's definitely some wine or something like that. I'm so glad it's finally May 5th, so I can back this game, and you guys have been following High Noon for a couple months. That's awesome. I promise you this: I am more excited about the community of players that we're building more so than the game and anything else. I mean, I want to play with you guys. I feel like there's relationships that have already been developed over these last few months because we really started marketing back in January, whatnot. So when this is all done, let us know where you guys are. We're not going to be able to go to the Gen Cons and all those other festivals or anything like that this year because all that stuff is being, for the most part, being shut down. But what we intend to is these game stores start opening back up. We want to be able to take the game on a tour there to these larger cities where our people are. Come on in and play with us so you can see how the game works, support your local people, and all that other good stuff from there. So appreciate you, Juan. Does the high tier come with a smaller 2-player map too, or can you move 2 players on a bigger map, of course, with more movement? Yeah, I mean, so you can have yes, if you want to have a huge map where there's just 2 players on it, you could certainly do that. The map is scalable. We do have some predefined ideas of how we want the map set up, but you're not bound to that by any means whatsoever. So ideally, you would want to have the scale of the map in direct association with the amount of players that are in the game, right? Because if you have that huge of a map, it's going to take 10 minutes just to get to each other. While in this, if you look at Sweetwater Gulch on tier 1, right away within the first moves, there can already be, usually everybody goes and gets the loot crate, raids the loots. But after the loots have been raided, it's immediately into the firefight. There's no build up. It's not like this, everybody's setting up and then there's this grand showdown. Man, it's intense right away. And it really sucks when you're like what Rad was talking about, when you're having these players and you have this strategy and you start building it up. And if your character dies as part of that strategy, that really sucks because then now you have to change the variance of that stuff. So it's a really dynamic game where you have to be thinking about aggression. You have to be thinking about defensively literally at the same time, because each card is an attack and defense.
Yeah.
So sometimes if you're getting attacked, you just have to take it. Just say, you know what, I'm going to accept this as is because I want to be able to, to get things done that we need to get done here. As long as there is a saloon beat midway, I don't mind traveling. That's actually a good idea. I mean, in our town, we have the Red Rock. I mean, we live in Milwaukee. I'm sure this is true of that's actually a really good idea.
That is.
We could go to bars and bars. We'll split it. We'll have the tournament at the game store, and then we can go celebrate at the local Western bar and have more games and all that other stuff from there. But yeah, talking about tournaments, I mean, that's something that we definitely want to have structure. We're going to be putting together a website where we're going to have sanctioned and regulated tournaments so people can then battle each other out and have a ladder ranking system, all that other good fun stuff, associated with it. Let's see what we else got going on here. I would like to play some trivia. Is anybody down to play some trivia? This is a group participation. I'm gonna get Jackbox games rolling up, so you are able to play. You're able to play from a device. So if you're watching on any particular screen, you'll need to whatever. You'll see what I'm talking about when we get to that.
That's a good comment.
Oh, there we go. So convince me to get High Noon if I already have Western Legends. Okay. If Western Legends and High Noon are two complete different games, and so I appreciate the question, and I will answer it. But it would be very similar of saying, and don't it's like saying, convince me to watch Tombstone because I've watched The Outlaw of Josie Wales. Right, it's similar in that particular type. Two different types of movies, all set in the same universe. So Western Legends is a great game in and of its own right. You can move around, build things up, all that good stuff. It's not the intensity of the shootout that High Noon is. High Noon is really restricted to the shootout. So it's intense. You got miniatures moving around all the place. You're playing cards and drawing cards. It's incredibly strategic. Incredible high level of playability, and you're able to recreate the game how you want. So if with the board, you're going to have tiles. So while again, we're going to have a predetermined way that we say, hey, this is how we balanced everything, you can do whatever it is that you want. A common way of playing is that the players each take turns putting down the tiles to be able to create that environment that there is. So if you're asking me what one of the biggest, I don't want to knock Western Legends because I don't think that we compete directly against them where I have to, you own both, but if you're looking for a more of a high intense experience of a gunfight, you're going to be looking at High Noon over Western Legends, but really buy both. They're both great games. Let me get this set up here. I'll have everybody look at me, so then those guys have. So logistic wise, when you guys are chit chatting and you see this screen, just know that that's my indication that we're segueing, and then of course, then if it's just on me, we're good to go from that particular perspective. But let me get this Jackbox game going here. All right, let me look for that. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It's a Steam game. All right. So was Avalon Hill's Gunslinger a design influence? I'm gonna let Dwight, when Dwight gets back, that's a really good question for Dwight to ask. We have artists that are in there. What we've done is we gave the artists all of our different concepts. Say, hey, we want Zork to look like this. We want this guy to look like that. So there wasn't any one particular thing that we went after as a means of a design influence. We just as well like to think that it was an original design influence coming from McCall and all of our other designers from their artistic standpoint, right? Are there things that we modeled after? Yes, but that's more or less from more of a mythology. Not mythology, that's not the right word. A methodology, as opposed to like the intricacy that, oh, this guy had a monocle, so we're gonna have a monocle. I think a lot of the influences are coming from different characters now of all types of different spaces. Like Abernathy is blatantly in reference and homage to Ned Kelly, right? Zorik is very much in line with Nikola Tesla on the potential of what that man could have been, and on all that other good stuff, from that perspective. But let me get this Steam game going here. We can play some live games here. You guys setting up over there? All right, there we go.
They're going to be doing
So I got some time.
Yeah, you got time. So,
Oh, they're doing it right now. Okay, so I got about 15 minutes. So, cool.
so Graham says I got to disappear for a couple hours. I foster special need kids and need to do the school runs. I'll be back later. Oh, Graham, love you.
Why don't you use the other earpiece I have? Sync it up to your phone, and then just jump in. You can either use a call-in link. You can use the call-in link to jump in on your phone, but just don't use the camera. I don't know. Or just listen on the live stream that's being broadcast, and it'll be a little bit behind, but you'll at least be able to know what's going on. Sure. Where's the other headset?
somebody asked if we.
Howdy, and welcome to Lie Swatter, the massive true or false trivia game. We can accommodate a huge number of players in a game. It's fun for just one player, but more fun with 100.
All right, so to play, you go to jackbox.tv, type in your name and your room code, the room code that we have, and then you're in. When you enter in, be careful not to hit everybody's in until we get other people all set up for it. Once we get a couple players in there, we'll play the trivia game. You can play at home whenever you want. I'll play along if you don't want to actually enter it, I mean. All right, let's see. Let's get one more player in there, and then we get this started.
I haven't used them, so they should
All right, there we go.
All right then, before we get started, don't forget, new players can go to this website and enter this room code to join the game at any time. Let's proceed. You're going to see 7 crazy facts pulled from these fact categories. The president of Spain is not allowed to make more than minimum wage. Use your device to pick whether you think the fact is true or a lie. Individual ketchup packets were invented during the Civil War.
That's one of those things that sounds so obscure that it's probably true.
Nixon once broke into the Duke Law School dean's office to obtain his grades. It is illegal to own a pet hamster in Vietnam.
You gonna play for me? I gotta get I gotta I don't know. I think he's crazy, but I don't think he's that crazy. All right. I got it.
End of round one.
Aw, snap. All right, Matt. All right.
I'm so bad at trivia. So bad. Makos. Oh my gosh, we had those in the house growing up. Awesome job, Matt. Holy crap. I am not on the list at all.
For the final round, all the facts will be about one category. That category is real currency. Which of these symbols
armor. He's also going to be like up the table. And then
And Matt
Let's
wins
see the
again.
final scores.
Wow, guys. Matt Manko, you guys did awesome.
Yeah, that
One.
Where are we?
We're not. Oh, wait, were we on?
Should we do it again? Let's do one more of this. So do new players to allow more people to join in.
It's time for another game of Lie Swatter.
And then when we get to
All right.
You're going to see 7 crazy facts pulled from the following fact
it's fine.
categories.
It's just keeping the same thing. So that's fine. I'll just keep doing it. We're good.
Betty White played the first prostitute on television in an episode of Gunsmoke.
else who's been a disarm for it, but
Sure.
Do you have a Qi charger anywhere?
what?
A wireless charger?
Again. Hey, look, we got Forrest.
Here are your new fact categories.
should be a lie. Yeah. Yeah, buddy.
Still doing trivia?
I'll be honest, that might not be thought right now. It's just that I won't have to worry about doing Kickstarter planning anymore.
Kickstarter.
I won't have to worry about doing Kickstarter planning anymore.
Good message. Daily communicating protocols or so.
And Matt wins again. Look at that. You are like the genius here.
All right, so this one. Hold on.
For the
Keep
final
going.
round, all the facts will be about one category. That category is Grammy-winning songs. Which of these songs really won Grammys, and which ones are lies? Rebecca Black's Friday. Sir Mix-a-Lot's Baby Got Back.
Hey, I was the fastest that time.
Yeah, buddy.
Hanson's Bop. Baha Men's Who Let the Dogs Out.
We're gonna. I saved it.
Of course it is. Oh.
Yeah. your side. This is my side.
Okay.
Oh, you people. You guys want to play a game though? Do you want to play? So I feel like we're missing a proxy, but I guess I could remove one of them. Oh. You sure I can make you guys?
It was for optics. So
Yeah.
when you're not sitting there. I can show you my spreadsheet later.
Taking a look at that.
I'll be like, why are you doing this in Excel?
Yeah. Oh. Thank you, Joy.
All right, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think I had my microphone on mute because I'm not the smartest guy in the world. Monko,
Yeah.
if you could, you win. So if you could send us an email to support@highnoongame.com, we'll go ahead and we can get you set up. All right. So you qualify for the Buckaroo Pledge Posse. Becky randomly drew 1 through 3. 2 was for the Buckaroo Pledge, so you should be good to go.
That gives you the whole core game.
Yeah, that gives you the full core game. All right, so what do we got going on here? We're getting ready to do a live play test.
We're going to be doing play tests all day long.
Okay, cool.
Let me see here. Can you hear me from this? Is this okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay. No.
In the meantime, we could admire my.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was just
Yeah.
looking at your amazing salt and pepper, dirty Fu Manchu.
Well, their game playing.
I was not made for facial hair.
Well, their game playing. We're gonna have some fun.
I'm
with
gonna
this.
shave. I think I'm gonna shave this out and just leave the
We're gonna-
mustache
Brad,
part.
we're gonna give you some competition here for best.
Oh well, you're lucky. You're lucky that you guys didn't see this yesterday, because yesterday it was like full bore caterpillar.
Can we? Is it possible that we can move the camera in closer to the game?
Yeah, I'll see if we can do that. Dwight, is there any way we can move the camera? Bill Sjolander is asking if we can get the camera closer to the game.
There's going to be other cameras we're plugging in. That's not what this is. This is
Yeah.
a setup.
Okay.
Bill, we're going to get other cameras to bear on the game so you get a better angle. Okay.
Got it. Time for another drawing, or did I miss it? Yeah, Steve, we just did a live trivia where Monko won himself a Buckaroo Pledge, but at the top of the hour again, I think we'll be celebrating somewhere in the middle of the ocean, past New Zealand, another high noon, and we'll get it strapping from there. So Dwight, here's some curiosity. Can you hear me? Can Dwight hear me?
Was that
Yeah, no, I just wanted you to take a few minutes and just explain like how you came up with the concept and game design, in terms of the mechanics of the game. What was your thought
Sure.
process coming through that?
Yeah, so I was during the break. I was harkening back to the question of what was the game that I brought into the. I couldn't remember the name of it. So the game was called Epic Duels, and it was a Star Wars property, and it basically pit all these different characters in Star Wars against each other, in like imagine a universe where you could have Boba Fett and Jango Fett going up against Darth Vader, who could be teaming up with Luke Skywalker. Like it was like the possibilities were endless. It was really cool. And at its core, there was dice involved, but I liked the idea of sorry, I'm cooking breakfast, so I'm trying to listen to make sure that nothing's lighting on fire while I'm talking to you. Okay. So the thing I really liked about it was that it had these cards that were attack and defense, and you could use it for either. And so that was pretty much it. I mean, that's what I really liked about it. It was very simple. There was dice involved. I wasn't a fan of that. But I liked that piece of it. And so when I went looking for it and it wasn't around and it was out of print, and I think that you had to buy a copy of like $200, I was like, man, this sucks. Really just want to play this. I really just want to have like this kind of experience. So I sat down and I was like, what if we made it? What if we brought it back to life? But what if it wasn't Star Wars? You know, obviously I don't want to get sued. So that's kind of where I sat. That's where it started. It started at, let's bring this very simplistic approach of a board game back that had this mechanic of a card that had attack and defense. But I didn't like the dice aspect, and I didn't want dice to be involved in the game whatsoever. So I had to overcome that. I had to figure out how do we replace the dice with some other kind of randomization, and that just kind of started the journey toward what it became. The first time we played, when we were talking about loot, when they were talking about loot and how loot can make a character who's defensive in nature can make them aggressive in nature, but defensive character loots a crate and it has like a shotgun in it. Now they're a tank. That kind of arose when I was creating these different posses, and they're balanced, or initially balanced by their size and play styles and whatever. So if you have like the Hermanos or the Leroy gang, there's like 5 characters, but most of them are pretty weak. But it's strength in numbers. What we ended up, but the problem was throughout time, it was like a lot of the characters. It ended up, a lot of the characters were, I don't want to say they were too weak, but when players like some players, it's a challenge to wrap their head around that. And so how do you adjust that? And that's when I thought, well, what if there was loot? What do you put stuff on the ground that they could pick up that could enhance what they were, And so a weak character with few hit points might be able to pull, I don't know, a steel chest plate that would give them some armor, keep them alive a little bit longer. But then I didn't want it to be something where it was like they get to choose what that is right away, because then everybody would just choose strong characters. So I wanted a randomization, a little bit of luck factor in there. So that created the loop, and then it just kind of evolved from there. And then I was thinking, the thing about Epic Duels that I was like, it was such a great concept. It had so much potential, but it died. And I don't know why it died, but my theory is it died because they just had one box. It was one box, one set. It was these set group of teams, and that was it. And there would never be any more. And it's like you had this massive universe to play with, and that's what you did. Like that's where you ended it. And there's actually there was this really bustling community of fans of the game who had created these other conceptual teams. Like they were expanding the universe. They were like, if you're not going to do it, we will. And I was like, that's a community that right there is a community that's asking for something. And so that's where I thought, what if there was a game that just was constantly being expanded upon, but it was modular, you didn't need it, but it expanded, and the universe itself expanded. And then what if you had, like, instead of a fixed map, what if you had like these little tiles that you could create different maps, and no map was the same, and then every experience was different. So, I mean, I guess the best way to describe it, to summarize it, is just like a concept formed out of a napkin scribble, just a bunch of different thoughts, and then playing it out and seeing how it worked, and then finding what didn't, and then seeing how to fix that. The first time we played, okay, then I'll wrap it up with this. The first time we played the game as a test, there were no loot crates. The posses were kind of sloppy, and the game lasted. It was like 5 hours, and it was so slow. It was a disaster. It was boring. And I walked away kind of feeling defeated. Like, what did we do? What did I just do? Is this to quote Luke Skywalker, what a piece of junk, But then we went back to the drawing board, and we said, okay, well, what was it? What was it that drug it out? What were the things that made it slow? And then we just evolved it from there.
All right, looks like we got another question here. I think my question may have disappeared. Have you thought about possibly giving away some of the prototype game pieces autographed as prizes for early backers, etc.?
That's funny. No, we've not thought. I haven't thought about that. Though there was a time where I had just moved from our initial, when we played the first game, the first prototype of the game. The first prototype of the game was with no images. The board was entirely cardboard. It was just black and white grid, orange squares marked where something was, but you didn't see what it was. There was no markings as to what there were no, like, the buildings, there was no buildings, there was no jail, there was no bank. It was just like grays and reds and grid. The cards themselves just had names and numbers on them. There was nothing. There was literally nothing to the game. It was strictly mechanics. And so we played that forever. Like, that was the longest iteration of the game, until we started to get artwork from the artists, and I started replacing, and I started creating, the card designs and stuff. And I remember one time I came in with some of the new graphic cards, and I was cutting them to create the decks, and I was replacing the old stuff with the new stuff. And I'm sitting there with Rad, and like, to me, it's all trash. It's garbage. So I just go to throw it away. He's like, dude, don't throw that away. Like, that's we want to be able to look back at that and say, that's where this all began. And I was like,
history, man.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. So I haven't thought about giving it away, but having said that, this is, I do have, speaking of a prototype, I mean, we could, this is a prototype, if I can talk about it. This is a prototype of the stand. This is the day one. This is what backers of today will get this with their pledges. This is a stand for the, can you guys see that?
Yeah, it looks great. It looks awesome.
Yes. So this is, and it's incomplete, and it's all broken and stuff. Like, cause I went to cure it, and the sun, when it was curing, it started warping the stuff. So I was like,
we wouldn't
see
it on our end. So.
Well, what I'm saying, I guess, was like, so if I don't know if you can see it, but I started screwing it in to flatten it out, and then like it started chipping and breaking, and like pieces are falling all over the place, and I'm like, oh no. And so I like super glued it all together. But if somebody wants this and wants to pay money for me to sign it, sure. Why not? But yeah, this is so for you guys though. This is, and it's unfinished. There's actually supposed to be a tree right over here, which is I didn't print the supports properly. It breaks down into 14 pieces. They're very easy to put together. Okay. Despite this was a rough print. I threw it together in a couple days, and you will not have to print this yourself. This will come pre-manufactured from a manufacturer, in industry created, not by me. So it won't look artsy craftsy. It'll look beautiful when it gets to you. Excellent. And the pieces will be nice and clean. It's very, very easy to put together. That's why I told the guy who was cutting it up, I said, I want it to be like a Loctite, like very like a kid could just snap it together. So I think it's like 14 pieces total, and it's. I mean, yeah, even in this state, I love it. I'm in love with it. I can't wait to paint it, which will happen.
That's awesome. We can't wait to see that. So somebody is asking where Jason Smith is. Also, does the all-in include the minis? Yes, it sure does.
Jason, you're being conjured.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jason was taking
Yes.
a break, a much deserved break.
I gave up caffeine once. It was the longest hour of my life. What do we got?
Oh, he was just they just want to see your handsome mug.
Oh yeah. Here.
Just missed you. They missed
Yes,
you.
the all includes the minis.
So the question was, does the all-in include the minis? So yes, it does. And in fact, it includes 12 passes.
Anonymous Facebook user is, because they're now my number one. They're now my favorite fan, whoever they are.
Yeah. So yeah, the all-in tier includes the minis. Fairly certain every tier
It has
will include the
Yeah, the base tier includes the minis as well.
yeah, you can
It's a
check out-
minis game.
yeah. So every tier includes 4 more passes. So the first, wait, can we hear me? Okay.
Sorry,
You guys-
no, I think Jason's on a lag.
Oh,
So
okay. All right. So each tier includes minis. There's 4 posses in the first tier, and then you add 4 more for the second tier, so 8 posses, and then the all-in includes all 12 posses. So it's quite a lot of minis.
yeah, there's 14. I believe there's 14 miniature characters in the core game, 28 in tier 2, and then unless is Abernathy in tier 2? Forgive me, I'm not the
Abernathy is in. It's in 3.
Tier-
Yeah, he's in 3.
Yeah, typically.
Okay, yeah, so 28 minis in tier 2, and then a ton in tier 3.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. I'm excited because we've only had the core game prototype, which has been good and bad because I have been playing the Leroy Gang and the Lawman like religiously. So I'm really good with those characters. So it's interesting because Sean wants to play and he's just like, well, do you guys want to do Warband or what? And I'm like, no, I want to stick to mine because I'm really good with them. But I know I need to like learn how to play other posses, It's hard because you get skilled when you stick to one.
That's that's the point. I mean, honestly, Beck, that's not the wrong. That is the way to play the game. You find the posse that speaks to you and play it. I know there was a guy in the group who was, I can't afford to jump in at this, and buy all this stuff, buy everything. I want to buy everything, and I can't buy everything. And I know I'm going to suck at my salesmanship here, but I told him, I was like, not everything is going to speak to you.
Yeah.
It may speak to you bring a group of people together, and there's definitely going to be something for everybody. But the whole point of these posses is each one is designed to speak to somebody. And so if you found that posse that speaks to you, stick with it. Though you may find yourself, I don't know, pleasantly surprised by another posse. I'll send you guys some more expansions to mess around.
Yeah, that would be great because I'd love to try some of the new ones, especially the Bandero Blondes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll shoot you. I'll send that to you.
But we have a lot of fun with it because we just have the core game. So we play. I'll play 2. He plays 2. We work our way around the table, and honestly, that's a lot of fun. It really is.
And the banderos are hard to play. That's the kind of thing that there's only a couple of posses that are designed for basically like turn off your brain and just go. The banderos are very highly specialized because you've got a sniper, two shotgunners, and then your pistolier, and each type has like a purpose. Your sniper is to control the field, like control where people move, block off areas with her line of sight.
Yeah.
But people get too close to her and she's a goner. The shotgun girls, the actual Bandero blondes, they're good in close range, but getting into close range is the challenge, and they're also pretty weak. So you got to protect them with Bonnie. She's the commando. And so a lot of people think, well, I'll just run out. These girls got shotguns. I'll just run out. And then they just get obliterated. It's very difficult to win with the Banderas, but when you do, it's very rewarding.
That's awesome. I can't wait to try that one out. We have another really good question here from Juan. What has been the easiest part of development of High Noon? And then also, what has been the hardest?
You want to take that?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Jason. You're up. Did you want to answer?
Sorry, I'm apologize. I'm running on about a 4-second delay here on the sound, guys. So if we're off a little bit here, just bear with us.
Yeah, it's gonna be sloppy, but this is how we do.
Yeah. So I was still hearing Becky in my ear there.
Oh.
The easiest part, I don't know if it's the easiest part, but my favorite part, the part that I enjoy the most, is just sitting around talking with Dwight about what we want to do with the player. Where's that posse going? So we were talking about Father Franklin.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, what's his backstory? And it's like, okay, he's basically a defrocked priest, but he's really doing the Lord's work, and he's kind of been kicked out by the corrupt religious organization. So, what's his tile going to look like then? And we're still in development of it, but we came up with the idea of kind of a burned out chapel. A hole blown in the wall from the attacks. Pews missing, that kind of stuff. So obviously there's been a battle that's been going on there. But we're also talking about, we put a lot of effort into the details. So even getting down to like, what color is this car going to be? And it's like, well, what kind of colors do you have with the clergy? Decided that he's doing the Lord's work, so we're going to go with purple for the background of the car. So that I don't know if that's necessarily the easiest part, but that's definitely the most fun.
Yeah.
The hardest part is definitely the mathematical modeling behind it.
Yeah.
With the game, we are looking at probably about 70 or so expansion packs, and making sure that all of those expansion packs work with the core game, and that we're expanding out the way we want, but also developing what in game theory we would call a top cycle set. So we have to make sure that any given posse can either lose to or win against any other given posse. And it's like when you get those numbers out, you're talking about 70 factorial. So you're talking about literally millions upon millions of different combinations of posses. So there's a lot of hours spent. I've got a day job as well, like most of us in development here. So, I spent a lot of evenings getting home at 5, 6 o'clock. Grabbing a quick shower and some dinner, and spending 4 hours running through mathematical models on the computer, going, okay, it's like we got a problem here, because this posse is definitely going to slay this posse. Posse A is definitely going to slay Posse B 90% of the time. So we got to change some of that stuff up.
Well, I think all the hard work has really paid off.
Some of that stuff you just don't get until you've actually sat down and play tested the game.
Hold on a second. Sorry, I'm new to stream, so I think I got you up now. No, I was just going to say, you guys have really done a phenomenal job. It's all the hard work and the thoughts and everything has really paid off, because this is a phenomenal game. And it's so much fun. And every time you play is different. You get to make the game what you want. I mean, it's just, I look forward to playing it again.
Yeah.
Well, but I do not have a prototype here anymore. So.
It's this people may hear that and go, well, the same can be said for any game. Like every game is different every time you play it. And you may, and then I would be like, well, I mean, come on, and you play Risk, everybody goes to Australia, unless you're playing the future Risk where you don't want to do that, then you just go to the moon. But it is true. Like every game has the potential to be entirely different from the other, not just in the way you play it, but in the way you set it up. Because the map can be entirely unique and entirely different. And then you lay down the loot crates, and the loot crates, the disbursement of the loot crates is entirely different. And then where you place them is entirely different. And they're not just about looting, like you can hide behind them. They're actually physical pieces within the map that affect the actual like firing and maneuvering and everything as well. So then that becomes a differential. Then the cards that you draw are different. You know, when you're drawing your hand, and then when you actually loot the crates, you're not guaranteed to loot the same item from a crate, even if you loot the same kind of crate. So, you know, I remember the first time I played with the new loot system, the second time. Right before that, I was like, oh man, you know, this would have played out way different if I would have just drawn the explosive rounds. I'm going to play again, and I'm going to go for the explosive rounds. And I went the entire game and never drew the explosive rounds. No matter which crate I went to, I sourced every single one, never drew it. But I drew all these other things, you know, that drastically affected it. We went down and we played, you know, we did another play test night the other night, and with a completely new group of people who'd never played before. And we started with the core game. It was 4 of us, so we played the core game, and it was pretty amazing. It worked out in a way that I'd never seen it played. And then we played a second round. Our 5th player came in, so we're like, okay, let's start again. And I said, all right, guys, it's up in the air. Pick whichever posse you want. And like everybody picked a posse that they wanted, and it was a mix of characters facing each other that I'd never seen face each other. And the result was something that I'd never seen before. And these are people who'd never they played one time and they didn't even finish the game because the 5th player came in at like the 10th turn. So we just closed the game out and started again. And I mean, you had a player who was it was the Bandero Blondes versus Miroslav Zork versus Nelson Abernathy versus Elsu's Warband versus Governor McGrady. Like all of these expansions, and then the natives from the core game. And we played, and like Zork was out there zapping bodies. Ki, like Elsu, this dude, having played the second time he's played, he was the most efficient player of Makwa that I've ever seen. He was using Elsu as a true leader. Kiya was jumping over things and getting in everybody's face and just messing people up. And anytime people tried to get Kiya off of them or shoot Elsu while he was calling orders, this person was having Kayataka run around them and counterattack every single time. Like he had this well played out. He didn't lose a single person until the very end when McGrady's henchman shot Elsu in the head with a repeater rifle with a telescopic scope from the other side of the map. But the point is like the entire game, this guy was just slaying bodies. It didn't matter who went up against him. Even Nelson Abernathy couldn't do anything with him. But then the guy playing Nelson Abernathy was dropping those mist makers and blocking everybody. You had Miroslav Zork was laying out his towers and creating force field walls to protect him, like to keep himself protected from different attacks. The Bandero Blondes like slowly marched out into the field, but they were on the payroll from Governor McGrady, so they were getting gold every single turn. And Governor McGrady was literally playing every player against each other, and they were working with the governor even when the governor was screwing them over. So it was just like true politics. It was probably the most beautiful game I've ever witnessed. It was amazing, and it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. And I've played countless games. You're never guaranteed the same game. Over 3,000.
All right,
One of my favorites here was when we the first time we test played Nelson Abernathy. Your dad was playing Abernathy.
Yes,
and he was absolutely kicking my tail with it.
Yeah, and
it's like I remember texting a friend. I was like, "So, if you're losing a game badly to a posse you designed, is that a good thing or a bad thing?" ... Asking for a friend.
All right, a couple new questions. Will there be options to purchase the posses individually?
Yes, absolutely. The core game, no. Pascagoula, no. But pretty much everything outside of that are designed to be individual posses that you can purchase. The idea is, the vision is, you go to a store and there's just an aisle of nothing but High Noon, and you can just posses and assets and games and galore, just High Noon all the way down, and pick and choose whatever you want.
Shout out to Jonesboro, Arkansas. We see you, man.
And somebody wants to talk a little bit more about Father Franklin.
Okay. So I'll start, and just to give a backstory, and then you can jump in with the mechanics. So Father Franklin is kind of my love letter to Django, because I love Django, and Django. So for those who out there who don't know, he's a classic character played by Franco Nero, and he's this cowboy. He's almost like a Clint Eastwood style man with no name cowboy, except he's got a name. It's called Django, and he's carrying this coffin all through the movie. He's just dragging it. And eventually, at the end of the movie, he opens the coffin up, and it's a machine gun, it's a Gatling gun, and he just mows down the bad guys. And that concept has been honored in a lot of different mediums. There's a Western anime called Trigun, and there's a character in there named Wolfwood, and he walks around with a giant cross on his back. And the cross, in Trigun, the cross is the machine gun, and it's pretty amazing. It's pretty badass. But then it also opens up, and it's a storage container for a ton of guns that he can also pull out. So I liked that. And then Django. That it became, because of that, Django became this kind of trope that people use. So like Django Unchained, is the movie about whatever it's about, but Franco Nero is in the movie. Like, they honored him. Like that, Quentin Tarantino was referencing Django with Django Unchained, even though the stories are entirely unrelated. There was another movie, another trope film that I'm now drawing a blank on. But anyway, point is I wanted to kind of honor that as well, and so that's where Father Franklin came along, and I liked the idea of him being another element into the High Noon universe that he brings in is more of the comic book element, because up until Django, there's no real overt cartoony nonsense. It's pretty straight laced. Like, people, like, you don't see, like, I think Miroslav is the most ridiculous up to that point, and he is within the realm of believability. He's an inventor, so he invents things, whatever, and it's not so clockwork. Like, it's all energy driven. So I wanted Franklin to bring in more of the comic book cartoonishness. So I wanted a character that would be just like more than, and so that's why Father Franklin is designed the way he is, with this giant coffin, chains wrapped around him to hold it, and then when he flips it open in the game, it's a free action to deploy, because I imagine the way that I see it in my head is almost like a Sam Raimi scene, like a scene straight out of a Sam Raimi film, where it's like a tight end shot of him, like he rips the chain, quick cut of the chains just dropping to the ground, wide shot of him like pulling the last bit of the chain, and the coffin just flips over him, and then tight end of the coffin as it like flips down, and like the legs sprout out, and the lid flips open. It's like all like one quick shot, and then the machine gun pops up, and then he props his foot on it, and he just starts reciting like the Lord's Prayer as he starts screaming out as bullets start flying everywhere. Like, that's how I see Father Franklin. And once we got the vision of that, then I called this bad boy over here to make it work. So there you go.
He's rapidly becoming one of my favorite players to play. One thing before I get in a little bit further here, my mother hopped on, so I've got to say hi, Mom. Thanks for joining us. But
you made a good man here.
Yeah. So Father Franklin's rapidly becoming one of my favorite players to play. He's a two-faced character, so he's got his coffin strapped to his back mode where he can move around. He's kind of a slow lumbering character, but then he's got his deployed. But when he deploys, he can't move. I mean, he can rotate, but he can't move forward or backwards. So he's a very strategic player. You really have to think about how you're going to deploy, when you're going to deploy, and which direction you're going to deploy. Because a 90-degree movement takes up an action. You can't just spin. Yeah, that's the whole move phase. So he's kind of a character that you're kind of, on a smaller board, he can kind of just deploy early on, and he can just mow down the board. On a larger board, though, he's really got to kind of move into space, do damage while he's moving in the non-deployed, and then deploy in the right space and hope he doesn't get outmaneuvered. But he's got a wonderful series of cards that if you can get them all in your hand at the same time, you can put together one heck of an attack. So he has a card called the Lord's Prayer. So normally with the machine gun rounds, he does 1 damage. But when you play the Lord's Prayer, that amps everything up to 3 damage. And he can keep playing cards in his hand. Everything attacks with a 3, and he can keep playing cards until he plays
anything else. Yeah, once he stops attacking, then it's it. I wanted to simulate an action. I wanted to see an actual machine gun in play. Like, how would that work? And we pulled from another mechanic that we're going to bring in with a character that's the toy maker. And the toy maker is going to be a character that creates these like clockwork characters. He's not super steampunk, but he's going to be kind of getting there. And one of the toy maker's weapons is a blunderbuss. And the blunderbuss mechanic is that he's going to be able to basically use a bunch of cards in his hand and stack them and just throw them on the ground. And then that's what he's attacking with. It's going to be a devastating attack move. And so I wanted to see, like, what could we do in that vein of like using all the cards in your hand in one given attack. How would that look in the form of a machine gun? And this is what we came up with.
And the cool thing with Father Franklin is that you can't. It's not he lays down 6 cards and you attack against a combined defense. You have to defend against each individual attack. So he can burn through 6, 7, 8 cards in your hand. But here's the great thing about Father Franklin is he has a reload clip. He has a card that's basically like a magazine. So, he goes through the magazine, he pulls out, he sticks the new one in. The card works the exact same way. He can draw 6 cards right then.
Yeah, he can refill his deck, but he stopped attacking.
He does
so
stop
he cannot
attacking.
attack after that.
Can he attack?
But it's nice. It's like,
What's that, Becky?
Can he attack before deployment?
So his stand-up character has a Bible, and in the Bible is a pistol that is hidden, and because that's his sword of the spirit. So he has a basic attack. It's not his strongest attack, but it is something that he can defend himself with.
Well, that's really awesome. And what's really cool is he is actually in our stretch goals. So when we hit 100,000, you all get Father Franklin.
And I don't think the model is on the. Would you like me to bring out the model? I've got of the print.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
You got it. Okay. Rad's gonna go grab it. It's a beautiful piece. The deploy's on the map, Rad, and then I think the stand up is on this case over here on the counter.
Yeah, and once
let's just bring up the deployed here.
Once you get a 3D to send me, I'll get it updated on the Kickstarter too.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's okay. So this is him deployed.
Oh, that's cool. That is really cool.
So there's
Look at that thing. Look at that.
Okay, now I understand. So there's a miniature when he's not deployed, and then the miniature
exactly
when he's deployed. Wow.
This is the miniature when he's not deployed.
Okay.
Is he not beautiful? Is that not gorgeous?
Like I can't wait to see what artists do with this stuff.
I know.
Oh, I know, right? And the cool thing about Father Franklin is when he's deployed, his coffin in front of him actually acts as cover.
Awesome.
So not only is he a machine gunner, but he's taking cover behind his coffin. The way we balanced it out is we allow the player to actually target his opponents can actually target the coffin, and so the coffin itself comes with a character sheet. The coffin has a character sheet, and it also has rules on how to use the coffin. It's called the Pine Box because he's the Pine Box priest, and if you kill the Pine Box, if you destroy it, it basically eliminates his ability to use it as a machine gun. But it doesn't eliminate his ability to use it as cover. So he can still deploy and then use his regular cards to attack and defend, and basically use it to kind of just as a defensive position.
So Steven's a little confused. Is Franklin a playable character? I thought the mechanics were designed for specific characters on each posse.
The mechanics are designed for specific. I'm Stephen, can you ask that a different way, because the two are not mutually exclusive. There are cards that are specific to characters within the posse, but that doesn't mean that that characters that don't have that card at the time aren't playable. Like I'm not sure I understand the question. So if you could rephrase it, that'd be great. I think I can give you a better answer.
All right, we'll let you know what he says. Another question came through. The expansion posses, will they be available to be purchased individually after the game goes retail, or is this the only time we can get them?
No, right. So in terms of that, everything that you guys are seeing is going to, and most of it. Now, I'm not going to say everything. There is going to be a retail version of this, but it's going to be able to encompass all the different posses and whatnot that we have. So anticipate the posses that you're seeing in the Kickstarter are going to roll out in accordance to the phases that we're going to have as we go into the retail launch. Actually, Dwight, do you want to talk on that, like the retail phase, in terms of like the vision of how you see this laid out?
Yeah, because guys, here's the thing: is you can. Okay, short answer is yes. You can wait until the retail phase. You can get these posses at the retail phase, but it's an if, because this thing has to be successful. The Kickstarter has to be successful. The launch has to be successful. We've got to reach our benchmarks. And the game has to be, it has to be. If it turns out the marketplace doesn't want High Noon, I don't know what to tell you. We can't. We're not suicidal. So we have to be successful in this Kickstarter. So share this campaign with your friends. Share it on your timelines. Tell anybody that likes Westerns or just likes board games about it. Get the word out about it. We got 30 days to reach our objectives. But today, if they back today, they get this awesome, super sexy stand. So we got to be successful. But having said that, if we are, the posses, all these posses will be available at some point in the retail launch. Having said that, our plan is after we finish the campaign, any posses that we've unlocked in the Kickstarter in this Kickstarter campaign, any of those, if you've backed the campaign, you're going to get. Okay, we're going to manufacture those, and you're going to get them. The way it works with manufacturing, if you don't know, were you saying something there?
Were you?
Oh, okay, I was hearing myself.
That my computer's being.
So the way it works is, when we manufacture something. When something goes into manufacturing, there's a minimum order that the factories require us to produce. So that's whether or not we sell those amount of sets. Okay, so we're probably going to have an excess of expansion posses from the initial run. Those expansion posses, I'll be honest, we don't exactly have a plan right now as to how those will be distributed. I don't think they're going to hit the stores. We'll probably use them for events or whatever. I'll leave that to Sean and how we want to disperse those.
Oh yeah, Sean Rudd and I have been working on that quite a bit.
Okay.
lately.
Okay.
So we have a plan, but the plan could change right now.
But what you can expect is at retail launch, what will be available in the stores is the core game, which is the first 4 posses, the shootout, and the shootout at Pascagoula Ridge, which is the other 4, which is the next 4 posses. Those 2 tiers, tier 1 and tier 2, are definitely going to be in the retail level. From there, it's a matter of timeline that makes sense. So if you want to wait for that to happen, it will happen at some point. But if you really want those expansions now, get them in the Kickstarter. Is that now, Sean, correct me. Tell me if I said anything wrong.
Everything you're saying, I mean, everything's obviously subject to change, but no, you're definitely on par. So Yes, in terms of Pierre's wanting to know, and I'm going to make a very reasonable assumption that my friend Pierre here is French. So yes, we will be offering this in as many languages as people want of them. We've had requests for Polish, we've had requests for German, we've had requests for French, Spanish. So right now we've had some amazing volunteers that have stepped up, that are currently translating it into. Well, the German's already done. We just need to get that uploaded. French is on the way. Spanish is on the way. So yeah, you'll be able to have that now. In relation to the entirety of the game being in that given language, that's going to be 100% in line with the amount of demand that we get from the Kickstarter to warrant if we're going to go into France with like 50,000, 20,000, 10,000 units, whatever it would be to justify the production run, to have the entire game, character sheets and all, in that language. That said, you should be able to, even if you didn't understand the language in terms of the cards and the board game itself, and all you had was the rule book, you're good to go. Because that's going to be the main portion of it. And I imagine if we had this, I don't speak French. Au revoir, that's French, I think. Oui. I would think that if I had the game in French and the rule book in English, I would reasonably be able to figure out how to play the game with relative ease. So yeah, we're good there.
I did want to touch on something because I wanted to elaborate on our plan. So we've set this camera over at the card table. I just moved that over so that one of us could sit there and join the conversation, because we're having audio issues right now with just linked with siphoning it on one computer. But our plan for today, guys, is we're gonna have we've invited basically the community here, local community here, to come on over and play this game. And so we hope and anticipate that people will start showing up, and we'll sit them over at that table. We'll explain them some rules, and they'll just dive into it. And some of them may have played before. I anticipate a lot of them will have not. The majority of them will have not. And so when that happens, I'm in the process of setting up multiple cameras. So to those of you who have asked or are wondering if we're going to have more cameras that are closer up on the table, showing the pieces, we are definitely going to have that. Having said that, I know that there's some pushback on the whole, showing people, like we want to see more of the table, not really the people. I get it. I get that thought process, but I mean, where I'm coming from is I want people outside to see that it's possible to have, to see what is the experience going to be like playing this game. I believe that the experience playing the game is just as important as what the game looks like. And I could be wrong. I could be an idiot, but that's how I feel.
All right, I just got back. Okay, what was that? Kickstarter. Just trying to see where I'm at.
I see the question. Kickstarter exclusives.
Where are we at? Apologies. Never back to Kickstarter. Let's see. Never back to Kickstarter on day one. What is the dollar goal for the first day?
$1 billion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, the sooner we can get to our first goal of, what is it, 84,000 would be wonderful. Yeah. So let's get to that soon. Because then at 100,000 is when we start hitting our stretch goals. So are you guys going to be doing a play test here?
We will. As I was saying, what I was saying was the table's really set up for other people to come in and play.
Okay.
So we anticipate some people are going to start straggling in, as people start waking up over here. It's still pretty early in the East Coast, which I think it's even earlier where you're at. But when people start coming in, we'll start doing play tests. Right now, it's really just set up for us to have a chat.
Cool. Up, down, up, left, right.
Yeah. Nick wants
So lock that samurai.
Nick wants the samurai. he asked if the samurai was gonna be available in the Kickstarter launch, and I said, yeah, if we unlock it. So.
Did we touch on the up, up, down, down, left, right?
Yeah, we just did.
Yeah, we did.
That's
Do we
important.
have anybody out there that can translate this into Klingon for us? Be with us.
Awesome.
Kapla.
Speaking of other versions here,
Well, let me stop there. Buckaroo pledge to anybody that translates the rule book into Klingon.
There you go.
yeah, exactly. But we're going to be in German, French, and Spanish here. Coming
I'll
up
bump
soon.
that
German
up to all
first.
in.
Yeah, exactly. I know, right, Buckaroo? Yeah. So yeah, okay. So let's see what we at here. Can you pick what characters?
I think all in first.
Did we do this one already or no?
Which pick? No, it's been asked, but we can talk about it again.
Yeah, it's been a couple hours.
Yeah. So no, you can't pick which characters are in your posse. Not at the core game, not at the Pascal, not in the current tiers. I mean, you could. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Okay, you can do whatever you want. As a matter of fact, I meant to talk to you about this, Becky. I'm going to draft up a blurb in for the rule book where we talk about our. The rules, we treat them as much as the Constitution. Anything not mentioned here is to the rights of the table to decide.
Nice.
So if somebody wants to put together a posse, fine. I'm not going to stop you, but I would encourage you to wait until the mechanics for that roll out. That is in the timeline. The way it's going to be introduced initially is with an expansion, which is a saloon that has a rogues gallery of mercenaries that you can hire. And the reason why we haven't rolled that out yet is because we're first rolling out the economy where you can actually spend money. Once that's rolled out, then we bring in the saloon where you can spend that money, not just on items, but now you can spend the money on people. And so that's going to introduce the mechanics of having a deck of cards that is customizable based on the characters that are chosen to be in that posse. So then there's two ways that you can play that expansion. One is you can put the entire 12 characters that'll come with that expansion up on the market. So anybody can go hire them. The other way that you can play it is that one person plays that posse and they get to choose from the 12 people which characters they want. And there's going to be a maximum cap. I'm thinking 6 because I'm trying to keep all of the numbers divisible of 3. So I'm thinking 6 is going to be the number, but don't hold me to it right now because we haven't fleshed it out. But basically what that means is right now on all the character sheets, even in the core game, there's a little gold number. There's gold and a little number on that. And what that represents right now is how much gold you get when you kill that character. In the core game, those are your points. That's how you win the game. When we bring in the economy, not only are those the points, but you can also spend that gold to buy things. Then when we bring in the customization of the posses, that's where that decides the value of that character and to add them to that posse. So if some characters have 3, some will have 2, some will have 1, some may have more or less. So the way it would play out is that you let's say that there's a character that's 3 and there's a couple of characters that are 1s. You could have like 1 3 gold character and 3 1 gold characters. Put them in your posse, and then you take their decks, their cards, and you put them into a deck and shuffle that deck, and that's your customized posse deck. So that's eventually our plan, though, in the much longer term, is total customization of posses, and that will come in the form of battle packs. So you'll be able to buy these expansions that are nothing but battle packs of characters, whether it's a battle pack of Makwa warriors, or a battle pack of Rough Riders, or a battle pack of there's a term for it, but General Master, the general south of the border has his men, and so there's going to be a battle pack of them. So there's going to be these, and then the idea is then you build these massive armies and you're playing on these huge scale tables. We're not there yet, So there, yes, all this customizing of posses and stuff, definitely in the timeline. It's just not in the initial rollout.
All right. So going back to Steven's question
So,
about Franklin,
Yeah.
how do you
yeah, we got a question here from Stephen
Yeah,
Bill.
she's reading it. She's reading it right
All right. All right. How would you?
now. That darn 4
I
seconds.
know.
Sorry.
Sorry, Jason. Okay, I had the Franklin
Sorry,
as to how you would use him on a posse if you can't make your own posse.
Oh no, Father Franklin is his own posse.
Yeah.
He's one character, much like Miroslav Zorik is a one character posse.
yeah. He's an army of one, man.
All right, next question. Is there a Mexican-Spanish posse? If so, what is their strategy?
So that is so I'm gonna Sean had that's Sean's posse. I'll let Sean talk about it.
Oh, it's his favorite.
Is he around? Is Sean around?
No, he's working on an email thing right now.
Oh, okay. Then do you want to talk about it or
You know him best.
so there's a Mexican posse. It's the Los Hermanos. They're led by Montaña Azul, and they are a definite strength in numbers posse. They're like they basically are a bunch of bumblebees. There's a lot of them, and then Montaña has cards where he can spawn even more of them all around the map. And so even if you kill them, he can just bring more out. They just show up at doors. They're shooting off. They're not very strong, but again, they're meant to sting you. They're meant. What's that?
They're not very strong, as Sean knows.
Yes, Sean has discovered, but they're meant to swarm you and dwindle your defense cards until you just can't do anything. You can't do anything against them. They do have a couple of really cool cards. They've got a couple of run and gun cards, which allows them to move and attack, which basically gives them an additional movement. And they have bottle bombs or tequila bombs that they can throw out into the area and do like area damage. That multiple people. And the good thing about that is it's not necessarily about doing damage with that attack. It's about making multiple people throw away their defense cards. And so that's what they do. They dwindle you down. They dwindle down your defense cards with their numbers, and then they get you. So the best way to play the Hermanos is to just expect that your initial run of Hermanos are going to die. Like just run them out there, let them get hit, and just have them shooting up people. Because as they die, Montaña is going to spawn more of them. And those are going to be the ones, the second wave and the third wave of Hermanos are going to be the ones that mop up.
Those bottle bombs and those swarms are really deadly at the end of the game. When you've got some of these guys like the Rough Riders that have taken a lot of damage, you can throw a bottle bomb and possibly kill two or three posse members in one attack.
Yeah, the Hermanos are not a scoring posse. They're not a posse meant to rack up gold. Mm-hmm. They're really a posse meant to kill other posses. I mean, you got 12 rounds to win the game with he who has the most gold wins. But if you're dead, who cares how much gold you have? So that's pretty much the approach for the Hermanos.
All right, next question. So does the game play well with two posses as it would with 4 to 6?
I could say, it depends on who you are, but Jason and I, we play test posses all the time, and it's fun. As a matter of fact, I think in some cases it's better because it's faster pace. You go through your rounds, you go through your 12 rounds pretty quick. You can play a game for 15, 20 minutes and then play another one 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah. Some generally speaking, games kind of fall into two different categories, kind of like the Western movies. Some of the games tend to follow the more traditional, where the first 7 or 8 rounds are all everybody running around looting loot crates and armoring up for that huge gunfight at the end. Some of the games are just absolute shootouts from start to finish. And it's like when you're playing with less posses, especially when you're playing on a smaller map, you're definitely in that spaghetti Western category where it's just a running gun shootout from the very beginning. And it's like some of those spaghetti Western type games on the small maps are the most exciting games to play. But yeah, Dwight and I do that all the time. When we test play, we'll pull somebody like Father Franklin, and then we'll pull the posse that we think lines up best against him, and then we'll pull the posse that lines up worse against him. And it's like we'll play one game with the with Elsu's Warband because it's got some good flanking moves against Father Franklin, and we'll knock out that game in 20 minutes. Great shootout game, a lot of fun. And then we'll set up again and we'll play it with somebody like the Leroy Gang, somebody who has to really kind of hide out behind buildings and move in on Father Franklin very slowly.
Yeah, it's all unique. No, it's not working. You should press the power button. Here. I'm sure we're trying to bring Rad in, so I had to charge the headset.
Gosh.
There you go, brother. Becky, Rad's going to jump in over at the game table if you want to add him, or we can just leave him alone. You know, he can. Oh, there he is.
There we go. Yay! Look at that. Look at
Damn.
that.
The mustache is back.
The mustachioed.
All right, cool. So Bill has a good question. Do you foresee this scaling up to size to gang warfare to where players are fielding a group of posse in larger numbers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. That's part of the reason why we have included the tournament map for the all-in pledge. There you are. Because in that large environment, you really start to really flesh out that small unit tactics aspect of the game. So if you have, multiple 15, 20 different characters in your posse for a battle map, you can really start to coordinate their fires effectively. And that's part of the reason why we included that tournament map for the all-in pledge.
I think it's time to give something away.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's what I think. Well, let's see what time zone we are in. So Quito. Oh wait, yeah, no, that's the 9 a.m. I'm sorry. Hold on. I want to properly celebrate the time zone. Oh my God, how do you pronounce that? Quancock, Greenland? Is that accurate? Kikak. Yeah, I'm gonna. Here, let me just show you what I'm looking at, and then we can all. There we go. Whoever, I'm gonna show this screen. Whoever can phonetically pronounce the name of this city accurately first will win a Pledge Posse reward. Let me. How do I do this? I see. I can do it this way. Oh, that's gonna be goofy. Here, let me split this up. Let me split it. There we go. All right. Can you see that? What? If you can phonetically spell that name first, no cheating. Everyone's cheating. Everyone's like, I'm not cheating. I'm just gonna Google it.
I totally know what the keyboard shortcuts are for phonetic pronunciations.
Oh, there's such a thing?
Oh, yeah. You can press like control, God knows what it is.
I had it right.
What is it?
It's Kanak.
Kanak?
Well, she says it Kananak.
But
it looks
Quanak?
like,
How is it?
Phonetically, it's Kanak.
Why not close enough?
Well, the problem is that you won't know if anyone's telling if they're right or not because we don't know what it is.
We just looked at it, so we're waiting for the Googlers.
Greenland. That's the snow-covered. That's Greenland's ice and Iceland's green. Okay, right.
Close, but no, that's not what we're looking for. We are looking for a very specific. Do you have it again so I can reference it again? We are looking for a very specific phonetic pronunciation.
Do I have your name right? Your last name right, Bill? Is it Seolinder?
Wow. Here we go. And then, so that's the phonetic.
Okay. All right, let me write that down. Nope. gotta put up these guesses so people can see it.
like Maximus can knock.
Not it.
Yes, can knock.
Not it. We are looking for a specific pronunciation of this city in Greenland. You did get Bill's name right.
Okay, great. Where's Bill from? Norway?
Not can knock.
Sweden?
Just so you guys know, Dwight, when Rad's talking, I'll have you guys muted because there's a little bit of an echo. Because, yes, just so you know. No, not Quanok. Sounds like a Asian delivery service. Quanok.
So close.
Little close.
So close.
Bill, you missed. If you can, we're giving away a prize to celebrate the good people of Greenland enjoying their high noon today. So if you can properly phonetically pronounce Canuck, Greenland, you qualify to win yourself a Pledge Posse reward.
Kudos to everybody for not cheating.
Yeah. Wanak. So I'm gonna say I'll say the pronunciation again. Canuck.
So far, Steven's pretty darn close.
Yeah, it's pretty close, Steve. No.
Yeah, fuck.
You may be right, but that is not what we're looking for.
Shut up.
No.
This is great.
No, not looking for that. I almost want to just give Bill that just because. Shanak. No, not Shanak. So again, the pronunciation is Kanak. First person to guess that phonetically accurate.
I am going to say this, Steven, you are half right.
Yeah. No, not Kanat.
That's cannot right.
Kanak. So you got here. Let's say it like this, so we don't take forever doing this. You got the first half of it right. So now let's get the second half in there. Just give it to Bill. We got people rooting for you, Bill.
Cold Town.
Yeah. It's definitely.
What are we giving away?
We'll do a random. I'll just randomly pick a number, and then someone will choose it, and then that'll be the pledge tier. Oh, you got the first half of it right. Kanak.
How would you phonetically say not?
Canasta. No, almost there. That's super fucking close. Super fucking close.
Facebook user.
Effing close.
Facebook user, you are one letter off.
Yeah, one letter off. Kanach.
No.
That sounds perverted for some reason. Like something that you do to somebody. There we go. We want it. What I want you to do is go ahead and just take a quick little screenshot of you saying that or whatever. It doesn't really fucking matter. I'm trying to, because I don't know who you are. Email us at support@highnoongame.com. Let us know that you're the one that pronounced it properly, and then we'll give away a tier. Turn around. I'm gonna. Okay, so pick a number 1 through 3. 1. Okay, so then that's the saddle up. So message again. Shoot an email to us at support@highnoongame.com. Let us know that you won as well. Then that it's the saddle up pledge. We'll need your address and all that other stuff. So when we're all set here, we can get that.
Congratulations, Facebook user.
Yeah, look at that work. We like Facebook users.
Yes,
we're a big fan of the collective organization that is the Facebook user. It's like you guys all represent one person. That's a huge responsibility. We have all these different names, and then we have Facebook user, and we almost assume it's one person, but
I
it's a
know.
collective.
I know.
We're actually communicating with a collective consciousness.
So it's very possible
Yeah.
because two people said that. So it's
Yeah.
possible that there's two people who said so. So I guess whoever.
Well, I can verify by looking at the group,
Oh, that's true.
you know, and then seeing it. We're using a program called, so those that aren't in the know, we're using a program called StreamYard. So for anybody that wants to be able to see their name or their comments, you'll want to go to our Facebook page and log in from there. And then I believe that's where we'll be able to see comments. Also, if you go to the pledge page and you click the link there, it'll take you to a YouTube page where again we'll be able to see who you are and whatnot.
I think Dwight wanted to be queued up for a second. I think he's got something to say.
Sure, absolutely. Take it away.
You good, Dwight?
Hey guys, I have a very special guest in the studio with us today. So world, meet my father right here. Here he is. You can, there he is. There's my dad.
That's the guy that knows how to dress up for the party.
Yeah.
Oh,
He didn't get the prank Sean message.
Yeah.
He got.
Oh my gosh! Look at Sean.
Yeah, we're dressed up.
Look at Sean and Becky, man.
Nice hat.
This is my regular. I woke up like this, threw a hat on, threw a book overnight. So how are you?
Were you talking to me, Sean, or were you talking about you waking up?
I was just letting you know that this is my everyday attire. This isn't a costume. This is just how I roll with
Like
it.
the hat.
guys, Dad has brought an epic smorgasbord of snacks and food and beverages, pretty much for every time of the day. I didn't ask for this. We did not say Dad showed up with it. He just showed up with all this stuff and this fancy hat. So I'm gonna go help Jason set up all. There's donuts. I'm not even gonna help. There's donuts over there, and I'm gonna go eat them. So please welcome my father, the legend, the man, the myth, the legend, and I'll be right back.
All right.
Well, howdy.
So
It's Cinco de Mayo.
it is.
What a great day.
We are dressed for the occasion.
Well, I'm dressed for high noon, and I see you're dressed for high noon. Yeah. Way to go, Sean.
Yeah. So tell us your experiences with High Noon. What are some of the posses that you like playing?
Oh my gosh. Well, you may have beat me to the punch, Sean. I think Dwight had shared over a year ago a special thank you to you. But he had talked about how you played the game one night, and I had seen it in the development stages, but I didn't get to play the game. And he said you had played one short game, and you said, "Man, I'm in. We got to get this out." And that was a catalyst that he needed at that moment. Somebody to say, "Wow, this is worthwhile," and a friend who said, "You know what? I'm going to get behind this," and because I love it. And now, interestingly enough, I watched my son every night for hours and hours and hours working on. Initially, I don't know if you remember, before we had the caricatures. I know you remember this. We played with a little tri-folded with a face of the character on it or a picture. And so I watched, and I enjoyed that before we had the actual models. So when but I got to tell you some funny kind of story. Playing the game for my first time, I had my nephew. Now he's a captain in the military, but he is still a kid at heart, and his name's Jonathan. And so Dwight had said, "Hey, Dad, how about you and Jonathan? Let's test the game out." And Jonathan told me, he said, "Yeah, let's go. Come on, this would be great." This is what he told me. And I was thinking, I haven't played a board game in a long time. And I'm going to do this kind of as a father would do for his son. But my heart was like, I don't know how I'll do or if I'll even enjoy it. Well, anyways, we played for an hour using y'all's program where you can play for an hour, a short time, or play till the last man wins. So Jonathan and I were playing, and boy, that game was so much fun, the High Noon. And I couldn't believe how easy it was to pick up on, and yet it was so challenging. So anyways, it came time to go to a movie. The game was going to end in an hour. We were going to go to a movie. So my nephew's walking downstairs with me from the game, and he says, Uncle Dwight, he said, you know, I just did this out of obligation to Dwight, my cousin. And he said, we play board games in the military all the time. And he said, but you know what? He said, do you mind as soon as we get back from this movie, if we start playing the game again? He said, I love it. I love it. And I said, man, that's what I was thinking. So that was kind of like our introduction. You played it first with Dwight, and I got to play later with the little paper trifolds of the people. And I played since then a number of times, and boy, it is, you know, I come home and I ask my son, I said, Dwight, when can we play the game? And Dwight, when can I have my earpiece? Maybe Sean Stockton. I don't know. Maybe when you get older, your ears get bigger. I don't know. This little device that. Anyways, the game is today, Cinco de Mayo. You guys planned this months in advance.
Yeah.
And I'm honored that you invited me to come today and play the game, and as well as many other friends.
I'm super glad you dressed up. You guys totally staged this. They're like teasing us with mustaches.
Yeah.
We spent hours toiling over. Well, she did, like picking out. And then,
well, you look great in your outfit, Sean. You look like the person you are, the thinker, the planner. Yet nobody knows what's going on behind that suit. They don't know what to draw on you, or you're going to kill them outright. And you got this pretty girl. I mean, you know, and all dressed up. Wow. And you know what? I believe you believe it. That's what I want. I really like the Old West and the way this is playing out. So
Same.
You know.
I'm seriously considering just dressing like this from now on. I'm like really digging this look. I could just see me walking around. And then, of course, now in the world of coronavirus, it makes even more sense because then I can just get like a bandana mask to put on, and then that really just suits the part.
Hey, I'm just getting the full effect of your mustache and your beard. Wow.
Soak it in.
We're gonna be shaving.
Yeah. I think Becky likes it too. This is wow.
We're gonna modify it as the day goes on and get different styles. So.
Well, I know Dad and Dwight, they grew mustaches. I wasn't in rebellion. I want you to know that. When I was young, a long time ago. I mean, probably before I was born, I was young. But anyways, I tried to grow a mustache in college, and after 3 months, I actually had a Fu Manchu with wax and a little comb. And after 3 months, nobody said anything. So I was dating somebody at the time, and I said, "Hey, what do you think of my mustache?" And they said, "What mustache?" Because it's lighter than blonde. So I wanted to get in with it. I guess I could have gotten one of those stick-on mustaches to be, more out westerny, but they fall off. They just fall out of my nose.
The hassle.
Yours is real, right? Tell me yours is real.
This dirt patch is 100% organic. This
looks like how the Old West would be.
Yeah.
Of course, you're the finely groomed Western guy. Like I said, the one we don't know where he's coming from in the bar. And wow. So today, Becky, so good to see you. I see your pretty pictures always on the internet, and I know Sean always thinks how lucky he is, and I just want to tell you, when you find a good woman, and if she happens to be beautiful, what icing on the cake is that?
Yeah.
So
It's the
so who are you going to play today? Have you decided your character you might play on today? Or just any different ones?
Our copy is down in Indiana with under a photo shoot, so we're not playing at all today. So we're just dressing up live for this. So it's going to be these guys down by you that are going to be doing all the gameplay today. So.
Well, Dwight sent you that beautiful set. I watched him working on it, and it was beautiful.
No, we'll get it back.
And of course,
we just need
a picture of a beautiful one there. That's him. He's waving. So
You are on screen.
Hey, Rad, can you do me a solid?
Sean,
Can you?
Go ahead, Sean.
Can you show some of those miniatures?
Yeah.
Close to the camera.
Absolutely. Which one do you want to see? You want to see Rough Riders? You want to see Elsu? Let me pull Elsu.
All of them,
Yeah.
Give these guys the detail of how these look, And I want everybody to get a good understanding that these are all 3D printed. So obviously when we get into production, it's not going to be the case. But we've 3D printed all of these, and then Dwight went in and painted them as well, So we can't really. Oh,
Can you
man.
get a little closer?
There we go. Oh, there.
Yes,
Perfect.
okay,
Perfect.
Okay, there you go.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's great.
So this is Elsu.
And they all come grayscale.
Right.
And the versions that we're having mass produced will have also then round bottoms, round bases with them. But you'll get the idea one way or the other. Who is that?
This is Colonel Rogers. Let me see if I can get this thing to focus.
Yeah, why can't 2020? We can have natural disasters left and right, but we still can't get some. There we go.
There we go. This is Colonel Rogers of the Rough Riders. And let's see. Here's one of the
Oh, that's James.
Yeah.
Yep. Here's one of the Leroy gang.
There, he looks great. Man, I can't wait to paint these.
What pledge level to get him to paint all the miniatures? that oh man, what $2 million? A $2 million pledge. we will get Dwight to
This is Sean's favorite character. This is Kia.
No question. Yeah, Kia. Yeah. I actually enjoy playing the Maquaw the posse as well. What's interesting about that posse is that dude in particular he's just a badass in it, and yeah.
Well, what's funny, people won't. This is Kayataka. Kayataka. So here's the thing about the Maquaw. They really require you to have a good ability to coordinate their effort, because they have some real game changer cards in terms of how they support one another. Kayataka has a card called Oh My Brother. And so if any one of the other Maquaw are being attacked, there's a card that allows Kayataka to move to support them. And if you have that card and you understand how to use it, you can dominate the map just by luring somebody into an attack. And Kayataka has a rifle, and so when he attacks, his ability to dominate the battle space. You might go in and go, wow, Kiyo rolled in and he's gone through his card set, and now we're going to just I'm going to wipe him out because he's in the middle of nowhere. And so you attack Kiya, and all of a sudden here comes Kayataka to support him with the Oh My Brother card. So if you understand the nuance of that posse, they really become a joy to play, because what happens is, let me get over to where people can see me. What happens is that all of a sudden the posse starts to, and this is something that we noticed. We didn't set out to do this, but what we noticed is that these posses have such a character of their own that you start to really feel like the Maquaw. When you play the Oh My Brother card, you almost feel like, oh yeah, you're going to attack my brother? Check this out. Boom, I just moved 10 spaces and now I'm going to shoot at you. And the same thing happens with with Rogers Rangers, and because they're factions. So I know we covered it in the video, but these guys, the Makwa have a faction at the top of their card here, and so that allows you to. There's certain buffs depending on who you're attacking. So, like for example, Colonel Rogers, his backstory in the Bible is about making. He's made war on the Makwa, and what's cool about it is that, in reality, he thinks that these Native Americans are uncivilized, but in fact, he's the one who's uncivilized, and so he has a vendetta against them. Some of his card sets give him a buff against the natives because he has an agenda against them, and vice versa. So, when you're playing these cards, you start to see this whole characteristic, this whole backstory that starts to play itself out on the board just by the design of the card. So one of the things I really enjoy, and I tell you, I used to get the floor wiped with me every time I would play, and I just kept playing with the Makwa because I really like their card set. And if you play your cards right, see what I did there? If you play your cards right, I've won the last 3 or 4 games that I've played with the Makwa because their cards complement each other so well. And you have to play them as brothers. You have to play them as a tribe. They have to coordinate.
Sean really loves playing them too. He's good at it. It's crazy. Like, because I've gotten used to playing the Leroy gang.
Mm-hmm.
And man, sometimes I'm just like, I feel like I can't kill these guys, because they're just the cards are phenomenal.
Yeah, and they support one another. Elsu has a poison arrow card, and absolutely ruins your day if he sticks one of your guys. And see, that's the thing that I love about this game is that what's really cool about it is that it's not always the surface. The superficial level is, I dealt damage, but the nuance layer is that I made you recalculate your plan, and that's really where the really what's impressive to me in the card deck design is that if you can't take the enemy out, you can cause him to have to recalculate his plans. You can interrupt his OODA loop. For those of you who know what I'm talking about, you can interrupt his OODA loop so that he has to react to what you're doing instead of be able to act on your posse. And so in that way, you can neutralize a posse with a simple card. And the example I gave, Elsu can stick your main character. For example, if he sticks Colonel Rogers with a poison arrow, Colonel Rogers is going to lose health for the rest of the game. And so you may be less adventurous with what you do with Colonel Rogers because every round you're taking damage. Or you're going to have to go chase health in a loot crate. Go chase loot crates so that you can make up that difference. And so in that way, the gameplay, and when we talk about how the gameplay is, every game is different, it's driven by that factor, that there's so much nuance in the game. There's so much nuance in terms of situations that change from based on the random distribution of cards and what cards somebody chooses to play based on their strategy, that really no 2 games are the same. One of the things that we really love about this game is that it's really sticky. As soon as you're done playing, and tell me if I'm wrong, as soon as you're done playing it and somebody beats you with a posse, you're like, let's go again.
Absolutely.
I see what you did there.
Every time.
And so, like I said, this is something that I'm excited for you guys to get to play. I can't wait for you guys to start rolling your stories into the High Noon story. As you guys start to understand kind of what we put together for you, because we want to share this world with you. I can't wait to hear your stories that you have, your anecdotes. That's why we're excited to come in and play this game with you, in your local markets and at tournaments and our tournament stops. We're excited to see, your High Noon stories, because we've got a bunch of them, and we're excited to see yours.
So we have a new question. So what happens? Yeah. What happens with the posse deck when you use up all your cards? Are they shuffled and redrawn, or is it is it for your posse?
That's a great question, Rob. What happens is that you reshuffle your cards. Your cards are reshuffled, and then you start over. There's enough. We were really careful with the distribution of cards in the deck to make sure that every time you shuffled it, that you were going to have a sufficiently unique experience based on that shuffle. So when you're done through, and it happens all the time, if you're playing a long play version, you're going to roll through your cards multiple times. That's part of the reason why we include as part of the upper tiers and some of the stretch goals is those loot decks, or I'm sorry, the expansion cards, because they help round out that the experience in the card deck.
And you start when do we start getting those expansion packs? The enhanced loot cards that comes in the all in, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But in the second tier, you get the general store cards.
Right. And that's where so Rob, this is kind of tangential to your question, but I can speak on it because I think it speaks to the same thing. In the economy, when you get those general store and gunsmith cards, those things. So like I alluded to in this example that I gave, if you needed to go to a loot deck in the core game, you have to go to the loot crates. In the upper tiers, what you'll be able to do once we've introduced the economy is purchase those assets. So you can literally leverage some of your winnings so far or your gold to change the dynamic of the game mid match. And that's kind of one of the things that the economy really, it significantly changes it. It does, it's hard to communicate that if you haven't played it, but why we're doing this thing is to show you guys that economy significantly changes the gameplay. If somebody halfway through it, you're working through an action plan where you're dogging this one guy. Let's say I'm attacking, Rough Rider 3, and I'm attacking him, and he goes and gets a special weapon, explosive rounds. They give him a free action. Well, now he can attack me multiple times, and that disrupts my action plan in a way that can change the power balance on the board. I've had it multiple times where, I had a bone to pick because somebody did me dirty in the first 2 rounds of the game, and I'm gunning for him. And then next thing I know, I've got him on the ropes. Boom, they are able to pivot because they bought a masterful revolver, and oh no, now I have to recalculate my plans. Oh, and by the way, not only do I have to recalculate my plans, but I'm out in the open, and that person starts decimating my card stock, and somebody else sees an opportunity to start taking pot shots at me. So this is one of those things that, is really has a huge swing in terms of how, how the gameplay changes. And what's cool is that these things are happening with the people in real time, with humans, right? So you're able to sit down and talk to these people and say, I can't believe you did that. I'm good. I got you next round. No problem. And so anyway, we always end up laughing and joking and having a great time finding out how, that works out throughout the gameplay.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun with it, and it's funny when you say the masterful revolver. That has happened me so many times, and it's funny because when I play my hand, you go around the table, and I have a plan of attack for my next one, and it's just every time I'm just like, and you have to change it, and so you can't plan it. You really can't plan ahead, and there was an earlier question about how this game, what's the ideology behind the game, what's the thing about it, and really what it is that it is a gunfight. If you were to take a gunfight and distill the moments into turns, if you will, right? Imagine this is the scene in a spaghetti western where there's shooting happening, and so if you're interested in this game, you like westerns, and so you've seen while the main guy is watching what's happening, he can see his enemy running from window to window or rooftop to rooftop or barrel to barrel and positioning themselves around. And we wanted to distill that in the gameplay so that it was really one of those things where quick thinking and the ability to adapt becomes the competitive edge on the High Noon board. And like I said, I'm super proud of this. This has been a lot of work in the making, and we're really proud about what this has ended up at. So we're going to be getting a play test here going on soon.
Yeah, we have everybody we need for a play test. We'll go ahead and kick it off here in the next 10 minutes. If you guys will give us about 10 minutes to get set up, we'll go from there. Is that all right?
Yeah. Are you guys going to play the core posses?
Yeah. Yes, we're going to play the core posses.
All right. Cool. All right. We got a bunch
Shout out to Chris Strawn. Thank you, Chris. And Justin, we love you. Thank you so much.
All right. Cool. All right. So do you see that question?
Yeah. So Rob says, cool. So you can use the gold you've won so far to purchase from the general store rather than chase the loot crates. Exactly. That's where that's where it pays to win, pays to be a winner. If you've got gold, you can go and purchase goods from the. And so, for example, in my example where Colonel Rogers has been hit with a poison arrow, he needs health. Well, he could then switch his strategy to dealing damage so that he could go and buy health from the general store. There's Becky's done a great job in showing the stands for the store, so you can see what those look like. You guys can see the visual impact of the stands or the store, and what that is so that you can go, rather than chase loot crates, if you have a surplus of gold, if you've done a good job, if you've expended some health to gain gold because you've been in the fight, you can go and erase that negative that negative health situation, or you can buff your weapons. Let's say you've done a bunch of damage and haven't taken any. Good news, you can work your second onslaught by first phase generate gold, second phase spend it. Yeah, that's exactly what it's for, Rob.
So in the middle of the game, you can call timeout in the middle of a gun, walk into a general store, and pick up a new gun.
Okay, okay. Facebook user, I love your energy, but here's what actually happens. All right, ready? You're taking fire. You bust in. Here's the shopkeeper hiding behind his desk, and you go, "Give me that masterful revolver." And he goes, "Take it and get out." That's more what it would happen in the middle of a gunfight. So yeah.
Yeah. But then you're still an honorable scoundrel. So you throw your gold at him.
Yeah. You're a nice guy, so you don't shoot him and take the gun. You pay for it legally and take it out.
You're a good guy. Well, what's interesting, that's what's so interesting about I find about all the posses, and why like having that lore is like so important, because all of these, there's no good and bad guys inherently, right? It's just a myriad of complexity with these characters that you can identify with, where they just clash with each other, right? Like the Bandero Blondes, they're not evil women, right? Nobody's like inherently like evil. You catch me on that, because all of them have to have a quality where like, yeah, I want to play that posse. You know, right. It's different if it was like more us versus them, where, you know, we have these NPCs that those guys could be like the evil ones. But yeah, I just find that really interesting that there hasn't been a posse that I haven't found interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, that was one of the things. We wanted to make sure there were no throwaway posses in this game. We wanted every posse to have a compelling backstory, every posse to have a story that you could vibe with. You know, you could at least understand where they were coming from, because these characters are not two-dimensional. See what I did there? They're not two-dimensional characters. They all have a story. They all have motivation. You know, for example, if in the core game story, Elsu has gone against his father's edict to leave the white man alone after Colonel Rogers ransacks a village in the Makwa tribe. And so he's followed Rogers into the town, and that's the setup for the core game. That's the backstory. So, you know, the Jenkins brothers are robbing a bank. They just happen to get caught up at the same time as Rogers having a gunfight with the lawman trying to spring their buddy. And all these things happen because we wanted these characters to have motivation, so that when you played them, you start to internalize where they're coming from. We wanted you to know, like, these are not characters that are just bleep blorp, here's Gnomes 1, and this bleep blorp, here's this guy. These characters have a story, they have motivations, they have a life beyond what you're experiencing them here. And what we're trying to do with this Kickstarter is get as much of their world into your hands as possible. So, you know, we're super appreciative of all the support we've gotten so far. We can't wait to see how far this can go. We can't wait to share High Noon with you guys.
All right, cool. All right. Rob Wood just lost the feed. Oh, Rob, you got to get back on this thing.
Come on, Rob.
Yeah. Rob's slipping. Well, we have 142 backers so far, $25,584 pledged a couple hours into this thing. So let's keep that momentum going. Do us a favor, share this with your peeps. Throw it on your timeline. Just promote this guy. You know, if you have an audience and you have friends that you see could play this, Get them in on this thing. If you're concerned on cost, split it with your buddy. Split it. But either way, we have a tier level for everybody. That's really the joy of this thing. So, for me, looking at it, like for the individuals that are new to any particular type of war gaming, let me put the camera on me. Any particular type of war gaming and whatnot, and or skirmishes and whatnot, you just want to play the game and you're just a casual type of player. Tier 1 is pretty good for you, right? A game that you can play every now and again. For those that want a little bit more, maybe you game once every couple of weeks or something like that, or more a little bit routinely, and you want to have a diversity, then tier 2 is perfect for that, because you can play it how you want, you can expand how you want, you can mix and match, and it still can find out, exactly what it is. Tier 3 is for all you sickos out there. All you all-in people that it's an all or nothing type of deal. We got you, baby. We got a huge map. We got a tournament map. You got 12 posses, all kinds of stuff. It's like literally, I think it's like comes like close to like 1,000 pieces or something ridiculous like that we got to cram into a box for you. But we did it. We got that stuff going for you. But that one, by my estimation, that's perfect for the collector. That's perfect for the person that really just games a lot. That's great for parties where you can have up to 12 players on that particular thing, switch out your maps and whatnot.
Do we have a costume? It looks like we have somebody in a costume.
We do.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Howdy.
Howdy, y'all.
All right.
My father brought over the the shirt and the hat.
Yeah.
I meant to go pick it up last night, but I got stuck, preparing for the show, and then it was like 2 a.m. I was like, I'm not gonna get shot. Still shows up. I do want to issue a slight correction to that beautiful speech that Rad had given. It's the Leroy gang, not the Jenkins brothers.
Sorry, yeah, it's Leroy.
But springboarding on that, Bill had made a comment in the Facebook Live where he said, "Is that Leroy Jenkins?" And okay, the jig is up. You caught me. So the gang, the Leroy gang, plus the Jenkins brothers, is my tribute to Leroy Jenkins. You're welcome.
So Tom said he'd love to pledge, but he can't justify because of the current crisis. The exchange rate in Australia is pretty big. And with shipping, it's a whole week, so I'll wage for him. I would, and that, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to, don't spend a single dollar that you can't afford on anything, right? This is a game at the end of the day. But I would encourage you to look at all the different tier levels that we have, because unlike a lot of competition out there, other Kickstarters, it seems that people have been conditioned into having this all or nothing mentality that I have to 100% back everything to have the full and complete game. And that's something that we did not do. So at every level, it's a complete game. You could forever and always play tier 1. You could forever and always play tier 2 as well as tier 3. The difference is that you just have more modules that you can move in and out. You can bring in this posse. You can take out that posse. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for your finances or anything, but in a situation like that the Buckaroo pledge posse is more than suitable for you to get yourself set up. We will be offering additional posses as add-ons and whatnot into the backer kit. So if that gives you a whole month and a half too. So if you want to save up or whatever to make whatever particular purchase, you're able to do that. Now, this is where I'm going to give you Aussies some sweet love. We work very well with a global shipper, so it ain't going to cost $150 or something like that to get these units out to you. So when you're thinking, it's not, no jokes other than like VAT and all that stuff. We're looking at like about $25 to $35 to be able to get that sent out to Australia where you're at, and that's pretty reasonable, from that perspective. Australia always gets hosed. Yeah, Australia hasn't had a good year, man. You guys had you not only do you get hosed on board game prices, your trees are getting set on fire and all that other stuff too. So
Plus, it rains spiders. It rains spiders there. Everything will kill you. But I have a lot of good friends from Australia, and you guys get a bad rap, but I think it's actually a beautiful country, and I'm glad to have you guys on supporting us, even with your presence here. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. What time is it in Australia? It's got to be they got to be wrapping up, huh? 11 o'clock at night or something like that. They're literally on the other side of the planet. That's because of that. That's where my hesitation of going to Australia is, because that travel just seems so like long. My mom went to Australia once, and I asked her if she would go again, and she passed. That's awesome.
They were always dressed like that. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What's awesome?
That's great to know. So yeah, rest assured, you get any of these tier level, you got the complete. You're not gonna go into wondering if there could have been any more. And that's how that's no different.
I've been to Australia. I'd gladly.
Good. Go ahead. Were you saying something, Jason?
Were you saying something?
Oh yeah. I've been to Australia. I'd gladly go again.
And there it was.
That's what happens with those legs. That would be an interesting show. Everybody having different legs.
Trying
to figure out.
Australia before again, and of course the pledge tiers have the that Abernathy gang.
Yeah.
And of course, anybody who knows Australian history will definitely see the connections to Ned Kelly and the Glen Roven affairs. So we're definitely throwing Australia a lot of love.
What's interesting is, like, even though Australia isn't really technically like considered the Wild West, to me it very much has always been like its own wild territory. Even going back to like Mad Max. I mean, man, I know this much. I ain't messing with Australians.
Australia was built on the outlaws. I mean, Australia was the outlaws of the British Kingdom. And what I was saying earlier in the stream, one of the most timeless westerns is Quigley Down Under, which is an amazing western set entirely on Australia.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, how could it not be a western? They have cowboys, wide open ranges, killer snakes, raining spiders. It's basically it's a western.
It's western.
It's a western.
No, but I think that that frontier environment is really what drives the idea of a western, and I think Australia's got that in spades. I think they've got a great unconquered wilderness that the West was when we started moving westwards. I think Australia still has that feeling of the West out there.
So what is Jason dressed as? What's we got to get through this costume here.
Jason is the clock maker. Slash gunsling barkeep.
Bush Ranger. Yeah, there's a lot.
Exactly.
There is I mean, I guess on this little global tour, we're probably going to find ourselves in Australia at some point.
Well, to your point, Facebook user, that's actually the Abernathy gangs. Their constituent people, their names are Bush Rangers. That's precisely what the posse's name is.
And if you guys have any questions, like at all, hit us up. We got the whole team right here. Pledges still keep rolling in. We're at overall, I think I don't know if there's update yet. 149. There it is. 150 just came in. It's kind of cool how they do that, where it just every time it just auto updates for you, so I don't have to hit that refresh. I'm digging that. How are we doing for a play test?
If you guys will cut camera off me real quick, so I'll get the camera set up and everything, and then we'll.
I have booted him out. Jason, You can hear me okay? I don't know if Jason's got a.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have it on.
All right. Well, while they're setting that up, let's go in and let's have a little fun with some other Jackbox games here. Howdy, partners. Quick question: is there any solo campaigns or scenarios like other board games are now implementing, and shipping costs to Canada? Congrats on your launch. Don't
Yes.
fall off the saddles.
Yes.
In terms of
So we're only about a 4-second line. I can hear you fine.
in terms of solo campaigning and scenarios, that is all coming. So yes, it's definitely going to come. At launch, we're going to have the High Noon game as presented on the 3 tiers, all the same game, whatnot. However, after we hit retail and all that other stuff, we are going to be developing solo play. Okay. So there are going to be rules updated of that, along with the proper miniatures and board games applicable to that. Co-op is also going to happen, and that's then going to be also scenario based and whatnot. And that one we already have the existing map for it. It's a mansion. It's got the governor's mansion, and it's a huge map. It's 2 stories. It's ridiculous. And so that will be released with the again co-op and whatnot. And then we're also implementing RPG as well. So there'll be RPG rules for people that want to have more of a fleshed out type of world where you're building up your character, and what have you. Eventually, as this continues to expand, more and more options and customizations are going to be available for individuals, and whatnot. Who is all the team's favorite posse and why? We don't all have the different team members. So for me, and as everybody talks about, I'll re-ask this so we don't have to run everybody up as they're doing that. But for me, I have 2. I personally enjoy playing the Banditos, right? The Los Hermanos, with Montana Azul. They start off in the bar because to me I can see them, man, taking shots in my mind, they're taking shots of tequila, and then they're like, they're just having a good old time with it. While Montana Azul is probably a little bit more reserved. That's at least how I play it. But the posse that I probably appreciate the most is the Makwa posse, the Elsu's War Band, and those are the 3 natives that start off at the side of the map as they start charging in. Those guys, they just have the character and the play of the deck is just really good. Like that's the one where I just find the most interesting level of strategy. They all have their own variants of strategy. Like with the Rogers gang, you got to be real careful with the Rogers gang because a lot of it's very team oriented. So if you lose, like say Rogers, I mean you're gonna have a hard time. You can, it's still possible, but you're gonna have a hard time cleaning house with the remaining members of the Rough Riders because those guys under some tough opposition can get picked off pretty neat. Would there be any way to buy specific gangs in the future? The Abernathy gang is only included in the top tier at this stage. Yes, Tom. We will be for all the there's certain posses that we're not going to be able to segment off because they're just balanced for the tiers that they're at. But yeah, we for all the other posses, we intend to be able to have them as add-ons and whatnot. So then that way, if you are in the Buckaroo, say, pledge or the Saddle Up pledge, and you want to take advantage of another posse, you'll have the availability to be able to do that. We will be using backer kit for that. So when the survey gets sent out, you can just re-pick what you want, finalize your existing pledge, and then away you go. So thanks for the answers, guys. I'm a huge fan of the old Boot Hill RPG. So this is exciting. I've heard so much about that. I wish I was old enough to have enjoyed that. For those that don't know, Boot Hill was a game that was created by the same dudes that put on Dungeons and Dragons, the creators of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm in Wisconsin, so they came from here, from I believe Elkhorn, which is a couple hours away. from where we're at. That was Boot Hill was their third game, I think, that they created from that, short-lived. But there just seems to be a huge following still, of it after all these years. The creator of it just recently passed away. Just recently, the end of March, I think he passed away at age 70. It wasn't from Corona or anything like that. He just came to his own, just good old age, I would imagine. But yeah, so it's cool that people still have that appreciation, and I certainly hope that they can have that same appreciation of High Noon for many years to come. I thought I had a question, but I wanted to play a game. Let me get this game set up. It's the top of the hour. So let me see what city is enjoying High Noon right now. And then we'll play a game, and then the winner of that game will receive a pledge posse. So we are now in Chile. It is High Noon over in Chile right now. So all the good people of Punta Arenas, Chile, a happy High Noon and a happy Cinco de Mayo. See, I don't even think Cinco de Mayo is anything outside of the United States. Is it? Like, do other countries, is that a thing? Like, if you're in Canada, is Cinco de Mayo a thing? If you're in Europe, is that like a thing? Or are we just idiot Americans again, just throwing together a day for like a good excuse to have a beer, or a margarita, in this case. So is there any plan to add horses? I'll get some of these questions on, that we can get this game up and going. Is there any plans to add horses to the crazy to add crazy movement? Vehicles are things that we are considering and implementing. This is turn of the century, right? So we're looking at like late 1890s into the 1900s. So at that time, there was motorized vehicles, there was motorcycles, there were things, or certainly bicycles, at that point. Of course, horses. There was actually like a blend of old and new at that time technology, which is kind of weird because people were very much in that era against cars because it scared the horses. Can you imagine that? It was like you had an animal that was your transportation, and these cars were freaking out the horses. It was pretty nutty. So hey, Sean, how are the numbers stacking up? Happy with the progress. We are over 100, and I'll have to update the banner here shortly. We're already over 150 backers, pushing towards 30,000 on our pledge tier. So keep it going. Keep sharing this. We're at 27,327 right now. We are a third of the way towards our goal. Obviously, we want to be able to surpass that goal so we can start getting all that fun stuff into you guys in terms of additional minis, miniatures, just having a really well rounded out game. So let's turn this Jackbox thing on and let's see what we can do. Let's do something different. You'll have to log into jackbox.tv to play this. It's free to play. It's not going to hurt anybody's feelings. Free to play. And then from there, you'll be able to see. Now, if you're watching the screen, if you're solely watching the screen, you're going to run into some problems because there's going to be a little bit of a lag. I'm sorry, I can't help it. But the rest you can figure out for the most part here. All right. So, see, we're gonna play. I'm curious how many players that we could get. Do you think we should play Drawful? Should we even make that attempt? Or do you think that's too long? Here, let's stick to Word Spud. All right, so we're gonna do Word Spud. First 8 people that join in can play. How Word Spud is you're just connecting words to each other. You'll see how this works. One second. Give me a second here. Uh-oh. No. We got to get some other people in here. Oh, that's all right. I don't think you guys gave other people the opportunity. That's okay. So Matt, type in a word there. There you go. All right, and then it goes to me. Then we vote if we like it. There you go. And now Emilio, he's got to type game something. We're going to do 2 rounds of this so everybody gets a good understanding of how this works. So you got to type. There you go. Oh my God. I don't. This is dumb. Dumb. Don't like that. Don't like that. Yeah, there. Yeah. Oh, see? Yeah, now this is where the strategy comes into play. When you end a word that's difficult for the next guy to make a word out of. It's coming for you, Tom. It's coming for you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Are you gonna write?
Well, Emilio's got to do it. Laura's getting all the easy ones.
I'll get it here on the next time we play.
All right, it's time for some redemption. And no. and no redemption. Oh, that's I'll accept that. Get something that will last us like all day back. All right. All right. Now that was the test run. So now everybody has an understanding of how this is going to work. We're gonna do this for real this time. So the winner of this will win a pledge posse here. I keep calling it pledge posse, a tier reward. Oh. Yeah? Yeah? All right. All right. Oh, Tom. Oh. I think Emilio is not playing. You know what? Hell with it. That's so stupid. Oh, that's good. Oh, Matt took a huge lead there. And Emilio's not here to enjoy it. Apologies for that. Matt's still in the lead. We got Lord, Jim, and Tom all tied for second. All right, Lord. You know what? Creativity, why not? Good luck with that one, Matt. Oh, Lord, that was brilliantly played. Oh, sorry, Matt. Matt's still in the lead. Obviously, I can't win, so. Jim with the late lead. Oh, Tom at the end, pulling it off. All right, Tom, do me the solid, and yeah, this is we're not doing this again. Do me the solid. Look at this hat. Look at what that hat did to my head. Do me the solid. Shoot me an email. Support at High Noon Game. Let me put this. I got to cover my blemish now. Support at highnoongame.com. Let us know your winner. Let me write down 3. Becky, pick a number 1 through 3. That gets you, my friend, the Saddle Up pledge reward. So again, shoot me an email at support at highnoongame.com. Saddle Up pledge, a little bit of an honor system here, if you know, but yeah, just saddle up pledge. When these are all produced, we'll get them sent out. So it looks like these dudes are all setting up. things via the pledge manager. There are some posses are more or less designated for like the specific tiers, right? But yeah, we are going to have a wide host of posses that will be available if they're unlocked, right? So like if we unlock Father, and if we unlock the Eastman family, and then there's some in the like Abernathy gang and whatnot, those Bandero Blondes, those posses will all be available for additional purchase in the backer pledge. So that way, if you wanted, say, the Saddle Up pledge, but then you really wanted like the Bandero Blondes in there and whatnot, you'll have that availability. You might not see it inherently on the pledge page itself because we just wanted to keep that simple and streamlined. But yeah, we're going to be adding that stuff to it. We're using Backer Kit, so when the campaign completes and you get sent out those surveys, you can act accordingly for that. So, okay, you want me to give it a whirl?
We're good.
All right, you are good. All right, cool.
Okay, guys, did we already place all the crates?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So then let's go ahead and draw 6 cards. Make sure you're good and shuffled, guys. I gotta say, I would never want to play our first game, the Kickstarter launch, with anybody else but you guys right here. You find Jimmy.
I second that.
It truly is an honor to share this table with you.
It was a late night.
So for us too. And we were.
An early morning.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And we went to take a
Is all this good? Is all this good, guys? Is this all right?
squares. And before we knew it, the game was on. Somebody said, let's ding.
Sean, I can't hear you. Just let me know.
I love random Facebook users' positivity.
Yeah.
Not if you unlock, when you unlock, positive thinking.
Positive thinking.
Oh,
I
I
like
didn't
that.
connect. I needed. I thought I was staying on the phone with him. Let me just.
Thank you, Facebook user.
Just kidding.
Great job, Facebook user.
What did he say?
He said, not if you Not if you unlock, but when
When
you
you
unlock.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Ugh. I can hear myself.
Don't talk. Impossible.
No, all of a sudden, you got the Mario line.
6. All right, Leroy Gang goes first. We go clockwise from there.
But Leroy, the guy that go first. He just,
When you with the time
Look at this.
travelers,
I got 7 cards. Here, somebody choose one, and I'll stick it back on the top. Because I memorized things.
Everything honorable, man.
I
Who said there's no honor amongst thieves?
They were upside down. I don't know what they were, but I'll start off drawing different cards. Come on. Hey. Hey, I said stick one on the damn.
Okay.
I did. Look, I still got
All right. I do feel the need to say, Dad, it doesn't matter who wins.
Shuffling again.
We can't be having you think 20 steps ahead on every turn, all right? We gotta time you. Okay, I'm gonna start giving you a 3-minute limit to your turns. My dad is a master strategist. And so that generally means that he will literally plan 20 to 40 steps ahead every single turn. So every time something changes, and every time somebody does something different, he's got to re-strategize it all over again.
Hey, Facebook users asking, can you go over who's playing which faction?
Sure. So my father is playing the Leroy Gang. I'm playing the Rough Riders. Jason is playing the sheriff, the lawman, the sheriff and the deputy, and Rad is playing the war band, the Maquaw war band. So these are my characters here. These are my father's characters in the bank. The lawman is right here with Jason. And then the war band is in the back over here.
Will we turn these things over at some point?
Oh yes, flip over the
crates.
Of course, yes. There's a lot of weapons on the field. Mm-hmm. Of course, I get none of them.
Okay. So, I crashed through the window with taking damage.
It's James. Yeah.
So what?
What's that? No, it's me. Somebody saying something?
So James just took damage.
Okay.
That is inside the vault, so you'll have to go in through the doors to get to it. You can make it in one turn.
I can't go sideways.
No. Yes, you can go sideways.
No,
1, 2, 3.
okay, that's the door. Cool. Shooters.
Nice place for the crates. Sure.
Oh, it's a total
What is,
accident.
what is that?
That's essentially like a barrier between the banker and the person. Let's see. This is a bar, so if you want to get through, you have to go through that door. Let's see.
This is an outdoor.
That's a window.
And I can be in that as a.
You know, I never clarified that. We'll just say yeah. You
Nah,
can. You can't.
it's okay. It looks like you should. Okay, that's it. Look there.
All right, so he's looting the rifles or the weapons. Yeah, so the Leroy gang is going first.
They're the outlaw faction. Let's narrate what's happening.
Okay, I'm getting some choices here.
All right, so
The revolver rifle has a range of 14 and damage of 3. But it means I get another shot, right? Every time you attack with a revolver. Is it twice or
No, it's
just
revolver.
gives you a range?
Yeah, it's just an additional attack.
It's an additional attack.
It's
the
not a free
revolver
action.
rifle
Yeah.
is not a free action. The revolver rifle is not a free action. The revolver rifle is essentially a pistol with
Oh,
a
yeah,
longer
yeah,
range.
yeah.
It's a range of 14.
My guy has pistols.
Yes, but you can use this. It's
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
okay.
converts it.
correct. Yeah.
Okay. It's,
Yes. We're just explaining. We're gonna explain. We're having a conversation. And once he's finished, I'll explain what just happened.
Okay, explosive rounds. What does that do? It says add. to
Because otherwise, I'd be talking over him, and he'd be talking
Says
over
add
me,
to
and,
attack.
and it
Correct.
would
So
make
if you're
sense.
attacking at a 2, you play
Yeah.
a 2 attack card, that adds 3 on it, so it turns into
Yeah,
a 5
you would
attack.
just use it. You would put a use on it, and it would add 3.
And you can use that one 6 times?
Yeah, 6 rounds. Okay, so here's what's happened.
And double
The Leroy gang is going first.
Okay.
They're moving into position. James has dove out the window because he's going after this crate. James went for the weapons crate here. His brother Quentin is going back into the vault and is looting a crate in there, which is also a weapons crate. When you loot a crate, what happens is each crate has an icon on it that represents what kind of crate it is. So he looted the weapons crate, so there's a weapons loot deck. And when you loot a crate, you draw 3 cards from the deck, and then you choose one of those cards to keep. That card is your loot, and that card goes to the person who looted the crate. Okay, you can't just give it to anybody. It has to go to the person who looted the crate. But if that person goes up to anybody else, like goes next to them, is like completely next to them, they can pass it to that person as an action.
All right, so he's about to loot.
What did he? Okay, so dad looted a crate and he drew explosive rounds. Explosive rounds is this card, and what it is you'll see there's a damage indicator on the top that says 3. That means you add that 3 to your attacks. You also see these squares on the bottom. That's how many uses you can do. That's how many times you can use this. And so every time he uses it, the moment he uses it the first time, he'll put a blue chip on the square. And then every time he uses it, he'll move that chip across to each square until he's out of squares. And then it's done. Then the card is over. You'll also notice that it's okay. We can go back to the main camera. This will be easy for me. So you'll notice that there's an icon there. It says that's a revolver round. So it's a revolver round only. So this weapon, this ammunition, can only be added to weapon types that use this type of ammunition. You have to be next to a loot crate in order to loot it. Somebody did ask if you could loot through. You can't loot through walls. I mean, somebody asked if you could one time, and I was like, I mean, I guess if you want to play like. If this is like Ghost version and you're a spirit or you have telekinesis or something.
Maravi the magician.
Maravi, yeah. So they then said, could you loot through a window? And I was thinking, that's interesting. I mean, I guess you could, and you could just say you have to punch through the glass and take a point of damage. I wouldn't be against it. That's one of those things that's not mentioned in the rules. And we have a very, Bill of Rights approach to the rules. Anything not mentioned in the rules is entirely up to the table to decide. And that's on purpose. We want to really encourage interaction amongst the group. You guys decide how you want to play this game. All right, so he drew again. James drew again on this loot, and this one right here, and he is now deciding which cards he wants. Which cards did you draw?
I have the percussion pistol.
You got the percussion pistol. Okay. Let's see if we can. We'll put them right there. Oh yeah, so this is a percussion pistol. So this is a dual purpose pistol. This is also a special loot. This is exclusive. This is a special loot. I believe it's included in the tier 2. This is not included in the core game. So this pistol has 6 rounds of regular. But it also, there's instructions here. It's really small, but I'll just explain it. It has a shotgun shell here. So it has 1 shotgun round. And the shotgun round attack is 5. It has a range of 5. Otherwise, the pistol has an attack of 3 with a range of 10. And the pistol uses, of course, pistol ballistics.
Is that a +3?
No, that would be your attack.
That would be your attack.
So when you're drawing a weapon, when you have a weapon, weapons generally have an attack value. And so when you use the weapon, you're essentially substituting whatever attack card you might use with the weapon instead. And so that's a way for you to not only save cards in your deck or make up for if you don't have any cards, but it also allows you to guarantee this strength of attack. So let's say that you have, you'll start to see this will start to make sense the more you play the game, but let's say that you're playing with a weak character, like not necessarily an aggressive character. So most of the attacks are like 2s and 3s. And that's most likely what you're going to draw. So if you went to a weapons crate and you drew like a rifle that attacks at 4 or 5, if you put that in your inventory, you're pretty much guaranteeing that you will attack with a 5 every time you use it. All right, so what was the other card that you? Okay, so the next card here is the Pepperbox Derringer that he drew. The Pepperbox Derringer has a range of 5. It has an attack value of 3, so it's a short range, not very strong weapon. However, it can fire all shots as a free action, all remaining shots. So you basically what that means is you can either pull the trigger a hair and fire 1 time, or you can pull the trigger all the way back and fire all of them. You can't like fire twice. You're either going all in or 1 shot. That's basically what it's saying. So this is a really good card again to guarantee a 3 attack. Like you know that you'll have a good 3 attack. Or if you get in close to somebody, it's an insanely good card. It's a powerful punch. You're basically going 3, and then they have to defend. You're going 3 again, and they have to defend 3 again. They have to. You can obliterate some of these defense cards with the Pepperbox Derringer, or you could just straight up kill them. Oh, sorry.
Double barrel. You're not coming with double.
The double. Okay, that was the other card he drew. So the other card he drew is. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the double barrel was that.
Oh.
So the other card he drew. This is another. A special expansion loot that is included, I believe, in tier 2. Though I mean, don't quote me on that. Check the Kickstarter page. So the double barrel pistol. Basically, the way it works is every other attack is ×2. So its base attack is 3, but as you see, as you move the chip along, when it goes to a ×2, then that's a 6. Then it goes back to 3, and then 6, 3, 6. So this is like an all-around good pistol with periodic awesome attacks.
Well, it's a tough choice. Every other attack is ×2, but tell me what that means again.
That means that attack would be 6 instead of 3. And the reason why it's not 6 instead of 3 is because this is why. Okay? Let's say, all right, let's put this down. Because somebody may say, well, 3 × 2 is 6, so just put 6. No, that's not how this works. Quentin has already drawn the explosive rounds, right? But let's say that he gives the explosive rounds to James, who has the double barrel, the double barrel pistol revolver. So if he's using these in tandem, then the first attack is 6, right? Because the explosive rounds add 3 to that attack. The second attack is not, if this were just 6, then his second attack would be 9. But that's not how it works. He's adding the bullets, so that attack is actually 12, because 3 plus 3 times 2 is 12. So crazy deadly.
I think you made your choice.
I already made that one, but it got better. Thank you. Great instruction.
Could do with some tunes. That's a great point. The problem is we might risk getting muted by Facebook or by other. They've been pretty vigilant about detecting music that you don't own, and they just mute your whole video, and they'll do it live. They'll do that while you're doing it. So unfortunately we don't have a lot of tracks. Now, having said that, Sean may have a workaround. So I leave that to you, Sean. Michael says, I have pledged. I really like those weapons and the loot crates. They can be a game changer for those who go after. Exactly. And the great thing about the loot is that you're not guaranteed to draw these specific things. And so you can't really build a plan around specific loot because you don't know what you're going to draw. And so you may draw something that you didn't necessarily want, but there's no such thing as bad loot. Every piece of loot is good. All right.
Yeah, one of the really cool things you can do with the loot is if you've got a player who's heavy on attack and light on defense, you hit the loot crate, you might be able to get a good defensive card out of there. Then all of a sudden you got a card there that can help shore up some of your posse's or your players' weaknesses.
All right, so here's what's happened. So he's drawn his loot. So the first thing he did was he made his movement. So every turn is broken down into 3 phases: movement, action, and then draw 3 cards. So he made his movements. His posse ran out. They went after the crates. He did his actions, which was loot the crates. And every character gets to move, and every character gets an action. So his characters that had actions to do, they did them. And then he drew 3 cards. Now, what happens is you eventually get too many cards. The maximum amount of cards you can have in your hand is 12. So when you get to 12, you can't draw 3 more. In this game, in High Noon, you're not allowed to draw a card and discard it if you don't like it. You have to draw 3 cards. The only way to do that is to discard up to 3 cards. You have to discard down to 9 so that you can draw 3 cards and max out at 12. And that's how that works. All right. So now it's my turn as the Rough Riders. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to Rough Rider 2. Let's go back here. Rough Rider 1. Rough Rider 1 is going to go here. Rogers is going to move up. Rough Rider 3 is going to move to this crate. And he is going to loot the supply crate. Rough Rider 3 is looting the supply crate. Can you I want to try to minimize the movement of the vortex. All right, so here are the cards that have been drawn. Ooh, all right, okay. Now we're back to getting some core loot and expansion loot. So we have the explosive rounds, we already covered them. Then we've got the steel chest plate. The steel chest plate, the way it works is it takes an action to equip. Let me get up there and see if it'll focus. It's not focusing, but it doesn't matter. So what it does here is it's got 3 squares, 3 boxes, and it can absorb, each of those boxes is 1 point of damage that this shield can absorb before it's gone. But on top of that, it has this 1 here. And what this means is this adds 1 to my defense. So every time I defend +1. And then on top of that, I can absorb up to 3. I may not take any damage each time. If with that +1, that +1 may mitigate damage entirely, and I won't take any damage at all. But even if I do, this chest plate will protect me up to 3. But what I really like is this quick draw holster. This quick draw holster allows me to use my attack value on a card to be a defense, or to counterattack anytime that I'm defending. So when somebody attacks me, I play my defense card, and then whatever's on that card is going as an attack value will be pushed back at that other person, and they have to defend against that. Now, the thing is this is as you can see, it's a bullets only. So this is not all that, this isn't all that useful to the Rough Rider, because the Rough Rider uses rifle rounds, which this is Rough Rider 3. So yeah, if you'll see here, Rough Rider 3 has a rifle round on him, so he can't use this outright, but Colonel Rogers can. So Rough Rider 3 is going to take that. Rough Rider 3 is going to take the quick draw holster, and unfortunately, the action of passing that item over to Colonel Rogers, which is my plan on my next turn, the act of passing it requires that action on the person who's passing it. So so he's going to hold on to that. On my next turn, if he survives, he's going to hand it off to Colonel Rogers. All right, so that's I don't have any other actions to do, so I will draw 3 cards. And if you'll notice, anytime you loot the crate, you flip it over so it says looted. And that means that there's nothing left in the crate to loot. All right, I've drawn my 3 cards, and that is my turn.
All right, so we got the lawman up now. I'm going to take Sheriff Garrett, and we're going to drop him back 4. He's moving towards the loot crate, but can't quite reach it. We're going to drop Deputy Gates back, and we're going to loot the weapons crate. Brad, the weapons crate?
Yes, apologies.
All right, thank you.
So here's your 3 cards.
All right. So, we have the hunting knife. So let's see here. So the hunting knife is a melee weapon where you've got to be, it can be used 2 different ways. It can either be used as a melee weapon up to 3 times, where you've got to get next to somebody and you can stab them for 3, or you can use it 1 time, you can throw it from 4 squares away to do 3 damage. You've got the repeater pistol. The repeater pistol uses rifle rounds. It's an attack of 3. And it can be used up to 6 times. And what it does is it gives you a free action. So I can attack with whatever card I have, and then I can attack with this as a 3 right afterwards. Range of 8, attack of 3. The Masterful Revolver gives you an attack of 4, and it uses revolver rounds. That also can be used 6 times. The thing with this one is it's not a free action though. So if I use this, that's my entire attack. So I like the idea of the repeater pistol here because I like the free action. I want to be able to shoot a 2nd time. All right. I'm going to draw 3, and that winds up my turn.
All right. So I am going to move Elsu up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now Elsu has a speed of 6, so he could have made that even if it was farther away. I'm going to loot the weapons crate. All right. Ooh. Ooh. All right. I've got a Masterful Revolver.
Well, yeah, that one we just covered.
I have a repeater. And I have explosive rounds. Now, one thing you guys should know about the the natives, the Makwa War Tribe, is that they can only carry one thing. So I have to be very judicious about what I choose here. Okay, it's Elsu. So I'm gonna pick up this repeater. Now the thing about the repeater says is that it can fire a second round as a free action, which means that I've just doubled Elsu's attack ability with that repeater. Okay, so I am done.
How does the ammo work? For example, when the 6 shots of the Master Revolver, can it reload, or is it done? It's done. It's one of those things where you can just consider that it's not so masterful and it broke. But yeah, it's
Masterful for 6 rounds.
Yes, and those are 6 masterful rounds, and then you
rounds.
Then you discard it. Just put it back in the discard pile and go draw another one.
Okay, I am. All right, so I'm going to move Kayataka and Elsu behind this cover. And then I am going to take my 3 cards and my turn is over. 1, 2, 3.
All right, so now we've made. Okay, so actually, let me do something here. Generally, what we do is we have we're still working on a ticker, a turn ticker. There's 12 rounds in the game, so we have made 1 rotation. That's 1 round. What I do right now to keep track is I just set aside 12 chips of any kind, and then I just throw them away as each round goes. So I'm going to go get 12 chips, and Dad, you go ahead and take your turn.
Sure. Okay, I have James Leroy, and you can see James Leroy uses a rifle. So the card I got for him is a pistol, and I'm going to need to get that to Quentin, who has a pistol. So I'm going to, and I've had 1 damage already on Leroy from diving through a window, and I think I'm going to do the same thing in just a minute. Okay, so I need to take him through the window, which is going to be another damage. There's 1 space there. Going through there makes that 2, 3. And that makes it 4. So I take a 2nd damage. I need to move Quentin to a door so I can get out of where I'm at. So I'm going to move him over there. And thank you.
What's the R?
Okay, I've taken all my moves. I'm going to do a free action now on James Leroy, who's taken 2 hits already, and I can heal for 2 points.
Oh, nice. So he is now full health.
Now healthy again. And now I'm going to draw 3 cards.
All right.
And that's my move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's now my turn. Rough Rider 2 is going to move to this loot crate here. Sorry. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do, because I don't want to forget, is I'm going to transfer the quick draw holster to Rogers, Colonel Rogers. Colonel Rogers is now a quick shooter. All right, I'm going to loot the supply crate. Rough Rider 2 is looting the supply crate. Thank you.
A Facebook user has a question that says, since Warband can only carry 1 thing, do they drop what they're carrying on the board or is it discarded?
they would discard it. That was something that we deliberated on early in the game, and what I wanted to avoid was overthinking things and keep tracking a ton of stuff. This isn't Warhammer, is what I say. Somebody could argue, well, it's on the ground. Why doesn't somebody else just pick it up? Because it disappeared. You play some video games and you kill a bad guy, and the guy is laying there for like 2 seconds and he disappears. It's like, well, that would never happen in real life. Yeah, but it's a game, so it's just part of the mechanics. So yeah, it just gets if you want to swap out loot like that, you would just discard the loot you already have, or pass it to somebody else. Okay, so I've got a long-range sight and a masterful holster. I don't need this because it's a duplicate. So the masterful holster adds +1 to all attacks, but it's only for pistols. This is another expanded loot, a loot from the expansion. The other one is core loot. This comes with all the games. The long-range sight, it takes 1 action to equip, and it adds 3 to range. And it only works with the rifle round. So I like that. I mean, my guys are all rifle people anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and add that to this guy. So when he equips that, that's going to change his range from 15 to 18. It's still not as long of a range as Kayataka, but it's significant. It's good. Okay, so having said that, pretty much. All right, I'm going to do something here. Get the game going. Okay. All right. So we're gonna play a game. We're gonna play this game. So Rough Rider. I'm gonna have Rough Rider. I can't because Rough Rider 3 did an action. So actually, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna draw cards, and that's my turn.
All right, got the lawman up. I'm going to drop Sheriff Garrett back to loot the beans crate. Got to get my provisions, my rations.
Assuming you can't stack 2 holsters on 1 character.
No, you can totally stack holsters. You can, you just imagine those cartoony dudes who have like the holsters on belts and stuff all over them. You absolutely can stack holsters.
All right, so the hunting knife we already covered earlier.
Okay.
That was one that you can either use 3 times or throw once. We have the double derringer.
Did you talk about the fact that it's also a free action to use?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I talked about free actions. I don't know if I specifically went to
So the thing about the hunting knife is, so there's actually 2 things about the hunting knife that I want to bring up. One is, assuming it wasn't already, maybe it was, is that when your character, if it's on your turn and your character has the knife and he runs up on somebody, and it says it on the card, if he runs up on somebody and he's right next to them, that's melee. He can, as a free action, use the knife right away. And then he can do whatever he wants. So he could attack again with the knife, or he could attack with anything else he's got. But that knife essentially is, you can use it as a free action upon entering melee. It doesn't mean that if you stand there, you can use it as a free action again. But upon melee, upon entering melee, you can use it as a free action. Something else, though, and this is Kickstarter specific, guys. There's Kickstarter exclusive. If you pledge at any time, we went over the stand, but the stand that's day 1 perk. But if you pledge at any tier, you're going to get Kickstarter exclusive loot. And one of those loot is a lasso. And the lasso allows you to essentially stun a person because you tie them up, and then you can pull them in any direction you want to drag them around. You can basically drag them around the map. And while they're lassoed, they can't defend. They can't do anything because they're lassoed. So all your other buddies can be like shooting them and stabbing them and whatever. They're completely vulnerable. But
I'm so looking forward to that.
But if they have a bladed icon on their character sheet, or if they have a knife in their inventory, they can cut themselves free as a free action. Otherwise, they have to expend a I think it's a defense card of 3 or greater. They have to do a defense card of 3 or greater, or basically defend at 3 or greater to break free from the lasso. So defend for 3 or greater from the lasso, or use the knife as a free action to cut themselves free. I want to make this a point because up to now, most people just throw the knife away. They're like, I don't need that thing. But watch what happens when somebody starts running around with a lasso, and then people are going to be like, oh, why did I choose the long range sight? I should have gotten the knife. So there's a little bit more.
All right. Second we got is the double derringer.
All right, so the double derringer is just like the pepper box derringer, except it's basically a weaker form. So instead of 4 attacks, it's 2. So they can attack once, or they can attack both times as a free action.
And finally, the deck of cards.
The deck of cards. This is another part of expanded loot, and what this does is this allows you to discard up to 6 cards and then draw up to 6 cards. Of course, you cannot exceed 12 cards, but this is a great piece of loot to have if you have if you don't have any good cards in your hand. You're like, which happens a lot. Like you'll be like, why did I draw 15 of this character's cards, or 7 of this character's cards? I don't even have this character anymore. He's dead. If you have this deck of cards, you can basically get a new hand.
I want to keep the deck of cards.
There was a question in there about the lasso, about dragging. Can you go back to that?
It said, can you drag some of your friend out of harm's way?
Can you drag a friend? Can you drag a friend to get them out of harm's way? That's interesting. That's not spelled out in the card, so I'm gonna let you guys defer to that in your game.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, I don't see that again. I mean, there's gonna be people at your table who will not see why not. So put it to a vote.
Then let's see. We're going to move sheriff. We're going to move deputy. So moving the deputy out of a window and over cover here. So we're going to go 1, and then it takes 2 here to clear the cover. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got out the window, so we're going to take 1 damage. And I need to draw 3.
Okay. Maybe you should have made the rule about strategizing for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm dumb. It takes me a long time to strategize 3 moves ahead.
So what we're seeing here is what we talked about earlier. Is you kind of see the games break down into 2 different types. Kind of the traditional Western, where there's a lot more kind of looting up at the beginning and setting up for a big gunfight at the end. That's the way this game's kind of shaping up. Sometimes you end up with more what we call the spaghetti Western style, where it's just a shootout from beginning to end. So,
and that's also determined a lot by how the board is set up. So when you set the board up, if you cram everybody together, they're going to get shooting right away. If you create a board like this one where there's a little bit more space and cover, and people can spend the first couple of rounds, looting and building their card decks, typically the next round's where we're going to see people really start to gunfight. To that end,
Dude, he just sent me the sketch of Key as father.
what else is there?
Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm getting sketches of one of the expansions right now. One of the expansion posses coming up that will be a stretch goal. Oh my gosh, these are so good. He is doing so. You guys are gonna love this expansion posse, especially if you love the Maquis. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Okay, so that's the first one.
Yeah. Oh,
And
I like the bear.
that's key, isn't it?
Yeah. Awesome.
Oh wait, oh shoot, no, that's Kaitaka. Never mind. Sorry, that's Kawataka's head.
Nice.
Oops. Sorry.
Okay. I'm going to take my 3 cards. All right, my turn is over. It's another round.
Mikhail's watching. Dude, you were doing so good. Oh my god, these look amazing. I cannot wait to share this with the group.
Good job, Miguel.
There you go.
Okay, so then Mikhail, if you're watching, I'm thinking like a fox fur, like around his shoulder area. So like,
Yes.
like make that cape really heavy, if that makes sense. I'm just telling. I could text it to you, but I just want to tell you here because you're watching. And this is technically like our first time actually talking. Isn't that crazy?
All right, there's another round.
Okay, round in. Okay, Dad, did you go?
I'm going now.
Okay. Is it always 1 damage to go through a window, or just the first time? Yes, it's always. You gotta like just think about like you jump through the window, and so it's shattered and stuff, but there's still like shards sticking out of the frame and stuff. You're gonna hit that as well.
You'll get a splinter.
And then maybe if you roll on the ground, there's glass on the ground. It's getting all up on your skin and stuff. That's
Yeah.
So every time you pass through a window, it's 1 damage.
Okay, I'm still trying to get my Quentin Leroy and James to connect
Okay.
so that I can get this pistol over to Quentin. Anyways.
Okay.
And my moves. Sometimes looting a crate just takes you so far away, doesn't it? I mean, I was way over here,
And that's
and
always
just,
always something to think about, like with the Leroy gang. Is like, do you want to spread them out? And so you got to balance that out between spreading them out and getting the loot. So let's spread them out, let's get the loot, but then we got to get them back together again. So
that was it for me.
Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Oof. All right. Let's see what happens. You know, we gotta get some. Let's see if we can get some scores.
get some gold
Let's
flowing.
get some gold going. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Gonna go here. So okay, so Rogers is moving from the wagon out to face Kiya, who is coming up the alley. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. And okay, Rough Rider 3 is going to move in front of Rogers. All right.
And not to play volley.
but not to play Bubba. That's right. That's right. Rad, I ruined Rad's day, and then Rad ruined mine promptly thereafter. Okay. All right. However, here's what's going to happen. Colonel Rogers is going to play Focus Fire. And what that does is it's a 3 attack for Colonel Rogers. But all Rough Riders attacking this target on this turn add +2 to their attack power. So this goes for the whole turn. So he's going to attack, but see, he's attacking through his man. And so attacking through a man essentially counts as cover. It's obfuscated, or you're obstructed. So attacking through cover is what you do is when you're shooting through cover, you halve the attack. You cut it in half, and then you round up. So an attack of 3 cut in half is 1.5. Rounded up is 2. So Kiyiya, so he's essentially attacking Kiyiya for 2.
Kiyiya is going to defend for 3.
All right. So Kiyiya defends for 3 against an attack of 2. So he takes no damage because 2 minus 3 is -1. All right. So I heal Kiyiya. Okay. So now Rough Rider 3 is going to attack.
Well, when do I play my brother?
You can do it right now.
I'm going to play my brother. And this is a card that anytime Kiyiya is attacked, I get to maneuver Kayataka up to 6 places to defend him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So now he's now blocking the attack, but you're also attacking for 4 with that attack. This is a defense. This is a counter attack move that allows Kayataka to move into position and attack in the same round. So he's moved into position and he's attacking for 4. So now my Rough Rider has to defend against an attack of 4. I don't know if my guy can do it. So my Rough Rider is going to defend for 3. So he's playing this card. As you can see, it's a basic card with both attack and defense. I'm using the defense on the attack. It's a 3 against his 4. So my Rough Rider, that's Rough Rider 3, is going to take a 1 damage. All right. Now, just because, so he did damage. Rad just dealt damage against the Rough Rider, but just because he dealt damage doesn't mean he gets a point. You only get points if you deal damage on your turn. But it's still a really good. It's still a really good counter because it's got me hit, and that's going to hurt. And I had to expend a card that was both a defense and an attack card for that purpose. So I'm going to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right.
Now another thing that this strategy does is that what you will find as you play Elsa's Warband is that Kiyiya has a lot of attack-heavy cards, but not a lot of defense cards. So moving him into the open exposes him. My brother allows Kayataka to absorb damage because Kayataka has a better distribution of higher defense cards. So I'm in a better position now. I've been able to maneuver Kiyiya into the battle space, but also protect him from damage with the My Brother card.
So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Press the Enemy. This is a free action, and what it says is all characters may move up to 3 tiles. So I'm going to play that, and I'm going to move these characters into position and move these characters out of position and reinforce each other. What Kayataka didn't realize was Colonel Rogers had him in his sights, right where he wants it. So now my Rough Rider 1, is going to attack the real target for 5.
And Kayataka will defend for 4. And I'll take 1 damage.
And for dealing now, because that was on my turn, I will take a gold bar, and that's 1 point. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Now I've done pretty much. Oh, Rough Rider 2, because he still has an action. He's going to go ahead and equip the long-range sight. So now his range is 18. Can I get a blue chip? I'm just going to put that on there to mark that it's been equipped. Thank you. And I'm going to draw 3 cards. And that is my turn.
All right. We'll move Sheriff Garrett up, well, over 1 and then up 3. So we'll move towards the door. We're going to move Deputy up to loot the gear crate. And we're going to keep him behind that because loot crates are recovered. So, all right. Gear cards.
Yeah, sorry.
That's what we got here.
1, 2, 3.
And just, hey, Becky or Sean, if you're watching, we don't have any audio. So if you want me to address anything, specific or anything like that, just go ahead and shoot me a text or give me a call. And
So we've already covered the masterful holster, correct? And the long range sight. So
what's up?
we covered the long range.
We covered the long range sight and the masterful revolver. Facebook it says, so if I run out of cards defending, I cannot attack on my turn if I'm out of cards. That's correct.
Right.
Well, unless you have a weapon loot in your inventory. If you've got a weapon in your inventory, you can use that as your attack.
So the long range sight does not help me because it requires a rifle round, and I have pistol rounds only. Oh, the masterful holster. So the revolver buttstock, let's cover that one here real quickly. This is for pistol rounds only. This takes 1 action to equip, but it adds 4 to the range.
So this is essentially like a long range sight, but for for pistols.
Yeah.
So as he said, it adds 4 to the range. It's pistols only. Takes 1 action to equip.
All right, I'm gonna go with the masterful holster. Oops, that's on deputy. All right. And let's see, I'll move both of them, discard 3, draw 3. All right. Your turn.
Okay.
Things are about to probably get really, really hairy for the Rough Riders.
All right. Now I'm faced with a dilemma here because I'm out of range of the Rough Riders, but I'm not out of range of the sheriff. So I could either play to my baser instinct and attack the people that I dislike the most, or I could just score some points.
Brad, I've never known you to not play against your baser instincts.
Yeah. Well, that's what
While you're plotting,
boys.
Brad, you plot that out. I'm going to address this question. So default weapons do not run out of ammo like looted weapons, but require cards to be used and can temporarily be unable to fire. That's correct. That is absolutely correct. What you have in your consider it like. Think about it like this. That's your weapon. Like that is your gun. You've got ammunition that you've created for that gun. You've packed your own bullets or whatever, or you use specific caliber for your rifles. Whatever it is. Periodically, you're going to have to reload. Periodically, you're going to run out of ammo for that. Whereas if you let's say you grab that masterful revolver, it may use proprietary ammunition. Maybe your revolver is a 9mm and that master revolver is a 44-40. Well, I got bullets in my hand. Well, that ain't gonna fit in that masterful revolver. But fortunately for you, that masterful revolver came preloaded. So you got 6 rounds, make them count, and then chuck that thing. You don't need it. But your own guns, you've got your own bandoliers and pockets full of bullets and whatever that you can just reload as you need to.
Okay, I've moved my Kia and Kayataka over here to surround the deputy. And, okay.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you another card that Kia is going to attack the deputy for 5.
Going to defend for 3.
Okay.
All right, so he takes 2 damage.
2 damage.
I get a gold bar.
No. Everybody's. Oh, you were already at 1 because you jumped in the window.
Yeah.
That's right. My bad.
All right. The Elsu's Warband, Kia has another card called Bloodlust. And basically what Bloodlust means is that I can just continue attacking because I've lost my mind and I'm just going to keep attacking as many times as I want, as many times as I have this card. So I'm going to attack for 3.
Yeah, the card actually says play after Kia plays an attack card.
Defend for 3.
So he defends for 3.
I'm going to attack for 4 with Bloodlust again.
Because technically Bloodlust is an attack card, so if he has another Bloodlust, he can play it right after that one.
I'll take 4 damage.
Ooh.
Yep.
All right, well, I'm going to attack for 3 again with Bloodlust.
Oh my gosh.
And now Kayataka is going to attack for 4.
Oh my gosh. Dude. Yeah.
Now look, this may seem like, wow, look how much damage I did, but I had to draw 4 cards out of my deck. And I'm seriously hurting for cards now. I'm, in effect, very vulnerable by doing that. Okay, so that's my turn. I'm going to take my 3 cards. And my turn is over.
You seem to have found yourself in a pickle, Sheriff.
Well,
Perhaps you could use my caliber for your assistance.
I believe so. I believe we could use some assistance here, Colonel Rogers.
You know what? I'm sorry.
Would you like to back up Philip Alden?
I apologize for keeping your man in the cell overnight. On second thought.
You can really bring him on out here.
Here's your guns.
Mayan ruins, you say?
I just suddenly remembered drinking's legal in this town.
I forgot that warrant expired. My bad.
He's under arrest. Turns out today is opposite day.
I'm going to be under arrest today. I need to lay down.
So, the official cooperation rules for one of the expansion packs are not ready yet, but as you can see, informal cooperation is always a possibility.
All right. Rad, did you finish your?
Yes, my round is done.
Okay, your round is done. So Dad is up. Oh, so that is a full round. That is another turn in the bucket.
Did she ask you for your name? Just volunteer.
Sure would like to kill that sheriff. I mean, that Colonel Rogers. But hey, look.
Squirrel.
A sheriff. He is like, come on, I'm going to attack this guy. Kayataka's like, but our enemy's over there. He's like, yeah, it's okay. I think they're together.
All these white people look the same.
Just kill them all.
That fits in his that's his modus operandi. In the story, it's Elsu keeping Kia in check.
Yeah, I moved him by him so I could switch this over. Right, when can I switch it over?
What are you asking? During your action phase, you can switch it over, and it's the person doing the switching that is their action.
It's a person giving it away that's doing the action.
So their action. Okay.
Yeah.
It's James. James is using an action to give that to Leroy. It's a Quinn.
Okay, so it's now official.
It is official.
I have finally, after 4 times, got the pistol, which has all the power that Dwight talked about, to Quentin Leroy
Jenkins.
with an explosive round.
Oh boy.
So sometimes he can attack with 12, as Dwight said, but I gotta get it over to double 2. Okay, just for fun. I'm gonna attack. I need to get in the attack mode because I'm gonna be attacked anyway. So
Maybe not. You never know.
You can Elsie's ready.
Well, maybe not. Yeah. You know, you never know when an Indian means what he says, though, right? Because white man speaks with forked tongue, right?
That's right. The word of 10 bears is like iron.
Oh, okay. Then we shall have peace.
Very good.
Okay.
The word of
10 bears.
the word of Leroy also is like iron.
Perfect quote from Outlaw Josie Wales there. Okay. That will be my moves, and I will cast away.
That's funny because actually in the story in Pascagoula, by the time they get to Pascagoula, Quentin, the Leroy gang does end up teaming up with Elsu's warband because they're going after Rogers.
Right. Well, I just hate them because they always retreat with their tactical advances and formation shooting. And that's the thing. What we want you guys to see about Colonel Rogers is that his strength is in using his formations. He has a very dedicated band of guys who followed him into the frontier, but they still maintain military discipline. They still operate as a unit. And so that's why their posse card deck is set up to lend itself, if you play it correctly, to formation shooting. These guys are very deadly. The way Dwight's playing them is they're very effective because they reinforce each other. They have Colonel Rogers guiding their attacks, directing their movements, and if they move in a synchronized way, their fires compound. That's all. Whose turn?
Are you done?
Yeah.
Oh, you drew your 3 cards? You're done? Oh, perfect. Okay. 3. For 3. All right.
A Facebook user says, dumb question, but there's no facing component to the individual minis. They can shoot to the sides or behind them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, these are old. This is an old version of these minis. We're just playing with them because they happen to be painted. But the new bases are round, so you can aim them in any direction. And yeah, it doesn't. The only person that requires any kind of movement to turn is Father Franklin, and only when he's deployed with his machine gun out of his coffin.
And you'll see, because his attack cards for his deployed version have a cone that damage.
Okay, I'm moving into a position where I can do a multi-pronged attack, and I also want to make sure that my my angles are defended as well. So I want to have my guys ring 4. So I'm going to bring this guy up to here. Okay, so Colonel Rogers is going to attack. Colonel Rogers is going to attack Leroy Gang 2 for 3.
Catch me. Surprisingly.
The Leroy Gang. the white man Rogers has proven himself to be treacherous even to you,
Yes.
his own tribe.
His own people.
He has no honor.
Okay, so I'll be attacking for 3.
Mhm.
Oh. So I'll defend for 4.
Okay. You have to do that. No, I have to do this.
I'm sorry.
However, Rough Rider 3 is also going to attack number 2 for 4.
Okay, I'll have to defend for 4.
All right, you take no day. Good job. Well played. But you see, what's happened here actually is, so the thing about the Leroy gang is James and the Leroy gang share attack and defense cards. James has a couple of standalone cards for attack, but most of his defense cards are within the Leroy gang. So Dad used these defense cards to avoid taking damage on Leroy Gang 2, and that could make a big difference for him moving forward, because I mean his guy lives to see another turn. But will that bite him in the future? Having used his few heavy defense cards that were heavy because James was sharing them, because otherwise the Leroy Gang is not known for their evasive maneuvers. Okay. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'm going to go ahead. Ooh. All right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and draw 3 cards, and my turn is done. All right. Also, can you touch on line of sight? How do you calculate distance on diagonal? You just multiply by 2. Basically, just think of it as a pixelated game. So everything goes up, left, up, up, angle, up, upside, 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 downside, downside, downside. That's how you count. That's how you count diagonals.
One drop.
In order to be, so if it's a diagonal space right next to another diagonal space, that's not melee. That's 2 squares. In order to be melee, you have to be either directly in front of, behind, or to the sides of the character.
So I'm going to drop the deputy back. I'll bring the sheriff out. He'll take 1 damage. Deputy Gates is going to attack Kayataka with the repeater pistol for 3. And yeah.
Kayataka will defend for 3.
Deputy Gates is going to attack with Dead or Alive. So
Deputy Gates can't do that.
Oh wait, yeah. No, that's a free action.
No, you can use this a second time as a free action.
Ah, okay. Yeah, we'll attack with 3 on that again.
Okay. I'll take a damage. Okay.
Okay.
I'll just take 3.
Well, hang on a second. Is that what you're going to do? Those are rifle rounds going into that repeater.
Oh, that's a rifle.
It's not a rifle, but it's a repeater. It's a repeater pistol. It's based off a Winchester,
Okay.
So it uses that caliber. So here's the thing: rifle rounds deal an extra point of damage if they actually deal damage. So let's say a rifle round. Let's say that a person's attacking with a 4. That it's an attack of 4. So if somebody defends with a 4, then it wipes it out. You don't take any damage. But if they defend with a 3, they're going to take a point because 4 minus 3 is 1. And because it's a rifle round, they'll take an additional point of damage. They'll actually take 2 points damage.
Case in point, he attacked with 4 or with 3. I defended with 2. I took 1 damage, but because it's a rifle round, I took an additional. So my actual hit points was 4.
And that's why I stopped him, because he was like, "Oh, I'll just take 3 damage." Because if he had done that, he would have actually taken 4 points of damage.
All right, and Sheriff Garrett is attacking Kayataka for 5.
Kayataka's got to take it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh no! All right, so you got 1 gold for scoring a point.
Yep.
Plus, Kayataka is worth 2 gold on his character sheet. So he got 2 gold by wiping out Kayataka. Now this has devastating effects on the warband because Kayataka is intended to be the defender of the warband. So when Kayataka has cards, like he played with Rough Riders, where if any of the other warband are attacked, if Elsu or Kia are attacked, Kayataka can play that card and move into a position and counter-attack. It's a deadly card, but it's only useful if Kayataka's around to use it. Now he's off the board, which means those defense cards are off the board. This could bode very bad for Rad. And this is where maybe he should have just kept his better instincts. Or maybe the engines might want to change sides.
No, we hate you. All right. 1, 2.
Also, with line of sight, can you shoot through minis or can you hide screen minis behind others? Yes, you can hide behind others. So, in case in point, we just did this in one of the rounds before this, where Colonel Rogers shot through his mini to attack the other person. Now, that counts as cover or counts as obstruction. So it cuts the attack in half and then rounds it up to the nearest solid number. You can't shoot through the enemy's mini to attack another mini. You can't target another mini behind that mini. You can't do that. You're only allowed to attack the first mini in front. But you can attack through your own characters. It just counts as a penalty.
All right, so now I have to make a desperate move because I've run myself up a creek with no paddle. So I'm going to attack with Ki on Deputy Gates for 5.
And he said, "Oh, wow. Okay, so that's 3 gold. You got 1 gold for dealing damage, and then Deputy Gates is worth 2 gold. So Deputy Gates is down. Deputy Gates is also carrying loot. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this tombstone, and we're going to mark where Deputy Gates was on the board. And what this means is anybody can go to that tombstone and loot it just as if it were a crate, only they can take all of that. They can take all of the items that are on him. Right now, he's carrying a repeater pistol and a masterful holster.
If only Ki could actually carry it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should mention that Ki is not because he is a berserker. He doesn't have the ability to carry anything. He's light and fast. He's got 2 battle axes, 2 tomahawks. He's not carrying anything. He's wearing nothing. He's got no bag. So I can't pick up that stuff. That loot is now in play.
So, okay, can I shoot members of my own posse to deny opponent from gaining gold? It's not mentioned in the rules. So I would say leave that up to the table to decide. However, there are future posses that allow that sacrifice pieces, minis or characters to get buffs and certain things. There are sacrificial posses. If we were playing at my table, I would offer 2 solutions for negotiation. 1, no, you can't do that. 2, yes, but it comes at a cost. So it's the cost. We could either say it's the cost of the value of the mini cut in half, rounded up, or just the value of the mini. So if Sheriff Garrett were to shoot Deputy Gates, and Deputy Gates is worth 2 gold, then that posse, his posse, would lose 2 gold. Or if you round, if you cut it in, or half, whatever. I would say there should be a penalty. At my table, there would be a penalty for doing so.
Okay, my turn's over.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Sorry, Kayataka.
That's a full turn. Yeah, you're up.
You want to see Kalataka's father?
Yes, you do.
Oh, I love it.
And I told him that's what I was telling him. Add like big poofy fur.
Yeah.
All right, so the Leroy gang is moving, and it looks like they're moving out of the bank,
They are. And they're heading right towards El Sue.
or they're heading right towards me.
Their words are as twisted as the Ocklawaha River.
What?
My intentions were straight. My words were as twisted as the Ocklawaha River.
Wow, guys, we are almost at 37,000.
Excellent.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Man, thanks, guys.
Let's take them out.
Remember, only $60,000 left to unlock Father Franklin.
Yes.
Rapidly becoming one of my favorite suppliers. Father Franklin deployed as a force to contend with.
That'd be cool. We'll do it once we cross that. We'll do a play test we'll do a play test for all the expansions that we unlock, so we can show everybody how cool they are.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this gold racking up. Good job. And good job to both of you.
Yeah.
Even gooder job if you can keep it. Hey, aren't you bank robbers? Don't you like gold?
Go lay him on the side as he's dead.
Don't listen to his twisted words. He tries to sway you with his lies.
White man.
He offers the rain, but he will give the drought.
You never know about
In marriage he offers the pretty woman, but old squaw at non-wedding morning. The day of wedding, beautiful squaw. The day after, old squaw.
Old squaw's mother.
Trick. Don't trust them.
Did you go? Are you done yet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think so.
Did you announce that your turn was over?
I have to announce it?
Well, it just lights the table because we're having such a great
I'm sorry,
time.
I was laughing.
We're all laughing.
The jokes on the marriage ceremony. You know, Indians have such interesting thoughts, you know.
This posse will offer wedding at night.
Hey.
Morning, face at night.
You know what? Only in High Noon can the Indians actually win. I love it. Don't
Well,
you?
they
They
slay-
give them a chance.
They slay
Yeah.
bodies. They slay bodies in this game. I've won several times.
Speaking of which, rest in peace, Deputy Hayes.
Yes. Well, this is their land to begin with, anyway.
Let's see what we can do here.
Well, it was their fault for being in our land before us.
Well,
Maverick quote.
depends on who you ask.
Move these guys in position.
Maverick is actually an underrated movie.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to watch it. Someone was telling me about it today.
Have you not seen it?
I've seen parts of it. I never
The
watched
original's, of course.
it. I've seen the original.
Yeah, the original's pretty good, but the remake, of course, James Gardner makes a cameo as.
Yeah, I've
I'm
seen
not
the
gonna do
James
that.
Garner version, but I haven't seen the Mel Gibson. I think that's why I didn't watch it. I was like,
It's actually pretty good.
All right, Dad. Colonel Rogers is going to attack Rough Rider 1 for 3.
you see? Oh yeah.
Chris Neen says, just got the all-in bundle. Can't wait to give this game a shot. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much.
Which Rough Rider are you attacking?
Rough Rider 1. Or not Rough Rider 1. Leroy Gang 1.
Yeah.
That guy. For 3? Yeah. Okay, I'll take a point of gold, please. And Rough Rider. Rough Rider 2 will attack Elsu for 3.
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
For 3?
Yeah.
Why, oh, why did I burn all the good cards? I'll take 3.
Wow. Okay. All right, and let me count my cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. I have to discard a card because I'm at 10. So I'm going to discard. Dang it! I really don't want to discard that card. I'll discard this card. Now I'll draw 3 cards, and my turn is done.
Sheriff is going to use his action to grab the repeater pistol, but we'll leave the masterful holder behind. We'll discard 4 Deputy Gates cards and draw 3.
Oh, what a reprieve.
Ooh. Uh-oh. I like these free actions. You can play any time cards.
Note that's not melee. We just discussed that.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3.
You don't have burst.
No, do I don't have burst.
That's Colonel Dwight to you.
Colonel Righteous Dwight Senac.
All right. Now there's a tombstone here, but now you're blocking all the
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, let's see. Decisions. All right. Elsie's going to attack Rough Rider 3 for 3.
Also, ooh, Rough Rider 3 for 3?
Yeah.
Play. I will defend for 3.
Blast. Now, what I was trying to do was
Poison me.
poison him with my poison tip arrow. If he had taken damage, he would have been poisoned for the rest of the.
And then any turn that I didn't heal, I would take that point and he would get a gold. Just for that. It'd just be ongoing gold.
Right. Okay, I'm going to take 3, 1, 2, 3. Dump this card because I don't need it. All right. My turn is over. I'd love to have this card before.
Is Kia fully healed?
Mm-hmm. Not for long.
What did he do?
He took no damage.
He's not taking any
He
damage.
hasn't taken any damage.
Because I was all on. I was all trying to kill off
Kayataka.
Kayataka.
Oh shoot.
So I launched 3 attacks and
Yes.
Kayataka killed him off.
Okay. Fine. This is fine.
This is fine.
This is fine.
It's all good. It's all fine.
Okay. That's covered. That's as far as you have to go.
Button up to the cover.
Mm-hmm.
Only imagine what's going to happen here.
Oh boy.
Okay.
All right, so up to now, I was hiding behind this wagon and taking advantage of it. But now, because he's right up on the wagon, we're both taking advantage of it, which means there's no cover. It's negated.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Olson says, I'm in.
Thank you, Steven.
Awesome. Glad to have you. Welcome aboard.
Can't wait to play with you, Steven.
This is James Leroy. He's going to attack with 3.
With a rapid lever. Okay.
Now, he's going to attack with 3 against 3.
Okay. Against 3.
Oh, wait a minute. You say, which one is this? Is this a free action card? Like an additional attack card.
You play that, and then you can play an additional attack card after you play it.
Yeah. Just wanna make sure if I understood that. No. Because, okay, I want to attack your guys with, I'll attack him with 4.
Okay.
1 with 4.
I will defend for 3. And that's number 1, so I will take 1 point of
Have
damage.
some gold.
Okay, I'll attack him with 4.
I will defend for. I'll defend for 3. Which one was that one?
2.
2. Defend for 3. Take 1 damage.
Okay. He's going to attack 3 for 3, and it's going to cover me.
Alright.
So,
Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. There we go. I told you the Leroy gang is deadly, man. Leroy gang is deadly, people.
10 bears laughs like a bear who's found honey.
All right. We attack it for 3. Okay. That's against 2. Number 3. Wow. I'll take it.
okay. I'm going to attack here with fanning fire. Now, what does this mean? Play this card twice. Means I get to shoot
Shoot it twice. Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to attack that with fanning fire, and right now it's
So 6.
it's 6 on the first shot.
Got it. Okay. So he's dead. You get 1 gold for that.
Okay. Now on the second shot, I guess I'll attack 2,
Okay.
and he's attacking.
But you're okay.
Oh, I don't know. You tell me.
So if you're attacking that, it plays this card twice. You're not playing this card. So are you adding the explosive rounds to this?
Well, it's what he has.
Right. But you either will play this or that you don't. This is a substitute for a card.
Okay, so I've already played that.
You played it.
Didn't I just play it?
No, you played this card.
Oh, so I can only shoot that one time?
Correct. This one you can shoot. You can play it twice, but it's this card you're playing twice. Now, if you want to keep this in your hand and say you were attacking with that, so you can get closer to your double round, then you can do that. I'm just letting you know that's.
Well, I already played it, and I should have answered beforehand, so I just have to suffer the consequences. I guess I attack again for that 3.
Tim, I'll take it. All right.
So I'm just going to do a heal. I don't know how that.
Yeah, you can
It's a
do
free
it.
action. You can do action.
I knew I could, but I the card somehow. Oh, maybe when we were. Okay, so I doesn't make sense where all my cards go. Oh,
All right.
except for played this one. Where did it go? What is all these? These ones I
Those are your cards that you played.
Okay, I did not play them. 3, and I guess I'm gonna say that's it.
All right.
Oh wait a minute, it's too late. Never mind.
Would you mind turning your focus on maybe that guy?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Okay. Because I'm fairly certain I'm about to lose all my men.
Could be.
Could
be. Oh, my ancient enemy.
I wanted to interrupt the scheduled gameplay to announce that I have trimmed my beard. Look at that. I took a little bit of this. I think this looks even a little bit more on the creepiness. So I just wanted to, I was just sharing. And we'll go back to the game.
I'm going to do attack for 3.
On who?
I'm sorry. Rough Rider 2 is attacking Kia for 3.
Key is going to defend for 4.
Okay. And that's a tactical advance. So that means that after attacking, the Rough Rider can move up to 4 squares. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And Colonel Rogers is going to attack Taming Savages. Taming Savages is a attack of 4, but if the faction is a native, the attack is a +8 against Kia.
Is 8. Yeah.
Is 8? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's not a +8. It's not 12.
Oh, I should have played the 4 defense for I should way to save that card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll take a gold, please.
So who's the bigger threat here, Quentin or Kiaya?
Okay. Now I'm going to play Press the Enemy. And 3, 3, 2. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Now, see, I would love if we had general store right now because I would love to heal my guy, Kayataka, but I can't. So,
2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, and now my turn's done.
So who's the bigger threat here, Quentin or Kiaya right now?
Kia, it's up to you, man.
I'll tell you what Kia is going to do. Well, I won't tell you.
Pardon me, gents.
Move. Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Well, first thing we want to do here.
Oh yeah.
I need to see them papers, boy.
I knew that card was as soon as he said.
Oops.
Sorry. Too much excitement.
So the CM papers, when you play it against somebody, played against right here, I get to take a look at his hand, and I get to remove 2 cards to force him to discard. All right, so let's see.
You get to choose the cards you're gonna make.
Oh, yeah.
This card? Oh, that's,
Oh, yeah.
that's nasty.
It's ugly.
He did that to me once.
Well, I was going to go after Rogers because he's my ancient enemy, but now I'm going to go after the Sharif.
Let's remove. Oops. We're definitely going to take out the poison arrows. Okay. All right, we're going to move the sheriff up. Going to attack with a repeater pistol for 3 against Kiaya.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We're going to do that again.
Is that Kia?
Yeah,
Yep.
Kia.
All right, take that gold.
Nice.
Stack that up.
Ouch. Of course, what he did was he went through my deck. He threw away my best defense card for Kia, and then he attacked me with an attack that I couldn't defend, which then generated an additional point of damage for rifle rounds. I couldn't sustain it. Y'all done?
I need to discard.
Okay.
Well, I've been to my deputy here, so we'll discard his cards. We got 9 cards, so I can draw 3. Oh yeah. And not so, oh yeah.
Okay.
That's the thing with this game, when you lose a character. So I just drew a card for Deputy Gates, which of course doesn't go good right now since Deputy Gates is in fact dead.
All right. Well, I'm pretty limited in what I can do, so I'm going to attack the sheriff with a repeater for 4.
Yeah, let's see. Sheriff's going to defend with return fire, so defend for 3 and attack for 4. So he'll take 1 damage.
2 damage.
2 damage, sorry.
So defend for what?
Defense for 3.
Or attack with what?
4.
Okay, I'll defend for 3. Or for 2.
Oh, this is all right. So this is a defense card
Yeah.
for Sheriff Gate. It's called Return Fire. He's got a few of these, and they have different defense values. What they do is they say after defending, attack for a certain value, and this one it's 4. So he gets to defend for 3 and then immediately attack for 4. It's like having that quick draw holster, only it's built into his deck.
All right, I'm going to attack again for a free action. That's with 4 with the repeater.
We're going to return fire again.
Okay.
It's like,
He's got several of those in his deck.
it's like poker. It's like Sean said. It's like poker. I was betting that he wasn't going to have another return fire. Is it for 4?
Yeah.
God bless.
Attacking for 3 and defending for 4.
And that's actually the point. The whole point of the game, like I wanted there to be a feel of a poker game. I wanted it to feel like you're playing a card, like a poker game. And that's why there's poker chips incorporated in the game. And you know we've talked about it in the High Noon group, but one of the expansions later into the distance is an RPG model or a module. It's a module. It's an expansion that transforms the whole game into an RPG, and then even that incorporates even more poker chips, or poker size chips. So yeah, this is supposed to feel like a saloon card game with cowboy minis. Brendan says, is there a campaign option for gameplay? Not out of the gate, not at this level, and not at the Kickstarter level. There will be there's going to be another expansion. It's going to be a huge expansion, and it's a mansion. It's the governor's mansion, and it's a 2-level thing. It's massive, and that's going to incorporate campaigns, co-op, single player, all sorts of fun stuff. It's going to be there, but not in the initial games rolling.
Facebook user says, would return fire stack with quick draw holster? If so, 2 attacks at stated value or 1 attack stacking the value?
That's a fantastic question. Yeah, yes, that return fire would. No. It wouldn't stack because return fire has a built-in attack value.
Yeah.
And quick draw holster is not a card in itself with an attack value or defense value. It just lets you play a card and use the attack value on that card. So it's not that it doesn't stack, it's that there's nothing to stack. Okay, that's a Dexter?
Yes.
Okay.
That's in the round down.
Oh, perfect.
Everybody has to set up in the attack phase, right? Once
Yep.
attack begins.
Once attacks begin,
Correct.
you can't move unless your card allows you to move, unless a card states that you can move. And that's the thing. So you have the 3 phases, right? You have movement, action, and then draw 3 cards. The moment you start one of those phases, the phase before it ends. You can't go back. So make sure you get everything done in that phase before you move on to the next one.
All right. Can you put me right at the...
Sure.
Yeah, put me right up against it.
Right here.
Actually,
Just
Right here?
right there.
Oh, right here.
Now, there you go. Right.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3. Can you put it on that little loop thing right there?
You can't stand on the.
What was in the seat?
Mhm.
All right.
One right there.
Sure.
Right next to him.
Yeah. And but I have to move the rest of them, right?
You don't have to, but you can.
Okay. I'm gonna check. You're gonna do my double barrel, explosive rounds, and 4. Right.
Can I have one as well, please?
Goes back to me for
Thank
4?
you.
No. Right.
Hmm?
Use it to engage the double barrel pistol.
Okay, so you're not attacking for 4.
Oh, I'm attacking with this one, is what you're saying?
Okay, you can either attack with the pistol or you can attack with your attack card. Thank you.
Oh, really?
You can add the explosive rounds to your attack, but you can't you can either attack with this or this.
Okay. Add the explosive rounds, and well, yeah, make it D6.
Are you using this?
Yeah. That's what
Is
you
it
said.
on its first shot or second shot?
First?
Okay, so it's a 6. He's attacking for 6.
Attacking me for 6.
Mhm.
And I want to say this is some gratuitous feel good stuff, but
Defending for 4. Taking 2.
What does that mean? I get.
You get a point of gold.
yeah.
Do I need to go pull some more gold from the bank?
Okay.
All right, so you're done.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I've moved Colonel Rogers up to face Elsu. I've moved my Rough Riders up 1 square. I've done this because I want to make sure that I have cover between me and the Leroy gang as much as possible, while still maintaining a line of sight that I can take advantage of. Hey, Rad?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and attack you, brother.
Don't attack me. Attack somebody else.
Yeah. Free action.
Hang on a second. So
You
here's
can do
your-
a free action on
1, 2,
somebody
3.
else's turn?
No, you
No. All right, so here's what I've done.
I'm just trying
I
to.
moved-
was coming.
I moved Rough Rider 1. I moved Rough
Oh,
Rider 2
God.
up in front of Rogers to face Elsu. I've moved Rough Rider 1 up 1 space to keep line of sight. Okay, so Rough Rider 2 is going to attack Elsu with a +3 with a 3.
I'm just gonna take it in the face.
That's going to be a 4 then because it's a rifle round.
Well, all right. I don't
Okay, all right. Okay, may I have a point of gold, please? Okay, and that was a tactical advance, so he can move up to 4 tiles. So I'm going to have him move back over here next to his buddy. which then brings Colonel Rogers out in the open. Now Colonel Rogers can see Elsu, and that's going to allow Colonel Rogers to play another Taming Savages card against Elsu for an attack of 8.
Elsu is dead.
Oh! All right.
Now listen, I want to point out that I took a gamble at the very beginning to start the action.
Yep.
And it was simply because I didn't draw the right. Oh, well, my card distribution, it is what it is. It's a gamble. I took a risk. I thought it was going to work out. He threw away my cards because his cards had the show me your papers. I was unable to defend at critical points, and I lost. It's not that what happened was I lost my characters. And because I lost the characters, it neutralized half of my hand. And so that really affected the ability to defend it. So that was a gamble I took. It didn't work out for me. Avenge me.
Avenge me! Avenge me! All right.
So
there's 2 questions. I'm going to address this. Well, hey, Becky, if you're watching this, there was a question before this that we didn't get to address, I don't think. Okay, do most characters have a movement of 4 and only the warband is 6? In the core game, yes. In the core game, that's how it works. But there will be other characters with different movement scores. The average is 4. However, there's also characters that are encumbered by what they're carrying. So like Nelson Abernathy is loaded down with heavy armor. The Pine Box Priest is loaded down with a giant coffin with a machine gun. So their movement is cut down to 3. Which means that other people over time can greatly get a bunch of distance on them. But yeah, for the round average is 4. Now when we get to the rideables, when we get to the horses and the motorcycles and cars, as Sean was talking about, that's going to add movement. There's also going to be and then some of the horses will have different abilities. Like some will be stronger. And can actually provide armor. Some horses will be able to jump over obstacles, so they could actually jump over the cover and completely ignore it. These are, and you get in a car or a Model T or whatever it's going to be called. And that's going to have a cover around it, so you can you're basically protected. Once we introduce those, then we're going to introduce there's we talked about it earlier. There's a ringmaster for the circus, and he has a bunch of animals, and one of those animals is a giant elephant, and that elephant is armored. It's like a war elephant, and so he's going to have elevation and armor, and it's going to have its own abilities. It's going to be crazy, and all those things are going to affect movement. But at its base, at its core, the core game, the average movement is 4, and the warband gets 6. Now Elsu has a card called Warcry, which allows him to add additional movement on that turn. It allows all the guys, I think, to move an additional 2 squares. And then Kiia has a card called Burst, which allows him to move an additional 2 squares. So theoretically, Kiia could move 10 squares in a turn, and the rest of the warband could move 8. All right. Am I done? I'm going to say yes, I'm finished. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to draw 3 cards. And that rounds out my turn. You were up, Sheriff.
I'll need to see it in paper, son.
Oh, so Sheriff has a card called I'll Need Some Papers.
Is that an attack card?
It's a free action.
It's a free action.
It's a free action. And it says search an opponent's hand and discard 2 cards. This is really where the lawmen shine. The lawmen, when I originally drafted them up, I wanted them to be a nuisance posse. They're heavy on defense, meaning that you don't want to attack them because they could counterattack. And then on top of that, they're regulators. They're actual regulators. They regulate your deck. They can do this where they can just search your deck and get rid of cards that you might have been planning on using on your turn. Okay.
Good choice.
Okay, so the other question was, from where the Colonel Rogers is now, he has a clean line of sight to Elsu. But what about the other 2 to his left in the corner of the building? At what point would they go from obscure to out of line of sight? Great question. So in High Noon, it's super simple. It's all straight lines. So you're basically put a plus and an X at your character, and those are the straight lines that equal your line of sight. Now that may mean that you're on the board and you're gonna have minis. You're gonna have minis that you're looking at, and you're going to be like, oh, my guy could clearly see that person. He could clearly shoot that person. Why isn't that in line of sight? Because this is the game. It's a simple game. Get over it. All right. My turn is done. You did your thing.
Did my free action.
All right.
And drop back behind Blue Creek for a little bit of cover. We're going to the sheriff is going to attack Quentin there with the.
You looted him, right? He's gone. He's done with this. Oh no, you saw him.
I only looted one.
Gotcha.
I had to leave the masterful holster behind.
Gotcha.
So he is going to because he can only carry 2. So sheriff is going to attack Quentin with the repeater pistol. So an attack of 3.
That's it.
Yep. It's an attack of 3, but if you take any damage, it's going to do an additional point.
Yeah. It's a rifle round.
It's a rifle round, so it will do an additional point of damage. Guys, we are so close to crossing the $40,000 line, and that is amazing. Thank you so much for your support.
What'd you attack me with?
I attacked you with the repeater pistol here.
For how much?
3, but it's a rifle round, so it'll do an additional damage if you take additional point if you take damage.
No. Okay, so I can play this card right now.
Is it your turn right now?
Yeah, he's attacking.
No, I'm attacking him right
No. Does this? Okay. So if it's a free action, that goes in your action phase.
Yes.
If it said play any time, then you could play it any time.
Okay.
So guys, there's on the special cards, it says when you can play the card, and it'll either say it'll either say play like when you're being attacked, or play when so and so's being attacked, or play when you move, or play when whatever. Some of them say free action. And what that means is during your action phase, you can play that card and it doesn't count as an action on that character. But you can only do it on your turn during the action phase. If it says play anytime, you can play it anytime, your turn, their turn. You can play it after the game is over, nobody cares. Play anytime.
All right, we're going to do it again. And this card's tipped.
All right, so Jason has expended, so the repeater pistol had 6 rounds. Jason has been moving the blue chip across the squares every time he's fired. He's now fired the 6th round, so the repeater pistol is done.
See that?
It was on another camera, but
Okay. No problem.
Yeah, I can show it to you.
Sure. Sure.
So this is basically what he did. Here's the squares. And he just moved the blue chip across the squares. It finally reached the final square, and now the
Take
card is
2.
over.
All right.
And I will. Oh, do anything.
If you do any damage, you take 1 point. Yep.
Yep. So you'll take 2 damage there.
Oh, you were showing the camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Language culture. Language.
Okay, let's see what's going on.
Oh, are those your whiskey shots? Is this your discard pile?
No, it goes on the bottom.
Oh, those whiskey shots.
Okay, I'm moving to the double barrel.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
gonna move him.
Yeah, right there.
Can you help me over?
Yeah. Right next to your sheriff. Oh boy. Oh, smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
Hold on, I'm not finishing that. Now, what happens when I shoot through that?
It's cover. It's the attack is halved and rounded up.
Rounded up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey Becky, if you're there, can you switch the cameras to the 3? Thank you. And Quentin's doing really good at staying alive.
Yeah. Well, too good.
Yeah. Sorry, I was gonna help, but then he moved out my LOS.
I will. I'm gonna attack him for 3.
So it's good. So 2. Remember that is a rifle round he's attacking.
Yeah, we're going to defend for 2.
Oh, this is
I'm gonna attack him again.
for 2.
Going to return fire, defend for 3, and attack for 4.
I'm gonna attack him again for 3. Get 2.
So who are we attacking with for?
Same guy. Each one of these is an additional attack card.
Yeah.
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 All right. Attacking for 3, you said?
So what Dad did was he just played 2 rapid lever cards. Rapid lever is James. James uses a lever action rifle. So he has a card called rapid lever, which allows him to play an additional attack card after he plays that card. Well, rapid lever is an attack card in itself. So he had 2 rapid lever cards. So he played 1, then he played another, and then he played an attack card.
I'm on the double.
Oh, yeah.
Keith says, "Good luck." Thank you, Keith.
Phew, 3, don't have to take 9 damage.
Oh my god.
Just the Delaware.
Oh my god. Because he attacked.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I guess that was it. I guess these are all of my cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now I get
Okay, so it's my turn.
Let's go. That's double barrel. Okay. Explosive rounds. Second time.
Oh boy. One, two, three, four. Nope. Nice. I'm just gonna have to. Okay. All right. Focus fire. Colonel Rogers is doing a focus fire attack of 3 against James.
I'm not sure.
So an attack of 3, but all my other guys attacking James will attack with a +2. Okay, attack for Rough Rider 1. It's attacking James for 4.
Okay. Defend.
And that's a rifle round, so you'll take an additional point of damage for that. Cards. Okay, can I have a point of gold, please?
Thank you. Oh, I never took a point of gold for
Dealing damage?
yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. I think that rounds out my. There's not much else I can do. I would help the dude, but I got nothing.
Yeah, we're going to have to retreat back on the jail here for a second.
3. All right, I've drawn my cards, and my turn is done.
Go up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to take our deck of cards. We're going to play that. I'm going to throw away 2 and draw 6. All righty. All right, I'm going to toss the Deputy Gates cards because those are no good to me. And we're going to draw 3 and end my turn.
All righty. Oh, buddy. All right, that's a round in the bag. 5 more rounds, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more rounds.
5 more rounds.
See what we can do. See what we can do. Oh.
Oh boy.
I have an idea. You just have to survive this round. Just survive this round, Sheriff.
I'll see what I can do. I think maybe I should have gone back into the prison.
Oh, never mind, Sheriff.
I gotta say, it's not looking good.
The law is on its own.
I'm gonna attack you.
4.
4. Who are you attacking with?
James.
We're going to return fire, so I'll defend with 3.
You're gonna take 2. You're gonna take 2 damage on that.
Yeah.
And that's an attack of 4.
Yeah.
Hey, James.
Okay. I'm going to.
Wait. James has to defend for 4.
Yeah, because I already played return fire.
Oh.
See if James can defend.
Goodness.
Let's gamble here. Because if he can't, he's dead.
That's it. Yeah, that was. Yep. James may have found himself on the wrong end of a quick draw. Oh,
yeah.
no! So James ran up on the sheriff with his rifle, made a good blow, but the sheriff did a quick draw on him, returned fire, and fired back and killed James. That's actually 2 gold. I'll get you.
Oh yeah, it is.
I'll get you. You can just take some.
We'll just spray rat stash.
Okay.
James didn't have any loot, so we'll remove him.
I'm gonna attack him with. There we go. 3 and 3, 6.
That was 6. You know, what Sheriff Garrett have? He does not have a defensive 6. He's only got a defensive 4, so he is dead.
And sheriff is down. The sheriff is down. Dad shot the sheriff.
I did not.
And he also shot the deputy. All right, so Dad got, there's 3 gold for killing the sheriff. Did you get a gold for dealing the damage?
He did not get it.
Okay, there's the gold for dealing damage. Scored 4 gold this round. Wow, well played.
Yeah.
Well, what does that mean? I thought when I killed him, I got his gold.
No, you don't get his gold. You get the gold that he's worth, which is 3.
Oh, where's
Just
his
like,
gold?
I just gave it to you. Oh, where's his gold go?
Yeah.
Well, just like Rad's, it just went into a community
Yeah.
pot where we're siphoning from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's get down and dirty. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is gonna suck. Oh. Problem is Dad has that darn double barrel revolver with explosive rounds. I don't want to get close to it. Ugh, I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any way around it. So we're gonna have to. Let's just get this. Let's just get this game going. All right, so he's standing. Where were you? Were you right there? Yeah, because he ran around the corner.
The first 2 rounds. You're at
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we'll square off against Quentin. Actually, I'm gonna keep him right there. All right, and he's going to attack for 3.
No, sorry. He's playing poker. It's a cowboy game. I knew.
All right. Let me get rid of aim. These are all good cards. I don't want to lose them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I just get rid of 1. We'll get rid of this one. I hate doing that, but I have to. 1, 2, 3. You don't bring a. Andrew Hansen says you don't bring a knife to a double barrel revolver with explosive rounds party. Okay.
That is very true.
All right. Okay. All right. That's my turn, and 1 more in the pot. Let's go.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if I go by that crate.
Yep.
And I'm touching it, and
loot the deputy side?
You can.
I don't know. What
Yeah,
goes
yeah,
into
yeah,
it.
yes. If you go next to this, you can loot him.
Is
But
it
you would
possible-
have to get rid of. I mean, but you don't have any inventory slots, so you'd have to get rid of one of your.
Yeah, I don't have.
You can only carry 2. Your satchel says.
That's what the satchel means.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh man.
Yes.
That's-
All right, guys. So Dad just learned this, and I might as well go through it. With the other icons on here is the satchel, and the satchel says how many items you can carry. So this character can carry 2 items of loot. Some characters can't carry any loot. So, and that's another thing. That's another horse is going to be a pack mule. And that's its abilities. It's going to come with a bunch of inventory slots.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh my gosh, guys, we are $55 away from crossing the $40,000 line. $55 away. What you want to do, Dan? What'll it be? Wow.
Yeah.
Dad really wants to win this game. He's never won with the Leroy gang. He's always got his keister kicked. And now he's wiping posses out like it's his job. He wants to win this game. And he could win this game. He's got 2 more 12 power attacks in his round. He's got 18. He's got at least 18 damage. Well, no. Yes. Yeah. 18 points of damage to deal.
It's very rare to see 2 posses knocked out of a 4-person game this early.
Yeah.
It takes a special amount of recklessness. Thank you. You're welcome.
It takes running on going at each other tooth and nail.
This goes to the thing. This has never happened before. We've played this game how many times, and this has never happened. Yeah. So
hundreds at least.
Yeah. So when we're talking about no 2 games are alike, we were talking about that earlier in the show. This is what we're talking about. Every game is epic, and this is the core game. This is just the base product. This is just the first 4 posses.
Yeah.
Masterful holster. It
so-
adds 1 to all of your attacks if you've got a pistol.
Oh, Matthew's. I don't know how to say her last name.
Matthew
Zhuchik.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Matthew.
You're attacking me for 12? All right. I'm going to defend for 5 and counterattack for 1. Golly. 12. That's 7 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So for everybody who was concerned that the bottom tier pledge was going to be something, inadequate, this is pretty much it.
Yeah. This is the bottom tier pledge.
Yeah.
We have a couple of extra loot cards in here, but that's it.
Yeah. That's what we wanted to make sure. We wanted to make sure that no matter how you backed us, we appreciate it, and you got something really special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I shouldn't have done it either. It's fine.
See, it's like Yu-Gi-Oh.
I know.
It's like-
You know what? I don't want to. Let me count. Yeah, no.
Okay. All right, this is what I wanted. All right. Let's see.
Oh, you took damage, right?
Yes, I did. I took damage, so you get gold.
There's a bunch of gold over there.
Ah.
The hoarder.
right.
The flail.
All right, let's see what we can do here.
Pick me, please.
Yeah.
It's a shame I had a ton of gold.
Yeah. You were killing it with the sheriff.
Yeah.
That's another point.
Just the sheriff.
The sheriff is super powerful because he can negate a lot of you get cold feet about attacking
my
him
cards.
because he's got that counterattack card.
Show me your papers card.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. All right, so I've moved my guys up towards Quentin. I'm going to play Press the Enemy, which allows my guys to move an additional 3 tiles. This is a free action. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. All right. I'm going to play Focus Fire. That's an attack of 3. Only backers from today get the bonus display stands and some backers. No, the only thing that is the bonus that's for today is the stand, and I'll show that later again. Later, actually, can you go grab it? The backer pledge or the backer bonus today is a stand. So that's what you get today, and only today. But if you back today and any day during the Kickstarter, you're also going to get the exclusive Kickstarter loot, which we've not played with. It's a lasso, it's a double hexagonal shotgun, and powdered Vivium. You'll get these cards. You'll get 4 of each, so a total of 12 cards. And that's what you get any day. But if you do that today, you'll get those cards and you'll get this display stand. Now this is a rough. I mean, I printed this myself and I put it together and it was really bad. So I apologize. This is a really sloppy version, but this is the assets that you're going to get. And basically, it's a stand designed to hold the core game minis, all 14 of the core game minis. You've got Righteous Rogers right on his wagon, which, that's where his starting tile is in the game. You've got Elsu and his warband up in the mountains. Right front and center, you have the Leroy gang. And then in the back where the jail is Sheriff Garrett and Deputy Gates. So it's a beautiful stand. It'll look even more beautiful when it's painted. This I printed myself using the 3D assets, the 3D files from my designer. You will get it professionally manufactured from a factory, and it'll come to you. You won't have to print it. You just glue it together. It's really, really, really easy to put together. I made sure of that. It's a top's like 14 pieces. It's like the wheels. You just glue them onto the axle of the wagon, which is already put together. You defend for 3. Okay.
But yeah, you'll be able to get any of the gangs at any point through the Kickstarter and after the Kickstarter as well.
Okay, so now Rough Rider 1 is attacking for 5.
Okay, I'll defend for 4.
Okay, so you'll
Sure.
Okay, if you defend for 4, you're going to take 1 point of damage and then an additional point of damage.
No, I just defended for 4. And I take 1 more?
Yep, because it's a rifle round.
All right.
Okay, Rough Rider 2 is going to attack for 6.
6.
Yes, it's a 4 plus 2 because he's on focus fire.
Okay, I defend for 2.
All right, so you'll take 5 points.
Okay.
All right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so what's happened here is Colonel Rogers moved his men up toward. He charged Quentin, and then he played press the enemy, which pushed that charge all up into Quentin's face. All of his men got in position where they could all attack him from every angle. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. When you're thinking like, oh no, it's straight lines, that's not enough for me to do anything. No, if you're clever, you can do it. So I positioned all of my guys in a way that every one of them had line of sight with Quentin. Then Colonel Rogers played focus fire. What that meant was he attacks a character, and then every other one of his men who attack the same character get +2 on their attacks. And so then the other guys attacked with that +2 and did a pretty heavy piece of damage to Quentin. Now he may have some whiskey shots in his deck, and that could turn the tide, but we'll see. Okay, my turn's done. We'll put a chip in the bag. It's time to go. Though I will say, and this goes to let it, it's up to the table. Generally, traditionally, the whiskey shots only affect the Leroy gang 1, 2, 3, not Quentin or James. We're letting him have it because he's a boomer. He needs old help. Though now I'm thinking about it, I think maybe the whole team should be allowed to use it.
Let's see.
Oh! Well, hang on a second. Well, then do your movements. Okay. So Dad's going to play this card. And these are actually the old illustrations. We've got new illustrations by Mikkel, which are beautiful, by the way. But it's called See You in Hell. And this is specifically for Quentin. It's already a +5, but then for every 2 points of damage he's taken, you add 1 to that attack. So Quentin's taken, he's going to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's going to add 5 additional points of damage to that attack. So this is going to be an attack of 10. Ugh. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, 15. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to tell you first with this one.
For 3? Okay, so first, which guy's attacking for 3?
This guy.
2. So 2 is attacking for 3. Now here's what's going to happen. Colonel Rogers is going to play his defense card of 3. He's going to defend for 3. But remember, Colonel Rogers has a quick draw holster. So this card also has the attack value of 3, which means that he's going to counterattack with that attack value. Now the Leroy gang, too, has to defend against a 3.
Oh.
You should.
Okay, 15.
Okay, there you go. 15. All right, so he's gonna, Rogers is going to defend for 5, and he's gonna use that attack value of 1, so he's gonna counterattack for 1.
I agree with that table rule, Facebook user.
And then, I don't think I got a defense card. So he's dead.
All right, Quentin is dead.
So we got another question here from Facebook user. What parts of the wagon block line of sight and which are decorative? On the board game tiles, any of the squares outlined in orange block line of sight.
Whoa, you
Those are
killed me.
covered. So with the wagon, the
That was
body
scary.
of the wagon, the 6 on the body of the wagon block line of sight. The little, I don't know what's called in front. The yaw control in front does not block line
Now,
of sight.
this is just funny. You defended. I attacked with 15.
Right. No, you attacked with a 10.
No, I attacked with 15.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. how
Oh,
you got
1,
away
2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3.
Cool.
There we are.
Okay. That's what
I'm sorry.
So-
You get a point of gold for that.
But I'm dead.
You got 3 guys alive.
Oh! Oh, no!
As long as you got one guy alive, you can.
Now, this
pass.
isn't Governor McGrady, Dad. You can still win this.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
What am I going to do here? Okay. Okay. Let's see what I can do. So it's my turn.
Don't I get 3?
Oh, did you draw 3 cards?
No.
Okay, go ahead. What parts of the wagon block line of sight and what are decorative? Anything that's not marked in orange. You see this, there's an orange border around things. See this orange border around these boxes? The wagon also has an orange border. It's these 6 tiles that have the orange border.
I could have played my 2 free spaces. I thought the game was over.
No, you're already, but you died.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The main guy is dead.
But your other guy can play it. Your other guy can use the
No,
red.
I hadn't. I hadn't counted it out.
That's okay.
That's him. He's not.
No, that's my guy. Your guy's over there. I put your tombstones.
Okay. I'm a tombstone. Oh.
Okay.
Does that mean you could loot my card?
Oh,
Can't thought I did that, but I still was in the game.
that's right. Okay, so you've got
It's just slow.
for
down.
counterattack. Does the mini have to take damage and survive to use it, or is it considered simultaneous? He has to survive. Okay. Though, actually, that's a good point. Maybe he doesn't have to survive. Maybe it's like, I don't know.
Actually, they said. Well, wait a minute. That was
No, this was right here. Or here
that
here,
was
right?
that was on
And this was where was this? Right
that
here?
was on my attack.
Yes.
Or it was on that was on my attack.
Yeah.
So I could have defended with mine.
You can't defend against someone's shot.
Oh,
No, you
well,
were
I'm dead.
You were dead. Yeah, you
Yeah.
died. You can't self-administer.
Okay.
Um.
Yeah, I asked that question earlier. You said you can't use it until after.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do this.
But those attacking you back cards are really mean.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Everybody has a special power, don't they?
They do indeed. All right. I'm gonna go ahead. Rough Rider 2 is gonna take that double barrel pistol. Okay, let's do this. Colonel Rogers is attacking number 2 for 3. Facebook user says, finally things get going. Can't wait to hold the game in my hands here in Germany. I can't wait either. Prost.
Is that a rifle shot?
No, it's a pistol shot.
Who's attacking?
Rogers.
I defended it before.
Okie dokie. Take no damage. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. I will draw 3 cards. And my turn is over.
Got a very close race here. 11 gold versus 10 gold. 2 rounds left.
Okay, I'm gonna. Attack Colonel Rogers for 3.
That's James Leroy.
Oh, shucks.
Sorry. Attacking from the grave!
Man, he's back trying anything.
I thought you were dead.
Zombie.
Zombie
Quentin. Zombie James. So has the Leroy gang ever won when they lost James and Quentin?
I've done it before. It's
Okay.
not easy.
Let's come back.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I will. Okay. Colonel Rogers. Colonel Rogers is going to go ahead and loot this. And okay, that's it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My turn's done. Draw 2 cards.
Okay, I'm attacking moving for 4.
Oof. Defend for 5, counterattack for 1. Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and use explosive rounds and attack for 7. Rogers is attacking number 2. Okay. 1 gold, plus 1 for doing damage. Okay. Gotta be stingy on that gold. Gotta make sure you get everything you're worth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Last round, guys. This is the last round. Draw 3 cards. You're up, Dad.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, yes, he is. I don't think there's. Well, you could try to come up and do a diagonal attack.
Yeah.
See if you can't put some gold on the board, but. Let's say we put this Lawless Town to rest.
You win.
Well played.
Good job.
All right, guys, and that is the game. That is a round of High Noon. That's a whole game of High Noon. Thanks for hanging out with us and watching us play. It's been a real pleasure. This was the kickoff game. Kickoff game. Well played, Leroy Gang. I mean, you were taking names.
Yes.
Well, I've gone to be with the Great Spirit over here.
You know I'm coming after
You
you.
did well. You did well. You guys were fighting each other.
I've always wanted to just go, forget it. Attack again. Attack again. Attack again.
I know, exactly.
That was good.
Guys, we are over 40,000. We're at 42,128.
Thank you, guys.
Wow.
Thank you so
Thank you. You're going to love this game. You will not be disappointed. Best investment. For sure.
All right.
You know, even when you lose, you're happy. I'm happy,
Right?
Right?
It's not the Monopoly. It's like, no, it's not.
I'm going to cheat to win, you know.
Thank you, Facebook user.
Facebook user just purchased the all-in bundle, fellas.
Yeah! Yippee-ki-yay!
All
I
right.
almost finished that.
Yeah, where's Sean? I needed to come back and have a show.
Nobody's made any comments about me looking like Justin Trudeau.
I That's because you don't. You look like
I will personally guarantee shipping to Canada. On that, you can trust me.
All right. So. There we go.
Hey!
All right. I'm gonna cut out these things so we don't have feedback. Hang on 1 second, Sean. Close that out.
All right, cool. Well, that's the game. that's how that works. We'll probably do another one as things continue. So appreciate all the love that we're getting from our friends from abroad. We just passed 1 o'clock, so let's hop into. I gotta find where these time zones are. I had my world thing up and it went away on me. What am I talking about? This is the delirium of. Of course, I know where noon is right now. You know what I mean? Like we're in the midst of that. Like, so whatever. Otherwise, a mountain time. To all the good friends out there.
Can you hear
it? Yeah, I can hear you guys just fine. I'm trying to think of something interesting to do, or half of me wants to hop right back into these. There's a draw. It's called Drawful. I don't know if you've ever heard of that game before, but you have to draw on your cell phone.
We could do it. We could do a trivia. We could do a trivia like a Western trivia. We could ask a question about movie facts.
Sure. Oh. Do it.
I like that. Let me see if I can pull that up.
The stream is your burrito. Let's go ahead and shuffle these just so the next players, next people in can, whenever they arrive.
Yeah, I have to mix mine up.
I felt bad because we started our inaugural kickoff game, and then people showed up like right as we went into it. Like, yeah, no.
Whew. I tell you, losing Kayataka was brutal.
Taking it out was fun though.
That was good. That was good standing off. And you guys were hammering back and forth, liquidated your cards, like you said.
Yeah, and I never recovered. Because you guys didn't let the pressure up on me for a second.
You can't.
You'd start to recover
You can't
and
do
play
that.
the show me your papers.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. That's right. You threw away 2 of my defense cards.
Ooh, I missed that. I wasn't there for that.
Yeah, he was finally starting to get his deck removed.
I got a good one. All right, so I got some trivia questions. I'm wondering how we do this though. I'm thinking I don't want just one answer. I want we get a couple of these answers right. This will be a tough one. All right, you ready? You ready for this? All right.
Is us or is
everyone, anyone. Well, not you losers. You guys got this all figured out. You already got the game.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, this game's for the audience.
Yes.
Okay, so we could take a break. We could take a
You guys chill out. You guys do your thing. I'll take over. I got a little bit going. I got all kinds of things to say. I would be curious to know if anybody that's currently watching has a webcam and would want to hop on to play a little bit of this trivia. And if you don't get it right, you get kicked off. If no one's up for that, we'll just do a couple trivia, and then I'm going to whoever gets the questions. I'm going to have 3 different questions, and whoever gets those questions right will be able to get it. So anybody can participate. I would prefer. Feel free to use Google if you need to use Google for these things. But the first person that gets all 3 will then win a prize. of one of our pledge tiers. All right, so here's the question. Now this is going into television westerns, so that's your hint. In the era, let's like the mid 50s, 60s, whatnot. So what actor has appeared in over 200 movies and television roles, including playing the role of the skipper in Gilligan's Island? And he did have a leading role in a children's Western series in the late 50s. And even more specifically, based on the pioneering of railroads. Who is that person? I'll say that again. So, and feel free to Google. So take down, there we go. All right, so state your name. So we got a Facebook user was the first to do it. So which Facebook user? What was that? If you could come back in and just state your name. Let me get a subsequent question. I gotta get a good one. I think the giveaway there was the Gilligan's Island. I think that's where it got a little bit easy for you guys. Oh, these are some of these are like too ridiculous. Okay, here we go. This is again television westerns. All right. Alan got it. Okay. Now there's other people. All right. I wonder how we should. Yeah, let's keep doing this. All right, and then second one. Ooh. I know I'm just making the rules up as I go along, but I want to keep this fairly interesting because I think I want Alan to also get the second one correct as well. And if he doesn't, then someone else can pop in. All right. This Western is about a group of dudes that's herding 3,000 head of cattle to market. And I'll even give another hint. Clint Eastwood starred in it. So this movie, or I shouldn't say movie. I apologize for that. I'll give you four options here. All right. One option being Bonanza. A second one, nope, not Unforgiven, being Cowpoke. Third option being Wagon Train. Fourth option being Rawhide. So of those four, which one was about a group of men herding 3,000 head of cattle to market? There we go. Is that Alan? I can't see if Alan is getting that. Oh, hell. All right. Oh, that's so unfair for Alan. All right, somebody else got it. So Matt, who got that one? Yeah, I see it. Matt got it first. Matthew. There we go. That's what we could do. It's got to be the first answer 3 times. All right, so Matthew Knight got that first. All right. And if it gets too long, we'll just do two. Whoever gets two right in a row. Let me find a good one here. Okay. Ben Cartwright and his three sons were on Bonanza. But what was the major city that their extensive ranch was located near? Look at that one. I'm going to have somebody pick a number from 1 to 3. Probably the person that won, and then of which I have it designated what 3 means, what 1 means, and what 2 means in terms of where they're at. So Michael got that one right, Virginia City. So we got Michael. Michael's in the running. Is that any relation to? Oh, I see. That was Michael. So look at Michael. It's 2 in a row there for Mr. Knight. So Michael Knight. All right. And we have to do a few giveaways because we're a little bit behind from the gameplay. So we'll do 2. We'll do 1 here, and then we'll hop in there, bring on Jackbox so we can play. I really want to get into that drawful. I think that'd be an interesting one for people to dive into. Where's my questions now? They're there. All right, let's get a good one. Oh. All right, you ready? Which of these following shows? So which of these following shows was a spinoff of The Rifleman? We have Sugarfoot. We have Cisco Kid. We have Wild Wild West. We have Law of the Plainsman. Which of the following shows was a spinoff of The Rifleman? Sugarfoot, Cisco Kid, Wild Wild West, Law of the Plainsman. Stephen, yeah, they might be on Facebook, but you can answer the questions here. You know, so you could certainly. All right, so we got Andrew's in the running. Andrew's pulling it off with Plainsman. Good job. So we got Michael with 2. Michael's got to come up with 1 more good answer. All right, let me pop ahead here. Get into some. Ooh. This is a. Okay, we'll do this one. This is a little bit of a softball, I feel, but we can make it work. All right, you ready for this one? Let's zoom my camera in here. Roger Moore, who we've known to be James Bond, first appeared in this Western series as an English cousin. What show was that? So Roger Moore, who later found fame as James Bond, appeared in this Western series as an English cousin. No, not Gunsmoke. There you go, Andrew. Andrew's 2, tied. Michael and Andrew tied for second. Where's Alan? Alan's falling behind there. All right, and then it could be the last one. And let's bop ahead. Okay, here we go. This is an interesting one. So there was a program called Sugarfoot, okay, that starred Will Hutchins. According to the series, what is a Sugarfoot? You can answer, Bill, right on you can just answer the question right in the comments. It is on YouTube as well. So you guys may not see all the comments. There's people that are answering on Facebook and they're also answering on YouTube. I'm able to see all the comments. With the exception of people that are in the High Noon group, I cannot see those people's comments. So if you are in the High Noon group watching this, head over to the High Noon page. And then we'll be able to do it. Let me get that question going again. So according to the show Sugarfoot, starring Will Hutchins, what's a Sugarfoot? Yeah, there we go. So we got 6. So we got Matthew. Matthew's pulling in there, racking up some points. So we got Alan with 1. We got Michael Knight 2. Andrew Hansen 2 points. Matthew with 1. Let's keep going. Just so you know, High Noon's on Forbes. we just got notification from our PR firm that we're on Forbes. I'll pull it up here in a second so we can take a look at it. But that's pretty neat. What else do we got? Ooh, here we go. No, I don't like that one. Some of these are so obscure. It's almost like you ever play like Trivia Pursuit with someone that just knows them all, and you're like, how did you know that porpoises only shake with their right hand, or so, something ridiculous like that, right? That's how some of these questions are, where you have to be like really obscure for it. Okay, Range Rider was obviously the lead character. Who is Range Rider's sidekick? So Range Rider had a sidekick. What was his name? Look at that, Andrew. Andrew Hansen came off with the win there. Andrew, I have a designated. Sorry about that. I just kicked myself out by accident. Andrew, if you could type in 1, 2, or 3, I've jumbled these up, but whatever number you pick will coincide then with the prize that you would get. And then let's go find us on Forbes. That's pretty neat that we're on Forbes. Lucky number 1. All right, my friend, you qualify for a Saddle Up pledge. So that's tier number 2. You're now an official member of the Saddle Up Pledge Posse. What I'll have you do is, if you could shoot me an email at support@highnoongame.com. So support@highnoongame.com. You're a Saddle Up winner. Just let us know when we're all done, when this whole thing gets into production or whatnot. We'll obviously we'll ask for your address and all that shit stuff. Oh my goodness. We'll get that going on to you so you can enjoy High Noon at no cost, man. Look at that. We're giving away things. It's supposed to work the other way around. We're doing this. We're doing like reverse Kickstarter. Kickstarter is supposed to be you guys helping, and here we are giving away. But you know what? It's all love, man. We gotta get this thing rolling. All right, let's go find us. I'm gonna pull up my queue here. And let's go search for us on Forbes. I hear that we're on Forbes. So that would be quite the amazing thing. All right. Okay. Kickstarter. Forbes High Noon. Look at that. Ah, you like that? Huh. That is something else. Sorry about my slow internet. Apparently Forbes is beta. Who knew? But anyways, as of writing High Noon, a new tactical board game set in the Wild West has raised nearly half of its 84,400 goal on Kickstarter. Given that the game just launched its Kickstarter campaign this morning, that's not bad at all. I would agree, Eric. If everything keeps going at this rate, I reckon it'll cross the finish line before sundown. You can see why. It's miniatures and cards board game where you basically get to play like your Doc Holliday and Wyatt Earp, guns blazing as you take down the Cowboys during the gunfight at the OK Corral in Tombstone, Arizona, or Clint Eastwood in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, or any number of other Westerns out there. I watched a lot of Westerns as a kid. My grandpa was a huge John Wayne fan, so I think I watched just about every John Wayne movie out there, from The Searchers to The Sons of Katie Elder. Unforgiven remains one of my favorite Clint Eastwood movies. Other classics like The Magnificent Seven, Once Upon a Time in the West, and more recently Tombstone, and even the first season of HBO's sci-fi Westworld have been hugely important to me. I want to make a point before I continue with that story, one that's pretty freaking cool. I'll continue reading that. I also concur. Season 1 of Westworld was everything to me. Like I loved the concept. I know it was a remake. I get that it was a remake. I loved that concept. I just wish they didn't go into the future world of it. You know, I wish they would have just stayed in the West world, and each season it would have just been maybe the same cast playing different roles, or maybe even a new cast with this new storyline that's emerging. And they could have. I was in love with it. I when they changed it too much in season 2. It fell off for me, you know. Becky continued watching it. She says it's still the best thing ever. But no, I want to stay true to this whole the Western thing. That was really what was interesting to me. But anyways, going back to this thing. Let's go back to the point being, I love Westerns, and there's simply not enough of them when it comes to games, whether that's tabletop or video games. So High Noon looks right up my alley, and that's a picture of our. Look at that! Look at oh my god! I can't believe I'm like our game on Forbes. That is blowing my mind right now. Oh, it's blowing my mind. All right. Anyways, so the game operates like many other tactical turn-based shooters. You take 3 actions per turn: move, action, such as shoot at another character, and draw 3 cards. Cards can be moves, loot, and so forth. You can only shoot opponents who are in your line of sight, so cover and positioning matters. To win, you must collect the most gold, which you earn from dealing damage and killing opponents. Characters in your posse will have different stats like range, speed, and gold value. So here's a picture of Quentin Leroy. If you go and you look at our Kickstarter page, all of our posses, all of our main characters, even so beyond just the posse leaders, have lore to them. You know, for the purposes of the Kickstarter, we introduced, we have like just Quentin and whatnot, but Quentin has a brother, James, and James has his own story. And then James, I actually dig James's story a lot. James, he's idolizes his brother. You know, his brother's in charge of this gang, the Leroy gang, and all that other good stuff. But his brother James has a different motivation for hanging out in this gang, and that's because his wife is dying. You know, she's dying. And he needs to earn money to pay for her continued treatment to keep her alive. And I mean, if that ain't a noble cause, so he struggles with that internally, weighing the morality of both good and bad, doing the things that he needs to do to protect those that he loves. However, some of the things he does can hurt other individuals in that process. So there's that risk measurement there. But anyway, High Noon is set in the fictional Wild West universe, so don't expect historical towns or figures to play a role in this game. Thank you for saying that. The lowest pledge for non-retail backers is $89 if you want to receive the actual game. You can back at lower amounts, but I say if you're going to back a board game on Kickstarter, you should back it at the level that actually gets you the game. $89 gets you the base game. And I want to add, not only does it give you the base game, it also unlocks the ability for you to qualify for any of our unlocked pledge stretch goals. So you can certainly add on some additional posses and all that other good stuff, even with the complete game. Even if you didn't have any of that stuff, you just saw these guys play for a few hours, using, not only were they just playing the core version of the game, they weren't even playing with all the different 3D miniature stand-ins and all that other good stuff. So it looks fun for anyone that's a fan of turn-based tactical games and Westerns. Should be some good painting opportunities as well for miniature hobbyists. I used to have some great plastic cowboys and Indian toys as a kid, actually. Very similar to Little Green Men, but better colored characters. Those were great. What do I do with that? What do I do with that article? I'll post that. I'll post that in here for anybody to view. That just blew my mind right there. All right, let's dive into some games here. Let me do an update real quick on where we are with our pledge goals. Let's dive in. This is a game. This game that I'd like to play here is called Drawful. And why it's called Drawful is because you're allowed to be awful at playing this game. There's only going to be 8 players allowed in this. So first come, first serve, in this game. This will be dependent, and this will narrow it up a little bit. This will be very dependent on I gotta look at this hat, what this hat's doing to me. Let me just rest it easier on my the problem I have is I have seemingly a normal sized head. It's just a 1.5 feet long. I have the longest head in the history of the planet, so I have a hard time wearing hats, except baseball caps or something like that. So maybe I'll style it like James Will Smith's rendition of James West in Wild Wild West there. But anyways, what the heck was I? Oh, a drawful. It's called Drawful because you're allowed to be awful. How the game works is we all are chosen to draw something, right? And what that something is something so obscure that nobody, unless you're like a perfect artist, is going to be able to actually nail it. But that's part of the thrill of the game, because then other people end up having to guess what that is. Even people at home, and whatnot can guess what they're drawing. This will be dependent on you having a separate device. So you can certainly follow along on the screen. There will be a little bit of a lag, but if you can log on to a separate screen by going to jackbox.tv, you'll see. So there we go. See, Graham, we're in this struggle together, man. This big head thing's a real deal. You know what else is I can't do? I have really wide feet. I have oddly wide feet. Now, when you just look at my feet, you don't think they're that wide. I can't fit any shoes ever. I always have to buy only certain shoes that I can fit. And as of late, I work from home. This is my bedroom. It's also my office. I work from home. So my work shoe is this. This is my work shoe. This is my house shoe. And if you are walking around Milwaukee, that's where I live. If you find me in Milwaukee, I want you to look down at my feet, and I promise you that you're going to find me in public wearing house shoes, because they're just amazingly comfortable for my oddly wide feet. Oh my God, 61 centimeters. We should measure. Becky, can we measure the circumference of my head? Let's measure my head. Graham's got a fairly large head here. So let's get competitive with this. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, you could watch. I don't know how to. Good for you for being at work. Everyone, I'm not an essential business, so my business. What I do for a living is I sell products online. Mostly on the Amazon e-commerce space and whatnot. And we have staff that works here and all that other stuff. And they're all gone. Everyone's gone because we're not an essential business. All right, you ready for this?
Yes.
Let's measure my head. 61 centimeters is the number to beat. Should we line it up at the
centimeters we're doing?
Yeah. Should we line it up at the line of impact? Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna have a mark for like a week now on my head.
I think so.
So I got him.
What's the number to beat?
61.
No. You are at 57 and a half.
No. Oh. All right, you, my friend, have quite the big head then. You have quite the big head. Thank you, Scott. Scott Lara, friends of ours down in Jacksonville, Florida, retweeted. Please tweet out our story. I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna post that actually, and do a brand awareness ad with that on Facebook. So ride a motorcycle. Graham, I'm gonna show you. I know we should be getting games, but you know what? I got 24 hours. I gotta be doing this stuff. So we're gonna have some fun with this thing. But I also am drive a motorcycle, except it's not quite a motorcycle. I have let's head back over here. I have I got a Bergman 650. So here's the deal. I wanted to get into bikes about 3 years ago, but I did not want to. I wasn't big into wanting. I didn't want to deal with the clutch and all that other stuff. So I was like, there's got to be like an automatic bike that's out there. So then I find out about this Bergman 650, which is like, it's a scooter. So let's not kid ourselves. It's by Suzuki. It's a scooter, but it's a 650cc engine. Let me tell you, that thing can go from. I can beat you. You put me next up to. What's happening here? Who's calling me? Who's calling? All right, sorry about that. But anyways, that was interesting. It came through my. Here, let me shut that down. That's why. Okay. So it's an automatic motorcycle, which I'm proud. Well, that's what I call it. I call it an automatic motorcycle. It's essentially a scooter. But you put me on the road against any other bike out there, Harley. I don't care what it is. I will beat them hands down, light to light. That thing goes so fast. It just goes from 0 to 90 so quick. There's only been, and I don't drive it that much because I enjoyed it too much. And meaning we have this stretch of road called the Hone Bridge in Milwaukee that just goes over Lake Michigan and whatnot. And there's never any cops on that. And then boom, I was flying, and the scary thing is, even though I have helmet and protection on and all that stuff, when you're going that fast, if you wipe out, that's not a good day for you. It hurts falling down running, right? Like if I'm just, it hurts. If I just fell down now, that would hurt. If you put a little MPH behind that in a jog or a run, that still hurts. A 90 miles per hour kills, right? So I got to thinking about my life, and I'm like, I had way too much fun on that thing. So I haven't ridden it in 2 years. It's still sitting in the back. I don't know what we're gonna do with it. I'm older now. I'm like 40 now. See, the difference when I turned 40 is that I actually started caring about my existence. I started like, oh my God, I actually have a life. This life could be taken away from me. And I started getting real conservative with a lot of my decisions. Chris Novak, I would like to attest that he does have quite the giant head. He is a big-headed man. So I would imagine that if I'm sitting at 57.5, Graham's sitting at 61, I would easily speculate Chris Novak to be at easily 298 centimeters. No question, no doubt, no doubt about it. He usually walks around just like, hey guys, what's up? No, that's my good buddy Chris Novak. Thank you, Chris. I got a little head. There are no cell phones in the Old West. There were none. But see, I'm one of those time traveling gypsies. Anybody like you like that good stuff there? They were brilliant for fun and commuting. It probably goes faster than Harleys. And the gas mileage is actually pretty good too. It wasn't as good as I used to have another scooter that was called, let me show you my other scooter. I used to have a scooter way back in the day. This was probably like 15 years ago. But I had a Dynamo Velux. I had this thing. So I used to roll around town and this bike, man. Oh man, that's my bike. Oh, I miss it so much. So this thing, what I loved about this thing is it had a roof. It had a legit roof on the thing, right? So I could ride this in the when it was raining. It had windshield wipers that would actually wipe, and whatnot. It was a little tricky sometimes when it was windy because the wind would pick up on the canopy and it would kind of shake. But that was a heavier bike. They made two models of that. There was a 150cc. I had the 250cc. The 250cc could get me up to a comfortable like 50 miles per hour. Full speed. 650cc's, obviously, I'm getting up and I can get up over 100. I think my top speed I got on that was like 113, and I stopped out of just fear that I'm just being stupid, because when you're going you're going fast when you're on the highway, and I acknowledge this is entirely stupid. And I would never do this ever again anymore. But like when you're on the highway and the highway is like 70 miles per hour and you're flying by these other cars, it's amazing how fast you can go on two wheels. Can't do that on the Dynamo. The Dynamo was definitely more designed for your ergonomical, eco-friendly type of commute. That was actually the reason that I got that. That was actually the excuse that I told my ex-wife, was my wife at the time, that allowed me to get that, because I was convinced. I was like, look, check this out. There is no way that we're going to be paying for all this gas price, because gas just jumped up big time. It went from like, I don't know, maybe like $2 for the first time ever. And this is like 15 years ago. So everybody was freaking out. So I did the math and I was like, okay, if I drive this thing for 3 years to and from work and all the, from like March to, October, so whatever, I eventually, Sean always gets what Sean wants. That's the thing. But Sean always does it in a way that is equitable and fair for everybody. You know what I mean? So it's like, but either way, that was my cherished little puppy. Yeah, it did. The BMW C1 was similar in nature of that. It was Andrew. That thing. I got so many looks from it. So many looks. Let me show you what it looked like when I was. Now this is one of those things that's going to crucify me for making an old joke, right? So if I ever become a politician, you'll get to just nail me to the cross. But this is me on this thing with my brother-in-law. That's Justin. Yeah, 2008. So that gives you an idea. 12 years ago. That thing is so stupid. We drove from Milwaukee to Janesville on that thing together. That was an hour and a half ride that they just followed us as we drove. That thing is so stupid looking. God, we look so young there. Yeah, I used to do a lot of YouTube videos. Here. This is a little helpful tip.
The Onion and Gatorade for a half hour. We're ready to charge our cell phone. So with the Onion in one hand and the travel charger in the other hand, simply bend over at a 90-degree angle, place the Gatorade-soaked onion on the ground, and with the firm grasp of the travel charger, plug it in to the fucking wall.
You're goddamn right. Plug it into the wall. All these there were so many videos going out at the time where people were hacking electricity. So I had to show people a thing or two. You should have a miniature version of that bike for an expansion pack. That would be, you know, what's fun now, Graham, is now I'm understanding the power of like 3D printers. You know, you see all these miniatures that we have for High Noon, right? Let me go over to our Facebook page. You know, you see all that stuff. All like Dwight made all that. Like, you know, obviously we have artists that are behind it. You know, we have 3D modelers, we have you know, just character renditions, you know, that are all being done. We have graphic designers like Becky's an amazing designer. You know, and so we have this amazing team that's putting this stuff together. But all these miniatures that we have, they're all we made them. You know, like down in Jack, we bought some 3D printers for a couple $100, and we were just running them nonstop. So that's where all the people that are getting our samples are getting all that stuff, right? Look at that. You know, I mean, we like that. That's just 3D printed stuff. So what was very appealing to me of that was that if it looked this good as like a 3D print, I can't wait to see what this final copy is. We're going to be using like a material that's more of like a rubbery type of material. So there's a little bit of flexibility in there. So then that way we don't have to worry about these breaking during shipment or anything like that. Because right now these molds as is, they're susceptible of breaking. And that's, you know, when is that ever like a really good thing, you know? Let's get a little update on where we're at with our Kickstarter here. You guys want to see what the back end of Kickstarter looks like? See where we are. I think we're over halfway towards our goal. Look at that, 52% funded. I can deal with that. 256 people, 29 days to go, obviously. So we got to. You think I should do that? Should we do it instead of doing a 24-hour marathon? We should just get doing a 29-day straight up marathon. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to get on. I'm going to be live as often as possible as we can continue working through this thing to get this done. But let's play some Jackbox now. So let me get out of here. We got to give away another prize. We're going to be celebrating another High Noon here in a hot second. So let's get. Ooh. Getting confused here. There we go. All right. All right. This one's for the big ones. The biggins. So 3 to 8 players. You have to draw, but I suck at drawing. You're supposed to suck at drawing. Log in. Don't enter after you entered your name. Do not click everybody's in. Please allow me the opportunity to do that. All right, let's see if we can get the last one in there. And you got to draw a picture of yourself. So. Hey! Oh, look at Lord Voltron. That's not even fair. That's not even fair. I'm gonna do a big screen here. I gotta take a potty break real quick, so you guys keep drawing your faces. And I'll be right back. My bathroom is literally like right here, so I'm not going anywhere. One second, guys. All right, I'm back. Is everybody in? Everyone's doing their thing? All right, cool. Everyone's in. Let's get this rolling. This is going to be we're going to do this once so everybody gets an understanding of how this works.
Firing up a game
And then we'll play for keeps.
I'm pretty excited that there are 8 of you playing. Let's party. Okay, I'm sending a title to each of your devices. Something unusual, like Doctor Who or Squirrel Watch.
You can't
Draw
use
a
words.
picture on your device
You have to
with the
draw
title,
no
and when
words
you're
unless
done,
your
hit
words are
send.
directly
You get points
applicable
for each
to
player
what it is that
can
you're
correctly
drawing.
guess your title. So just try your best.
All right.
I have all your pictures now. These are interesting. Let's take a look. Now, use your device to type in what you think the title for this picture could have been. Or better yet, something you think could trick the other players into thinking it's the title. You'll get points for every player that picks your answer.
Hey! Oh, you're a spectator? Or are you in the game? Oh, just type in what you think that is. You're in the game? You're one of the players?
All right, here are your choices. Now pick the title you think really inspired this drawing.
Hey!
Pick something. What did everybody pick?
Yeah! Yes! Oh.
Ooh, nice.
Yes, I know. That's just a bunch of words smushed together.
I've never
We had
played
to
with
come
8
up with a lot
people
of
before.
these.
This is really interesting. We've only always played this with like 3 or 4 people. 8 people is really interesting. All right, Tricky Nick's in the lead.
Let's take a look at our next piece of art. Enter anything that could almost make sense now.
not cheating.
We got a cheater over here.
I am not cheating.
Oh, we have an issue.
What?
On. We're losing. I think we're losing our Facebook audience. We might have to restart the broadcast.
Hurry up! Typing time is almost over.
Does it only stream for a certain amount of time?
We're at 8 hours, so it's possible that it might have stopped us after 8 hours.
Yeah.
And here are your choices.
When this game is done, we're gonna have to start up a new broadcast. So keep a look at all our channels because of I think 8 hours is the limit that Facebook has for a stream. So we'll start that back up.
All right, who picked what?
Thanks, guys. I always hate when I fall victim to yours.
Oh.
Oof, everyone got that one wrong.
This more often, just get a group going and just play.
Just play it, yeah. Yeah, we definitely. We're
Type in your titles
kicked out,
now.
but we'll get back on Facebook here. Is it back on, Graham? Are you back on? All right. Is Nick is all right. All right, we'll fix it after this game. I think I have to create a new one, a new stream.
Hurry up, type in gibberish if you have to.
So we probably lost a couple players there.
Here are your choices.
Yeah, Sean's big head.
Hey!
Pick something. And here are your picks.
Yes!
Oh man! Oh, you're so good at this game.
No.
At least I got one.
What? I don't even know how to pronounce that.
Oh my
It's just weird that we would do that at all.
Yes. Oh, this cracks me up.
That was the actual answer.
Yes, that was the answer.
Oh, look at me coming in with the lead.
Whatever.
Type in a convincing title now.
So Graham, are you back? Are you back on this thing? Okay, cool. How did you get back on? You just back on Facebook again? Either way, I'll start a new one after this.
Type in anything you can think of. Okay, here are your choices. Pick something.
I think I had to have stopped at 8 hours.
That's what
That had to have been the limit.
Here's everybody's picks. Cha-ching.
Oh, tricky Nick. You're such a trickster.
Cha-ching. I'm
That
not
was
sure
my
how to
drive.
feel about all of you.
Good job, pretty.
You do. You draw pretty.
Put in your titles now.
Hey!
Hurry up, typing time is almost over. And here are your choices. Pick something. All right, who picked what? Cha-ching.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Hey!
Cha-ching.
There's more answers too. They have more answers.
Oh my god, it was so close because
Hey,
it's like
babies puke
one
on
is
us
puke on
all the
babies, one
time.
is
It's
puking
only
on
fair.
babies, you know? Oh, missed it.
Yeah, we lost Matt.
Aw.
Matt. Hey, I'm still in the lead. Look at that.
And now this.
Hey!
Oh. Hurry up, type in gibberish if you have to. Ow. Here are your choices.
Hey!
Pick something. Oh, what did everybody pick? Oh, cha-ching. 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 Good stuff. Good stuff.
Up to you.
And this one.
So I wonder if because there's so many players, there's probably only one round. I think they do 2 rounds. If they're gonna do 2 rounds, we're not gonna do the 2 rounds because I want to get all of our Facebook friends back on here.
Hey!
Hurry up, people, type something in. Ow. And here are your choices.
Hey!
Pick something.
Green. This was your drawing, wasn't it?
Ow.
Yeah.
You always draw random shit. So yeah, so it's not gonna be anything that's actually what's
You don't know.
And
I
here are your
want
picks.
people to guess. What it is.
Cha-ching. Oh, cha-ching.
No one's gonna get it. It's so stupid.
Hey!
Cha-ching.
Don't. It's. I tried drawing a duck, like when you try to say fuck and then it's duck, and you're mad. Your smartphone, it says duck, and you're mad. It makes sense when I explain it.
And our next weird doodle.
Hey!
Hurry up, type in gibberish if you have to. Okay, here are your choices.
Hey!
Pick something. All right, who picked what?
Hey!
Cha-ching. Oh, cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Space Cowboy, yeah.
Cha-ching.
Oh, that was a good one.
That is a good one.
When pigs fly.
What?
Right, fair enough.
Even I
That
would have
is a
gotten that
horse.
one wrong.
That is a horse.
Hey!
Yeah, I win my own stuff. Apparently, Devin wins. All right, so that's for practice. I'm gonna start this broadcast over. Hold on, let me. All right, so I'm gonna start this broadcast over. Apparently, we have an 8-hour limit on Facebook, so I'm gonna shut this one down. I'm gonna start up a new one. It's gonna probably take like 5-10 minutes for that to happen. So recommendations, if you will, you can go to our pledge page and you can see the YouTube video that's going to be on there. If you still want to remain on Facebook, you'll see the new notification for that on Facebook here. No, we're not doing it. Second. We're not. And then we'll get this back up so we can do this for. We got another 16 hours. I'm going to be up for 24 hours, baby. All right, so I'm going to sign off for now. Start back up. I'll